Sean wants me to bam it, but I got a feeling that maybe a few people might have enjoyed their extra time last night, so I will not do that to you this morning. So good morning, everybody. Good morning. Our time for recess has expired, so I will now call this meeting of the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee back to order. Before we begin our work today, please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's a new day, so the next item on the agenda is to call the roll. As a reminder, I do want to note for the record that the meeting is open to the public and will be live streamed today. Please be sure to state your name and state before speaking for those listening remotely and for our court reporter. We're glad to be joined by Helen McFadden, our parliamentarian. Helen, will you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Alex.
Present.
Ms. Andrews. Mr. Applebaum. Ms. Blanco.
Presente.
Ms. Brazil. Here. Ms. Brown.
Here.
Mr. Buckley.
Here.
Ms. Campana-Wheaton. Present. Ms. Cardona. Presente. Mr. Carnahan has given his proxy to Mr. Ray. Ms. Conrad has given her proxy to Mr. McDonald. Ms. Daughtry.
Here.
Mr. Davila Penez.
Here.
Ms. Davis. Here. Mr. Devermont has given his proxy to Gary Shea. Ms. Dingle. Here. Ms. Dowdell.
Here.
Ms. Dugarala.
Present.
Here.
Here. Sorry. Ms. Free has given her proxy to Ms. Fowler. Mr. Goodman.
Here.
Ms. Hernandez has given her proxy to Mr. Buckley. Mr. Hicks.
Here.
Mr. Wynn. Ms. Kmark.
She's going to be late.
She's going to be late. She'll be late.
Okay. Mr. Cap. Mr. Kerrigan.
Here.
Ms. Cleve.
Here.
Ms. Cleve has filed a proxy to Mr. Eldridge should she need to leave. Mr. Leon.
Here.
Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lopez Franson. Mr. McDonald.
Here.
Ms. Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Mr. Munoz.
Aquí.
Mr. Marib.
Here.
Mr. Ray.
Here.
Mr. Seltzer.
Here.
Mr. Shea. Ms. Spain. Mr. Spate.
Here.
Ms. Schrucker. Mr. Thompson has given his proxy to Mr. Kerrigan. Mr. Triber.
Here.
Mr. Unamoto. Mr. Unamoto, sorry. Ms. Verrett. Mr. Washington. Okay. You certainly have a quorum.
Thank you. We have a quorum per our charter and bylaws. A quorum is 40% or 20 members present or in person by proxy or by proxy. Jim?
So, today, we will continue to hear presentations from states being considered to hold a pre-window nominating contest. As a reminder, for members of the public watching online, yesterday the Rules and Bylaws Committee heard presentations from Delaware, New Hampshire, Illinois, Iowa, Michigan, and Georgia. Mignon and I would like to applaud the presenters for their time and engagement in this deliberative process. We'd also like to thank our fellow committee members for the thoughtful discussion and questions that we had yesterday. The states before us today are North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, Nevada, and New Mexico. They will each have 15 minutes to present, followed by 30 minutes of questions from members. Once the committee has heard presentations from each state, our business for today will conclude, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to continue our work drafting the 2028 delegate selection rules. Now, before we begin, excuse me, there was a slight adjustment to the schedule today. New Mexico will now follow North Carolina. South Carolina will then follow Nevada and be our final presentation of the day. We appreciate everyone's flexibility and wish all today's presenters the best of luck. With that, let's get started with the presentations. Mignon?
Great. Good morning. Virginia will be presenting today. Good morning, everyone. As a reminder, we are going to remind the committee that they have a half an hour to ask questions. And thank you so much for adhering to that, because there was a lot of great questions that came out yesterday just based on the fact that people ask questions without monologues, I would say. So, members, we will start today's presentation hearing from the state of North Carolina. The state has applied to hold a pre-window state-run primary. At this time, I'd like to welcome Chair Clayton and the North Carolina delegation to the podium to begin their presentation. As a reminder, you have 15 minutes and the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you all so much to the Rules and Bylaws Committee for all of the incredible work that each and every single one of you do for our communities, for our states, and for our country at the end of the day. My name is Anderson Clayton. I'm the chair of the North Carolina Democratic Party, here today to tell you all about why North Carolina, for the first time in our state's history, is applying to be part of the DNC's early state window. Because North Carolina is not just a 2 or 4 year strategy for our national party, it is a 20 to 40 year strategy looking at the future of where the Democratic Party's advancements need to go. And you cannot build a coalition in North Carolina without building one that is ready to win the White House, everybody.
Hey, everybody. Demographically, North Carolina is truly a microcosm of the country as a whole. We have a number of key voting groups who are listed here, which will be critical for our success in the general election. North Carolina consistently shows strong population growth among states. We are currently the 3rd fastest growing state in the country, and we are #1 for state-to-state migration between other states. We have a fast-growing AAPI and Latino population. They are our 2 fastest-growing ethnic groups. We also have a relatively large Native population that we have partnered with in the past, and we continue to center their voices in our work going forward. 21% of North Carolina's population is black. In the Democratic primary in 2024, 37% of Democratic voters are identified as black voters. So they are truly the core of the North Carolina Democratic Party, and we believe putting North Carolina first will center their voices in being the first judge of a presidential candidate in 2028.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you for having us.
What you're looking at in North Carolina, we have the 2nd highest rural population of any state in the country other than Texas, a state that chose not to apply for the early state window, but that we all know North Carolina's fastest growing rural population is equated to the fact that both of our economic diversity comes from agribusiness and manufacturing. Agribusiness is still the #1 economic driver in North Carolina, which is why we know that if you're able to win a state like this one, you are also able to carry those Democratic victories into states that we have not currently seen Democrats win win in a long time. That also means North Carolina has the 5th highest veteran population in the country right now as well, when we think about the fact that we want to be able to serve a diverse community of not just an economic background, but also identity background as well. College students as well is a huge factor of what we're looking at for the youth vote this year, and also going into 2028 and 2032's presidential cycles, because we know that youth turnout is an area that we have to increase, especially when you're looking at voter turnout for presidential races. And so making sure that North Carolina, a state that has over 600,000 college students in the state itself, because we are one of the states that have a UNC system of higher learning. There are 16 public schools in North Carolina that are all under a university umbrella. We are one of very few states in the country that have a university system like this, and that also it was set in stone by previous Democratic governors in North Carolina who understood the future of our state was investing in public education and higher education at large. And what that means is that we also have the ability to coax those folks to stay in North Carolina and become solid Democratic voters for not just the 4 years that they're in college, but the 8 to 20 years that they stay in the state afterwards, or hopefully for the rest of their lifetimes. And what I will also say is, just to put this up here, Democrats have been losing rural America. It's no secret to anybody how we've not been engaging in these communities. And to me, one of the biggest ways that we can put a priority on them again is investing in a state that, again, besides Texas, has the 2nd highest rural population. And a lot of that is, again, because of that economic diversity that you're going to see across our state.
North Carolina is nearly perfectly balanced between urban, rural, and suburban populations. As Chair Clayton said, 2nd largest. For our suburban communities, despite a tough 2024 cycle, Democrats continue to make gains in suburban counties that will be critical to 2028 and beyond. In 2024, counties like Alamance, Johnston, Cabarrus, and Henderson all moved left from 2020. Our urban areas, as you can see, are also spread out, meaning that candidates would need to travel the state to reach voters. You can't just set up shop in one large city and win. So candidates are going to need to navigate a state that looks very different depending on where they are and who they're talking to. Candidates will have the opportunity to test and tailor their messages and tactics accordingly and export that across the country. So not only does North Carolina represent the current American electorate, it represents the future American electorate. By the next census, 4 out of every 10 Americans is going to live in the South. North Carolina is currently the 9th most populous state with a population of 11 million people, 7.5 million currently being registered and eligible voters. North Carolina's population is also dense despite having large rural communities, coming in at the 28th largest state. So North Carolina captures several major national trends: rapid population growth, suburban expansion, migration from other states, growing diversity, advanced manufacturing growth, technology and biotech expansion, and thanks to strong leaders like Governor Roy Cooper and Governor Josh Stein, our state has been named the #1 state for business years running. Not only that, we've been named the best state for workforce development, the best state to start a business, and the 3rd best state for Black-owned businesses. We're only going to keep growing, keep creating jobs, and as a result, continue becoming more and more electorally important, as shown by the future of the United States congressional map. Making projections based on current population growth trends, states in the traditional blue wall are poised to lose congressional seats, while North Carolina and other southern states are poised to gain them. That means if Democrats are going to pick up seats in Congress and build an enduring Democratic majority, we're going to have to learn how to be competitive in the South. Building power here is going to affect the national balance of power as we enter a new decade. And future candidates can do it in North Carolina in a way that won't drain their coffers.
So I know one thing that the committee is looking at is fairness, and North Carolina is a state that welcomes competition. It's a state that will allow all campaigns to have a real chance to compete. So for this, our lack of a dominant media market means that smaller resource or fewer resourced campaigns will have a real shot to get on TV and reach a critical mass of voters. So what we looked at here is we looked at presidential primary turnout in the last 2 presidential primary elections across a few southern states, and then we looked at the TV markets needed to reach a critical mass in those states. So in North Carolina, we're seeing 74% of the voters were in 3 of our dominant media markets. And then we compared the cost per 1,000 points or cost per 1,000 GRPs in order to reach the voters in those markets, because that's the commonly minimum accepted standard in order to burn in a message. And what we found is that North Carolina is an incredibly effective state to communicate in on TV, and most campaigns that are able to raise a good enough amount of money will be able to have a chance to get their message out and see if that resonates with an electorate that is truly representational of what campaigns will need to reach in order to win. But it's not just media markets. We're a state that is easy to traverse. We have cities all over. We have regional festivals all over. We have massive events like the State Fair, which bring in nearly 1 million people every year. The Azalea Festival in Wilmington brings in 250,000. There are built-in opportunities for campaigns that are ready to compete and reach voters all across the state. So what we're looking at here is North Carolina is always close. For the last 2 decades, every race has been within the margin of error. Looking at 2024, where we did still see 6 Democrats win statewide in North Carolina, the presidential margin it was close, but obviously Vice President Harris did not win. But what we saw is that North Carolina had the second smallest shift away from Democrats from 2020 to 2024 of all the swing states, and the smallest shift in the South. So we are a state that we can win, and we're a state that we need to win going forward.
So I know that a lot of states are going to make the case to you all about how diverse they are, about how they can make sure that they are the battleground that can test the next presidential candidate. But what I really want to tell you all is that North Carolina is an effective place to spend money early. And the reason why that is because in 2028, North Carolina will be a rare state in the country that has 22 statewide races. We will have the most statewide races of any state in the country. And what that means is that 3 of those statewide races will be statewide Supreme Court justice races that will control the fate of the North Carolina State Supreme Court. In 2022, when North Carolina Democrats controlled the state Supreme Court, they said that partisan and racial gerrymandering was illegal in North Carolina. It brought a 7-7 Democrat to Republican congressional split from our state. In 2023, Republicans took back control of that North Carolina State Supreme Court, and they repealed the previous court's decision, ignoring stare decisis for the first time in court's precedent or court history. And what that meant was it took that 7-7 congressional split to a 10-4 minority. When I tell you all that focusing on North Carolina for one of the early states is not just talking and focusing on the presidential race, but also investing early resources so that down ballot elections in our state can get the resources that they need to make it over the line in a year where North Carolina will have so many statewide races on the ballot, the bang for your buck could not be better. And part of that is because North Carolina will be the only state in the country where Democrats will have the ability in the South to go on the offense against redistricting before 2030 cycle actually happens. So if we take back our court in 2028, we are able to reverse partisan and racial gerrymandering in 2029. We can come back in and do exactly what Republicans did to Democrats in 2023 in North Carolina. And we can retake that court and honestly give back 4 more House of Representatives seats to the Democratic Party automatically in that 2030 election time, even before reapportionment and redistricting happens after the census and after that 2030 cycle. We are looking at the future of the Democratic Party and where we have to make gains as an organization and look to the South as that. So not only will you have another red to blue U.S. Senate flip in North Carolina in 2028, you will also have a governor's race on the ballot, 9 other Council of State races on the ballot, 3 state Supreme Court races, and 5 Court of Appeals races too. All of those levers of power that dictate other levers of power, both in our state but also in our nation. And I need every single person on this committee to understand the power that you all have in choosing that trajectory and charting that course for our party here today. Next slide. North Carolina has been a beacon, I think, of what a state party can be. We have 25 full-time staffers right now in North Carolina that have been on the ground with us since 2023, September of that year. And part of that was because we wanted to see a year-round organizing program, year-round voter protection, year-round digital apparatus, and making sure that any candidate can get the resources that they need to do what they need to do across the state. We wanted to be a state party that gave to candidates versus taking from them, which is why we have democratized data in North Carolina. We are the only state in the country that I was aware of until Georgia said it yesterday, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, that gives out free data vote builder to all of our candidates up and down the ballot. Statewide Democrats that are running for office, we do not charge them for it whatsoever. Mobilized dashboards free of charge for our county party committees, because county parties are the backbone of our Democratic Party. When our coordinated campaign director came into North Carolina this year, she came from Virginia. Shout out Abigail Spanberger in this house. But when she came in, she said, Anderson, I know offense to Virginia here either, but she said, I ain't never seen a state that's got organizers and fellows and field folks on the ground that know how to work vote builder like y'all do. And that is because we have a year-round training department in North Carolina that has carried our party in making sure that we are being actively engaging and making sure that we're in communities year-round every year. So robust training, large year-round staff, and definitively candidate promotion, because we want to make sure that we are electing down-ballot Democrats and not only focused on top of ticket, though we know top of ticket is extremely important to everything we need to do. Next slide. So, to wrap it up for you all, North Carolina to me is a state right now that has the diversity that speaks for the future of America and what America currently looks like right now. If you can win races in North Carolina, presidents that are battleground and battle-tested here can win in other states across the country that we have not consistently won in as Democrats, but we used to, and we need to win back. And the other aspect is the electoral opportunities that we have down ballot in a state like North Carolina in 2028 is why we felt that for the first time, North Carolina had to see if we could become part of the early state window, because we know that the investments that are made in that election cycle will transform down ballot races in our state, and we believe that we need to be a party that focuses on everything from school board to Senate to the White House, everybody. So thank y'all so much for the time. I deeply appreciate it, and we're excited for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So members, the floor is open for discussion. Please make sure you state your name, state, and raise your table tent. So Yvette.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. As a North Carolinian, I certainly appreciate everything that you said, especially with my family down there. So I want to be sure that we get this right. You talked about your college campuses. You have a large selection of HBCUs in the state of North Carolina. My parents graduated from Johnson C. Smith, and my brother and sister graduated from North Carolina A&T.
I knew you were about to say Aggie Pride somewhere in there.
There you go, Aggie Pride. But that being said, with voting sites being taken off of campuses, our students being disenfranchised, I haven't heard you say anything about that specific demographic. I know you mentioned the college students, the number of college students that you have, but what would be your focus on making sure that those students, that community, has equal access if we decide to make you, especially in light of the fact that they're trying to take these voting sites off of HBCU campuses?
Yes, ma'am. Part of what you all have to understand about North Carolina is that we are still considered, right, a red state in so many categories. And so that means our Republican state legislature has deemed for our Board of Elections to go in and try to disenfranchise college students across our campuses in North Carolina, which has meant that they have tried to take away voting sites off of those campuses. What we have done as a voter protection effort in the state, though, is made sure that we were educating students about those voting sites being taken off campus and actually busing them and helping them get to Board of Elections meetings in their counties, because the most important advocacy level that we can have is at that county level. And what we were able to do was come back in and actually sue with the help of the DSCC this year to keep those voting sites on campus. And while we were not successful for the primary, we fully expect ourselves to actually have those voting sites back on campus in the general election. And that is a lot harder, I think, for us to do when you're talking about how do you proactively, right, protect those voters on campus. But what that did to students is it gave the Democratic Party an organizing opportunity, because even though that voting site had been on A&T's campus campus for the last 2 election cycles, they had seen lower voter turnout than countywide averages in that county at the moment in time. And what we're looking to is actually trying to increase that turnout. And young people, right, the number one thing that we were able to go on A&T's campus this year and say is that Republicans are trying to take away your right to vote on this campus. And we even had a march of about 150 students that got out there and marched from the polling site, from their former polling site to their new polling site, which is about a 40-minute walk. And it made local news, it got publicity, people were on social media about it. And so everywhere across the country picked up, right, the fact that this was happening. We actually got to have Vice President Harris come back and do a surrogacy visit for us on A&T's campus. And there was about 350 students that came and were able to see her and her talking about the fact that this voting site was taken away and what it meant for folks. And I tell you all that because I know that it's the crux is that we've actually got to be able to figure out the organizing piece of buses to the polls, and that was something else we did for students during the primaries. But just in general, the actual active of taking away that voting site actually gave us something to go and message on that campus that actually encouraged more students to turn out during the primary election this year than they did in 2024. We had more students turn out in primary elections in 2026 than we did in 2024 on college campuses, even though their polling sites were not on their campuses anymore.
Thank you. Frank?
Frank Leone, DC. Thank you for an excellent presentation. One of the criteria for choosing an early state is efficiency, which includes the practical ability to schedule the primary. When, as I understand it, North Carolina has a Republican state legislature, that legislature would need to approve legislation to move up the primary date. Do you have any reason to think that the Republican legislature will cooperate and do that?
I do. My first step, though, is I've got to get this DNC waiver, because if they passed a law tomorrow and I did not get the waiver from the DNC to move up in the calendar window, it would be a null and void point there. We have had really good conversations with our Republicans in the state legislature, and I believe that they are interested in this conversation if we are to receive this waiver from the DNC. And we do have legislative support from our Democratic leadership in our legislature, and also our Democratic governor would sign that bill into law tomorrow if he was able to. Yes, sir.
Jane?
Thank you, Chair, for your energy and your amazing executive director, who's a big leader in the association. First, a couple of things. One, I'm so proud of the leadership that you've done in the state, reaching out to rural folks and young people, and that resonates nationally as well. And so I've asked other states how they would use the primary if they were one of the first in the nation to grow their infrastructure. You definitely hit on, you have a lot of statewide races that would obviously piggyback on that, but talk to us a little bit more about how it would grow your infrastructure of your state party, and then talk to us a little bit more about your voter registration process. How does that work?
So that is actually where I believe early investment window could come in for North Carolina to have. It's no surprise to anybody in this room that typically voter protection or voter registration efforts happen on the 501c3 or the 501c4 side in states, typically because that is an easier place for nonpartisan voter registration to happen, and also a lot more funding goes into those apparatuses to be able to do that type of work. North Carolina, one of the reasons why you've seen, I think, across the country, Democratic voter registration decline is just the fact that we are actively out there as a party not doing it. And one of the things that we need to be able to do in a state like North Carolina, where you have 600,000 potential eligible black voters that are not currently registered in the state right now, an apparatus that is a state party that's able to go in with resources that are provided with that early state window investment to go in and chase those voters. We have a year-round organizing team. That year-round organizing team is in charge of building up county parties, recruiting people from across the state to run for office, and helping train them on how to do it. Because every single one of the organizers that I have right now are from the communities that they're in. They have either been campaign managers, field organizers themselves, county party chairs themselves, and they are a strong, scrappy team. I would love a cohort of that to be able to do voter registration on the hard side in North Carolina, and I believe that that is part of what we could do if we had funding in this early state window, because a lot of what halts voter protection efforts in states, especially in the South, is the lack of resources and investment that we can put into it, and also in states across this country. I know I have a lot of state party chairs in here that would probably agree with me that if you had a little bit more bang for your buck, you could also run a voter protection program and a voter registration program in the ways in which you need to, but oftentimes we're forced to choose, and most of the time you're going to choose voter protection over voter registration if you're a state party that's scrapped for resources, to be truthful with y'all.
Mm-hmm. Donna?
I was looking at Stephanie. I wanted to know what the rent was. She was going to say Charlotte or
Donna, questions, please?
Raleigh. I know, Mignon, you told me I have to go straight to the question. I wasn't ready. Okay, here I am now. Madam Chair, as you well know, North Carolina has been one of the states that's been traditionally covered under the Voting Rights Act. Two concerns. One, the black belt. I wasn't born, but my grandfather was born in Tarboro. If I pronounced it, mispronounced it, it's because I
Come on,
haven't.
Edgecombe County.
Yes, very much so. I got roots there. They got good food, too. But my concern is the dilution of the black vote in the state of North Carolina. That's number one. Number two, the status of various lawsuits filed by the North Carolina chapter NAACP, Common Cause, and groups of voters. I know the Fourth Circuit has traditionally not been kind to you and kind to the people of North Carolina, but where does that leave us now? There's an effort to purge non-citizens, especially those who participate in jury duty but not on voter registration lists. I got a lot of concerns about the state itself and what has happened over the last few years in terms of diluting not just the black vote, but Democrats across the state. I mean, the Republicans have, what, 11-3 advantage?
Well, it's 10-4 right now. They're trying to take us to 11-3.
That's right. And so
They ain't gonna get there, though.
Yeah, and overall, you mentioned just now, and again, I was listening, but you mentioned that if you had resources, you would put in voter protection, but not, enlarging a franchise. Given the fact that the Republicans will make attempts to purge many of your eligible citizens, what is your strategy moving forward?
So we put more money into voter protection, actually, than we do voter registration. What I was alluding to there is I'm like, if we had the resources, we would also do voter registration. But to your point, Chairwoman, the voter protection side in North Carolina is the most important. It's why we are one of the few states in the country that have a year-round voter protection director. Her name is Kat Lawson. She's a former Duke University professor and someone that has been in civil rights litigation for most of her life because of the fact that we understand North Carolina is a state where you have to defend the vote. And we did that in 2024. North Carolina was the last state that had a statewide uncertified race. Allison Riggs won by 734 votes out of 5.5 million cast in North Carolina in 2024 to win a statewide Supreme Court race. And Republicans took us through a 6-month election denialism afterwards where we had to fight it off in both state and federal court to be able to make sure that we won that lawsuit. We did win that lawsuit, though. And I think the important part of that is to note that while Democrats or Republicans, right, were trying to build the playbook for how to steal elections in the state, North Carolina Democrats built the playbook for how to defend against it, and we will do that again. The difference, though, is that that was a statewide election. We're talking about federal races here, and we're also talking about primaries. And so we see less shenanigans in primaries than we do in general elections in North Carolina, just by the default of that Republicans are trying to steal elections in the general election rather than stealing them in a primary election against Democrats in that sense. But one of the things that you mentioned and how we're focusing on voter enfranchisement and just making sure that black belt region of the state is secured, we are seeing gerrymandering has impacted North Carolina far beyond how it has impacted the rest of the country. Like, North Carolina is the state, it's the most gerrymandered state in the country. I would fight anybody on that, including Texas and Louisiana and everywhere else right now, to be truthful with y'all. I would, come on. But I think it is important for people to understand that disenfranchisement of redistricting and gerrymandering in North Carolina has also impacted the way that black voters feel representation in the state. And what better way, to be honest with y'all, to put emphasis on voters who have felt like their votes don't matter than to say the National Democratic Party is coming in to reinvest, reinvigorate, and that's exactly what happened. And I give y'all the best example of it. The Lumbee community in southeastern North Carolina in Robeson County used to be a Democratic majority for a Native American population in the South that voted Democratic historically. They came in, Republicans, the RNC put a community center in Robeson County. The National Republican Party did this, right? In 2016, they saw the future of where they could gain seats in a place like North Carolina, and they did that. And right now, Robeson County has flipped from being a Democratic stronghold to a Republican stronghold because that National Party came in and put that emphasis there. The same thing can be said for black voters in rural parts of eastern North Carolina right now who need to see a national party that says your voices still matter. Your state may have disregarded them, disenfranchised them, and said that your votes don't count, but we as a national party believe that they do, and we're coming to chase them every step of the way by showing up in places that Republicans do not believe that we want to or that we belong in right now, and we have an opportunity there. And we are planning Don Davis's seat. They are trying to take us right now. We've got a 10-4 minority in Congress, like I mentioned. They are trying to take us to that 11-3 minority by taking out Don Davis's seat. And unfortunately, because of the Louisiana versus Calais decision, a lawsuit that we had filed in the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, right, cannot actually go through. It's got no more jurisdiction to it because of Section 2 being eradicated from the VRA. It is why I go back to the point that I made about our Supreme Court races in North Carolina, though, and the importance of those statewide races and getting those resources to them, because North Carolina is the only state in the South that can reverse partisan and racial gerrymandering, can give back black representation. We lost in 2022 cycle alone. Democrats in North Carolina lost 5 Democratic House seats, state House seats from eastern North Carolina. And that was particular because Republicans had come in the year before and re-gerrymandered the state again. So to me, a lot of what I'm talking about is giving back that representation in the form of what do we prioritize electorally in our states. And if you prioritize North Carolina this year, you are or in 2028 in that sense, you are prioritizing to me the Black Belt region, black voters that have been forgotten about and have been disregarded and that have not had the national investment that we've needed for a long time into that region.
Ma'am, I love your response, and I just would hope in the future that, you know, G.K. Butterfield and many others who are very familiar with all of our work here, please make sure that they're involved in some of the conversations that you're having in the state. Knowing that they are involved would be most helpful to many of us. We've worked with them for 20, 30 years, and I cut my teeth in North Carolina like I did in many other southern states on the Jackson campaign in '84. So thank you, but we need to make sure that we're including those voices that are now being silenced.
Well, and I was going to say, Congressman Butterfield sits on my finance committee for the state party, so he has been a very active hand in making sure that the year-round organizing program that we have, and also he approves my salary every year too, to be honest with y'all. And so Congressman is very involved with our finances, but to your point, we can definitely be more inclusive of this process going forward, and we want to make sure that if we're able to get this waiver, that folks across North Carolina are really, really excited about it. So thank you, Chairwoman.
Roxanne?
Thank you. Hi, Roxanne Brown, Pennsylvania. Really, really well done presentation, Anderson and team. So of the states, the southern states under consideration, North Carolina has the highest union density at 5%. But I didn't see you make reference to labor or unions in your presentation. So I'm just curious what that engagement would look like.
Can I be honest? I watched some of the things yesterday, and I knew that I might get some questions about it. So we tried to save most of our presentation for what we thought we were not going to get questions about. But to that point, with North Carolina, we are ranked #1 for business. We are ranked number 50th in workers' rights in the state or in the country. And that is not shy of that. We've got the least union representation. And part of the reason why I think that North Carolina should be part of the early state window is because my unions in North Carolina right now need the support from national unions to do the work that they need to do. Right now, North Carolina has a constitutional amendment that is being put on our ballot in 2026 for right-to-work laws enshrined in our state constitution. And at this moment in time, our unions, labor unions, came to the party and said, how do we get help to be able to organize around this? That should not be the case. I gotta be honest with y'all. Our labor unions should have the power on the ground to be able to organize for themselves. And we need national labor unions to understand that if you're the least unionized state, that should be the first place where you're putting all of your investment into, because we need to come back from that. And we need the resources to be able to do it and to help educate a population across the South that has historically had a bad taste in their mouths when the word union comes around, because we have had a very good propaganda machine from the right that has come into the South and made it so that the South does not necessarily take kindly, right, quote unquote, to unions when you're talking about it in a political stance. And we need to make sure that we've got a national party that's coming in and national candidates that are going all throughout our state talking about being pro-union, pro-labor, pro-worker, and helping educate even Democrats about why that is an important stance for us to take. And the ability for our labor unions to have that power and to not rely on the party, to be honest with y'all, is the dream that I have, because that way they can hold the party accountable too, and we need to be. So be truthful. Yes, ma'am.
Steph?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Stephanie Campaña-Wheaton from New Jersey. It was actually brought to my attention yesterday that a more experienced member of this committee was not sure why I was asking the same question to every state. And the reason I have done so is because, as I'm sure everyone here knows, there is a housing crisis in this country that disproportionately affects young people and seniors. And I am asking this to get a sense of how much rent costs in these states, because if we were to select these folks to have, to be first in the nation or in the early primary window, we should know that the people who move to work on campaigns will not go into debt to serve their party and our democracy in this way. So that is why I'm asking it. I actually have 2 questions today. Donna, you'll be pleased to know I actually have questions about 3 cities in North Carolina, so I want to see if you guys did your homework. Can you tell me the average rent for a 1-bedroom in Charlotte, Raleigh, and Greensboro?
Raleigh, I know, is $1,400 around, and I also added rural North Carolina into that mix.
Please do.
Just because we do plan to have organizers all over the state, not just in our major metropolitan areas in that capacity. I pay $1,100 right now for the rent that I have in Person County, which is rural North Carolina. It's about an hour and 15 minutes away from Raleigh in that sense. But Keon, do you have the numbers from Charlotte and Greensboro?
The average rent in Charlotte is around $1,450 a month. Greensboro is $1,150 a month, but organizers will probably be all over, so you should also look around Greensboro, I should say, is $1,150 a month. Greenville is about $900 a month, and if you're going to look down south by the water in Wilmington, it's $1,400 a month too.
Thank you. My second question.
The other thing, just to add on to that,
yes, please do.
2 steps, sorry. One thing that we have also done this year is tried to help supporter housing. I know that is still a thing of the past for some of the organizers in here who may have worked on campaigns, but a lot of our organizers still ask for it if they can get it, and that means they're able to save some of that money. And so we've got a very robust network of supporter housing in North Carolina that's also able to help come in and hopefully, as your volunteer network brings up from the presidential campaigns, as you gain your volunteer network, there will also be a lot of people who have hosted folks before in their houses, and they're going to offer that to you as a way to help subsidize some of that campaign cost as well. It won't be for everybody. I know some people are like, I don't want to live with somebody else, to be honest with you, but it was the best thing that I ever did in Iowa, to be honest. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My second question is, can you speak on any restrictions to abortion in your state?
Yes, North Carolina does have a 12-week abortion ban right now, a 10-week medical abortion ban in the state, and that is thanks to our Republican state legislature. But we are the only state in the South that still has access to abortion like that. And so if you all are looking to other southern states, they're going to be looking to North Carolina first as to where they come if that was something that, that they needed, to be honest with you, for medical care.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Indira?
Thank you, Chair, for the excellent presentation. I know North Carolina has a very vibrant interfaith coalitions, and you guys have great conversations, and we've invited several guests from your state to the DNC Interfaith Council meetings. So can you answer about how your state party is working on, works with building those coalitions, and how can a potential presidential candidate work in that space, and what can they learn and apply to the rest of their campaign?
I think North Carolina still has a very high faith population within it, and it's something that, especially when you look at our rural Black communities in North Carolina, the church is still one of the foundational elements of civic engagement that we have across our rural areas. And so definitely our Interfaith Caucus, we also have several other caucuses in the state party, so about 22 statewide caucuses that we have that represent different identity groups and also different, to your point, faith demographics as well. And I think it's just a way that you've got organizing arms that are already built out and ready to go in the state for presidential candidates, and also campaigns to tap into who are geared up and who also have connections across every demographic, because that's sort of the work that we've been doing to try to build out faith networks across North Carolina. Our state Supreme Court Justice candidate, Anita Earls, this year has made that one of her pillars, and so faith has been a huge component of what she's been going around and organizing on. Her coalitions and community engagement director, it's one of his key platforms and key pillars. So it's really bringing together communities that can cross-pollinate is sort of how I'm saying it, because I think that definitely when we have different faiths that come together, it makes us stronger as a state, but also we have definitely had internal demographics in North Carolina that I think have also had some of those problems, but it's also made us be able to come back together stronger when you have different faith communities that can also be put together at a table and say, we may have disagreements in some ways, but we also have a common goal here that we want to see North Carolina become better. And what does that look like, and how do we envision that together? So it's a lot of meetings, to be truthful with y'all, going around the state and sitting in circles with folks, to be honest, little talking circles. And we do pass around a talking stick sometimes, to be truthful. But it's nice, and I also think that it's a huge part of if a presidential candidate's to engage in North Carolina, having a sort of a faith engagement director would be a huge part of what they need to do.
Thank you. Yvette?
One quick question. You talked about having resources so that you could have a robust voter protection and voter registration program. What would that look like? What does that mean? What would it include if you did have the resources, and how would it differ from your voter protection program now? I know you said you don't have the resources for voter registration, so it's a two-part question.
No.
What would it look like if you had the resources for both, and what are you currently doing?
Doubling my team of organizers. That is the first thing for voter registration efforts, is ensuring that we have a sort of subsection. So right now, one of our pieces of our year-round organizing team focuses on year-round voter engagement. So that's building up the county parties, that's recruitment, it's knocking doors. I would love a subsection of that to just focus on voter registration drives and how are they helping our county parties set them up in each one of their communities and going out and you know, sometimes volunteers just don't think about it, right? Your local high school football game on a Friday night in a local rural county is the best place for you to be with the clipboard out there asking people if they're registered to vote. Sometimes, though, it's the hardest thing for a person in that county to get up there and do because they know everybody. That is the direct opposite problem that I have in my urban communities, where you could sit outside of a grocery store all day, never talk to anybody that you've met in your life, but that is still a great place to be out there with a clipboard registering people to vote. And so it's the organizing piece of that, of getting folks to think about how do we do that in each one of our communities and where are the places. And to be honest with y'all, it takes personnel and people to make that happen, which is why voter protection and voter registration efforts are so expensive. The voter protection effort, though, honestly, I just want to give Kat Lawson more help. She is a phenomenal strategist. She's our voter protection director right now, but it would mean having deputies across the state in different geographical regions, because what we're really trying to do is make sure that across all 100 counties in North Carolina, we have liaisons going to every single Board of Elections meeting and actually taking notes, transcribing, if they're able to, the what the meeting is, what's actually being said in the meeting, because we are going back and filing individual county lawsuits in places that we need to be able to protect voting sites. And also, the Board of Elections folks are also citizens of each county that they're in, right? And so, you know, a little bit of in-person negotiation with folks also happens. So finding them at their church, finding them in the grocery store, putting the public pressure on them like we need to, because to your point, Board of Elections, just so everybody understands, because I'm going on a little bit of a tangent here, Board of Elections in North Carolina control where polling locations and where polling sites are allocated out to and how long they're open. There's a state Board of Elections and there's 100 county boards of elections too, and each one of those county boards have meetings each month that they debate voting plans and things like that at. And so our voter protection team, making sure that we have folks that are advocating at those Board of Elections meetings, they're kind of becoming sort of like your county commissioner meeting or your city council meeting. We're also asking people to go to Board of Elections meetings right now too. And so helping more organizing power to get more people to those meetings would be really, really helpful for our voter protection efforts.
Thank you. Jamie?
Thank you. Jamie Salzer, North Dakota. Thank you, Chairwoman. I want to follow up on Frank, and actually Donna touched on this a bit as well, regarding the needing to go to the Republicans to get their sign-on to go early. If there's one thing I know about North Carolina, this is a little bit of a challenge, be more specific maybe. North Carolina Republicans have seemed to want to punish Democrats every chance they get over the last 10 years, take as much power away as possible. We're going to need them to agree to go first. Your answer is to give us a waiver and then we'll work on it. And in the application, you said you received positive indications from them. Can you maybe be specific about what those are that make you believe it will not be a waste of time for us to go through the work and then have you come back and say, sorry, we can't go first?
When we brought this up to the Republicans in North Carolina, the number one answer that we got back from them was that they just had not considered this before, and they haven't had to, right? Republicans have controlled North Carolina for a long time, and part of what that has led to, right, is the fact that North Carolina has become a state where Republicans cannot lose it if they are in order to win the White House. And so in 2026 or 2024, when North Carolina became one of the second states in the country to swing the least to the right behind Wisconsin, North Carolina Republicans, to me, got a little nervous in their butts, and I'm thinking that in this election cycle, what they're also looking at is the amount of resources and money that would also be coming in to the Republican side of things if they were to be able to do this. It's not, the argument that I'm making to them is like, it's not just a benefit to Democrats, it's a benefit to Republicans too. And also, just to be honest with y'all, New Hampshire got $90 million of economic revenue pushed into their state in 2020 after being one of the first in the nation states. And the reason why I tell you all that is because Western North Carolina Carolina, that is a region of Appalachia that got hit hardest by the worst natural disaster that we've ever had in state history, Hurricane Helene, that took a region of North Carolina that had 25 feet of water that swept through that region of the country. The economic opportunities that we could bring by having presidential campaigns come back to that region of North Carolina alone that is fully represented by Republicans right now, that money and that bang for your buck that you can get is also something that they are interested in chasing. The hospitality industry out there is too. I've talked with a lot of Republican hotel owners over the last 3 months, to be honest with y'all, about the number 2 drivers, economic drivers, that presidential campaigns bring into a state, hospitality and tourism. And so Western North Carolina could use a lot from that, and so could the eastern part of our state too. And so I'm trying to make the best economic case that I can to them, but also, again, without this waiver, I can't necessarily say that the DNC is fully behind me when I do this yet. And so it's sort of like a chicken and an egg situation that I'm finding myself in North Carolina right now. But I know that if I could go back and say, no, the DNC is fully behind this, and also for my legislative leadership to be able to make that case. The other thing that I will say to y'all, Republicans had about 20 members that had turnover in this general election cycle, so they got primaried. My Speaker of the North Carolina State Senate, Phil Berger, that had been there as long as I've been alive, got ousted in a primary this year. And so we're going to have a different General Assembly coming back in January of 2027, which is really when we would like to push that state piece of legislation into action if you all, after September, are allowing for us to get that waiver. That's at least the time frame that I have been told right now. If that is different, I'm sure this body will correct me on that in every way, shape, and form. But
We have about 5 minutes left for North Carolina's presentation, so we have David, Maria, Wendy, Keith, and Melissa in the queue, so we're probably going to have to make our questions shorter and our answers shorter.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sorry.
David?
Thank you. David McDonald, Washington. You commented on how cheap television advertising was in the state. You have also indicated that the state's got an extremely large rural population. And I guess I'm curious about how accessible internet campaigning is, what kind of indigenous local content and local influencers you have that might make an additional an additional access point for startup campaigns, particularly if the internet access has been disrupted by the storm damage that you indicated. Thanks.
No, and I think that one thing that you have to note is, like, if you're going to campaign anywhere in rural anywhere, it's going to be showing up in person. And I think that's why we make the case so much about the type of rural demographics that we have, because it's heavily dense rural populations, but still the second highest rural in the state or in the country. Because I think that that is what candidates are going to have to be forced to do, is actually do a little bit of that retail politics, and hopefully a lot of retail politics, because I think that's what makes the best presidential test case, is whether or not you can actually go out and have your campaigns in person go out and talk to these voters. But I do think there's a rapidly developing influencer network in North Carolina too, something that we've seen across the state, both from our rural parts and our urban communities as well, that would be able to help candidates reach. But I do really think that you don't necessarily have to go into the media markets in North Carolina to be able, I think, to build an effective presidential campaign. I think you can use social media, because even in rural places where you don't have good internet access, at least there are, I would say, majority of people do have phone service in those places, cell phone service in them or whatnot, and there are ways to reach people online. I don't want to negate the fact that I'm a rural broadband expert too in that sense, so I'm like, there is definitely a broadband problem, do not get me wrong, but those voters are still online, whether or not that's when they're in their communities or in their town and they're actually getting online and access that way, or whether it's when they're going to school. At some form or time, people are getting on the internet. It just depends on whether or not they have that consistently at their homes. And I think that's why, Dawson, to be honest with you, we talk about TV. I know a lot of people in the Democratic Party want to move away from it in so many cases, but to be honest, like, rural voters, that is still the number one effective way, besides rural radio, and again, showing up at their door, that you're going to be able to talk to these folks, besides mail programs still. And that's just a reality of the situation that we find ourselves in with the type of voters that we have in rural places, which oftentimes tend to be older voters.
Maria?
Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you for doing this. Maria Cardona with DC. My question to you is, understanding that North Carolina has been one of the biggest states of the growing Hispanic population literally in the last decades, right? Now they are maturing and evolving, and they're becoming voters, which is exactly what we want. That also makes you a target, especially in this environment, for Republicans and the Trump White House who have said very clearly they intend on sending ICE to these communities, to voting places, even though that's highly illegal. Our community doesn't understand that it's highly illegal, and they're scared. And in fact, even just their mentioning that they're going to send ICE has been enough for Latino voters to say, you know what, it's not worth me showing up to vote if they're going to either deport me or my family. And so I would love to hear a little bit about what you guys are doing to work with the Hispanic communities on the ground to inform them that this, in fact, is illegal, and whether it's resources that you need or working with the National Party or working with local law enforcement to make sure that people understand that they will be protected and, in fact, that their vote will be counted.
Yeah. So North Carolina, when Gregory Bovino, who is actually a North Carolinian himself, was in charge of DHS still and Homeland Security, what we found was that when he came into North Carolina, they implemented what they called Charlotte's Web, which was sort of the ICE raid for Mecklenburg County, one of our second largest counties in North Carolina for Democratic population, but also just population in general. And what we did was we listened and we learned from partner organizations across other states that had already been through ICE raids. And that's not to say that it was a fair thing for them to have already gone through it, but honestly, North Carolina took the lessons and we learned from it. So Siembra, North Carolina, Carolina Migrant Network, and El Pueblo are three of the organizations on the ground that stepped up statewide during that time frame. They are always a good organization for you to give money to be honest with y'all, if you were ever looking at organizations that to me are on the front lines of that defense. And those are organizations that we're partnered with right now to ensure sort of the ICE Watch trainings that happen. We're looking at that for polling locations. It is not an if, it is a when in North Carolina that we are going to see masked Border Patrol agents showing up at polling locations during this election cycle. And so the plan has got to be, you know, in most of our major counties, so there is not to say there's not been ICE raids in rural North Carolina. There definitely have been. It has been more of traffic stops, though, than it has been showing up at actual individual locations like a Walmart, a grocery store, or a actual job site or whatnot, right? In our urban communities where you have a majority of those Democratic populations in, they have been showing up at those job sites. And so most of our urban communities will always have 2 to 3 to 4 early voting polling locations. So our encouragement to our Hispanic communities is to go vote early and also watch Siembra, North Carolina's website for where ICE Watch is happening, and we will have someone stationed outside those polling locations alerting folks as to when, because if they're not here and they're here, or if they're not here and they're here, we're trying to tell people where should they go and vote and where is safe to. And I understand that that is a little bit more of a DEFCON 4 scenario in some ways that we are in, but it is the one that we're trying to plan and prep for and say, how do we be proactive about knowing that this is going to happen? In our more rural communities, though, to be honest with you, it does look like encouraging mail-in voting early and often. Right now, you can go on the Board of Elections website in North Carolina and submit and ask to go ahead and request your mail-in ballot ahead of time. It's not going to get to you right away, right? But there's a window of time where that mail-in ballot is sent out in North Carolina, and you have at least a 60 to almost 90-day window to send back in that ballot. And we are encouraging folks to go ahead and get that ballot back in early if you feel unsafe about going to a polling location. But it is a valid fear, and it is something that we're also still trying to learn from partners across the country to understand how can we be better prepared on the ground as a party to also to help with that, to be honest with you. But I do think it needs to come from community organizations that are already engaging in those communities already, because the party, to me, does not have the best foothold yet. We want to get there, though, and to me, this is how we can do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wendy?
Microphone. Microphone.
Can you hear me now? Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. You brought up the year when your election was delayed, being counted, being official. Do you have worries that that might happen in the 2028 presidential preference primary?
No.
That kind of mischief?
No. It's a primary A. It's not a general election, to be honest with y'all. And then also that happened because in North Carolina, if you're within a 10,000 vote margin for a statewide victory, you can go through a recount territory. We've never had that for a federal election in North Carolina, to be within a 10,000 vote margin in the state.
Thank you. Keith?
We could anticipate, though, some of our state Supreme Court races in 2028 if I do not have this coming down to a 10,000 vote margin. And then we have the majorities of the House of Representatives left up to God himself, you know? Okay. To add that on there.
Yes, Keith Umamoto from California. Thanks for your presentation, and thank you for identifying what the RNC has done in terms of the community center Folks may know that the RNC had 24 of those throughout the country. We had one in Little Saigon in California, and we had Asian clubs emerge as a result of that to combat it. And I appreciate my sister there, Donna Brazil, in terms of mentioning Dr. Butterfield and working within the community, because I think that's so essential. In reference to these community centers, clearly it demonstrated it worked on the RNC side. With the North Carolina side, Democratic Party side, how do you see strategically how you can implement that kind of activity, as well as the nexus to why being an early state benefit towards that end?
Yeah, let me tell you how I could pay for it too. North Carolina Republicans opened up a campaign finance law in the state when they were trying to figure out how they were going to pay for their election denialism scam in 2024. And they made a law that said the building fund in North Carolina could help pay legal bills along with any other sort of fight that you have for that. But I would use a building fund, and they said that any unlimited amounts of money from corporate dollars can go into that building fund to be able to help pay for those legal bills as well. And so utilizing a building fund to help actually go out there and formulate, I joke with folks, I'm like, phase 3 of the Democratic Party in North Carolina is real estate. And it is finding where population trends in the state are going and actually putting physical building and locations there for a Democratic Party to actually have an operation in. Because to be honest with y'all, that physical space and that physical presence is still so important. It is why the RNC made that investment into community centers. It is why that showing up consistently made that difference for them. And so for me, it is utilizing ways in which that we could fund efforts a little bit differently that don't have to use direct hard side money that we are getting from presidential candidates, to also be able to go in and expand those efforts on the ground.
Melissa?
Thank you for your presentation. And I think I'm going to piggyback from my colleague Maria Cardona's question, because I do see that there is a huge need for any of our states that we're evaluating for primary states to really reach out to the Latino community in particular, because your population is growing. I was doing a little research now. About 11% of your population in North Carolina is Latino. It's not a monolithic population. About 184,000 voted in 2024. What is, not just your voter protection plan, you've already covered that, but what is your intention to reach a very diverse population coming from very different countries, kind of newish to North Carolina in terms of growth? I would love to see, dedicated staff. I would like to hear, dedicated outreach plans. But can you talk a little bit more about that strategy? And if it's not incorporated, how would you start about doing that?
So right now, sitting in my bank account, I have about $25,000 of a gift that is hopefully going to go towards expanding out our coalitions department to hire a Hispanic organizer in the state right now. Because to me, to your point, we do have to put staff behind this. At the end of the day, nothing happens without the people and the resources behind them on the ground. The other side of that, though, to me, is a big part of candidate recruitment. Ricky Hurtado was the last state legislator out of North Carolina that lost his seat in the 2022 cycle. He was the only and the last Hispanic state legislator that we had in North Carolina. And when you think about a community right now that wants to see themselves represented in politics, the best thing that our party can do is take our training department and also take our organizing team and make sure that the recruitment process that we have for not just 2028, but for 2027 municipal elections start with the fact that we need more Hispanic representation at the local level so that they can come up in our political process too. But that is intentionality, and that is why I'm looking at that staffer there as well. Because to be honest with y'all, if you don't have somebody in that room that's consistently saying, well, what about us? Right? Sometimes that is oftentimes, and it's not a meaning of malice, right? But it is just like you have so many things as a party and an organization and so many different communities that you have to focus on and that you're looking to. Putting somebody who is physically there to remind folks of that is the most important thing that I can do in that training and also that recruitment process. And I tell you all that because our North Carolina is the only state in the country that has a judicial department within it. And we made that effort because judicial races in North Carolina had been historically ignored. And so it was really important for us to invest in that program. And now Becca Zirkin, my judicial director, every program we do, she says, what about the judges? Where are they going in this? How are we thinking about them? And she's their advocate. We need to make sure that our organizations and that our communities in our party right now have an advocate in the party and on our party staff too.
Well, thank you so much, North Carolina. You have brought energy. I think everybody is awake now.
Hell
You
yeah.
have been very, very thorough, and we thank you for your presentation. Thank you for coming.
Thank y'all so much for all that you do. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Binyan. I just want to say I'm glad that you threw a y'all every now and then into your presentation because you talk so fast, I thought you were from Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Now we're going to go slightly out of order from what we had announced, but what we mentioned earlier, and do what we mentioned earlier this afternoon. We'll hear from the state of New Mexico. The state has applied to hold a pre-window state-run primary. I'd like to welcome Chair Adelson and the delegation from New Mexico to the podium to begin their presentation. As a reminder, you have 15 minutes, and we thank you for being here today.
Good morning, Democrats.
Good
My
morning.
name is Sarah Adelson. I am chair of the Democratic Party of New Mexico, and I would like to introduce our presenters today. First, we have Michelle Mayorga, who is the Democratic Party's leading expert in Latino policy and public opinion. In 2025, she became the first woman of color to be named Democratic Pollster of the Year by AAPC. Next, Dominic Caballo, a veteran, Cabello, I am so sorry. I did a Spanish twist. Is a veteran New Mexico political consultant who most recently served as senior advisor to Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, helping direct her campaigns in 2018 and 2022. Also, we have Isaac Dakota Casados of the Navajo Nation, is a political strategist and tribal advocate with nearly 2 decades of experience in Democratic Party leadership, beginning his career on Capitol Hill while studying at Georgetown University. Next, we have Sean Ward. Oh, okay. The next person, no introduction needed, our wonderful governor who has led New Mexico with her bold policy, and we are so grateful for all that she has done for the state and for New Mexico families.
Welcome, Governor.
Good morning, everyone, and we are all delighted to be here. I flew here just this morning to watch poor Sarah and all the normal-sized people have to stand on my box. Worth everything. But I really specifically want to thank Minion Moore and James Roosevelt for making adjustments. I know that this is not a process that lends itself to making those adjustments because you've been working really hard with a ton of people who are ready to go to make their presentations. But today is my 4th wedding anniversary, and this job is enough to get you divorced every day.
Congratulations.
Every day. So I'm going to get right back to my wedding anniversary. But it's important for me to be here because I think as we look at a 5th state to add sort of the entire picture about what we need to do for the early states, New Mexico has, frankly, everything to offer. We're a minority-majority state. We have demonstrated getting democratic, value-led policies on the ground in ways that no other poor state in this country's history has done, and quite frankly, no other state in America has done, including the only state ever in America to be cradle-to-career education and family support. Universal free childcare, universal pre-K, #1. If you combine all the categories in the nation, UCLA says New Mexico now has got the most prepared kindergartens in the country, kindergartners, and 2-year, 4-year, full tuition paid college. They just announced we have the highest first-time enrollment in college. That's minority students, first-time college students in America. And it also applies to unions, trades, and apprenticeships. So we don't close the door, we keep opening the doors, and we're opening the doors in a way that bridges urban and rural opportunities. You're going to hear more about that, but I'm delighted to be here to make as many of those cases as possible. Thank you for having us today. It means a lot to us. And now the rest of you can get on this box.
Thank you, Governor.
You look huge.
Oh, perfect. Do you have the clicker? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Michelle, can you go to the next slide when you come back? Thank you. All right, next slide. So a couple of things that I want to highlight. First, the voters that we're losing nationally are in New Mexico. This slide reflects that. So New Mexico reflects the challenges that we're facing. Hispanic Latino voters shifted 12 points to Trump last cycle. Support from young people dropped 6 points. Working class voters are moving more solidly right. Native American support dropped 6 points. Trump doubled his already large rural advantage by up to 30 points. These are the voters of New Mexico. Next slide. New Mexico will join 4 other states to tell a story. The full story cannot be told without us. We are a majority-minority state. We share a border with Mexico. We are home to 23 federally recognized tribes, and we are rural. You can't win by campaigning in one place in New Mexico. Next slide. Next slide. So just to talk about running a campaign in New Mexico real quick, we are very cheap compared to other states to campaign in. We have one market that covers 90% of the entire state, and cost per point is around $120 to $200 for a point. To reach Native American voters, though, you can't just rely on traditional media. You have to rely on the media that they have. Radio and tribal print is still a big thing on our tribal nations. We are accessible. There are no filing fees. You don't have to collect petition signatures, so we're incredibly accessible to candidates. Next slide. Because our campaign market is cheap, though, you can't just buy the election. You can't just buy the airwaves. You have to campaign, and you have to campaign the full state, not just one county. In fact, our urban vote share, as you can see in this graph, is actually dropping from 47% in 2016 down to 39% in 2024. And even though we are a rural state that requires a statewide campaign, 76% of the state, the primary voting block, is within a 1-hour drive of Albuquerque. Additionally, campaigns will need a full field program that will adapt to rural Hispanic villages, our tribal lands, and our small college towns. Next slide. We all remember that our pundits in 2024 were talking about educational attainment and rural-urban as a strong indicator of vote choice. As you can see on this graph, New Mexico is actually closer to states like Ohio and Indiana that are turning redder, and somehow we've managed to keep New Mexico blue. Next slide. In the cycle, we will have to make the case to young people. New Mexico's young people are predominantly working class. Only 28.1% have a bachelor's degree. That's something that we're working on thanks to our wonderful governor. New Mexico, next slide. New Mexico is the only applicant state that shares a border with Mexico. 78% of Americans say that that is a top issue for them, and there's no better place to test messaging on the border than in New Mexico. Next slide. Isaac.
Thank you, Sean. Well, one of the key areas is our Native American constituency. As you all know, Arizona, specifically our tribal nations, played an extraordinary role in deciding how that state actually moved. You know, we are a small but a really important constituency across multiple states. And it's really going to be one of the electorates that we need to really hone into this primary calendar. The Brookings Institute actually found that half of Native American voters have never had contact with any campaign because there's vast distrust that still exists, and we need to be able to bridge that gap. And really, no early nominating state meaningfully reflects their voice. And so this is a great opportunity for us to open up the doors with our 23 federally recognized tribes, as well as ensuring that, one, we engage on tribal sovereignty and self-determination, healthcare, and public safety in ways that we've never done before in the DNC.
And next we want to talk about working class men. Something to keep in mind in New Mexico, our working class men are very diverse. They are very Hispanic. They are very Native American. We are also one of the poorest states in the nation. So our working class men are really living paycheck to paycheck, and whatever is going on in the economy is felt very, very deeply and quickly in our state. And the Democratic Party has had an issue with working class men, as I'm sure I don't need to tell anyone in this room about. But we have seen drop off with them, and this would be a real opportunity for us to go back into these communities, win them back, and really bring them onto the Democratic Party. And then this is, it should say eligible Latino voters. This is looking at it nationally. Again, we are a majority minority state, and so our electorate is actually a plurality Hispanic. But you can see here across the country, Latinos are becoming a larger and larger portion of the electorate and are a large portion of the electorate, especially under 44. So I'm not saying we're coming for you, but a little bit. Next slide. And this is just about our electorate being very, very Latino. We are a plurality combined with Native Americans, African Americans at AAPI. We are a majority of the electorate, but it is predominantly Latino. And this would give us a chance, because we have been seeing, particularly in our sort of historic Hispanic communities, the rural communities, the Mora counties of the world, we have been seeing drop off with them, and this is really an opportunity to sort of go in and bring them back to the Democratic Party. These are counties where, you know, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama won by 70% of the vote, and now we are winning them with 60% of the vote. And we really would relish the opportunity to go back and do organizing in those communities and bring them back on board with Democrats.
So I'm actually just going to kick it over to our governor to talk about some of the policies that we have put forward in New Mexico that we believe Democratic candidates can learn from. Go for it.
I'm going to go without my box.
We can see you.
I don't know who said that, but I like you. Straight up. And then you're going to get a flavor for what a difficult personality I am and how, oh my God, Congresswoman, what are you doing over there? Is this going to cut into my time? She has all my clothes, and also you're supposed to do a sleepover, so you are grounded, and I'm calling people. I don't even know what I'm doing. Policies. I did a lot of the cradle to career, so let's go to the slide. So if you guys are going to cheat, I'm going to do it too, because, Oh, there you are. Nope, you guys are terrible at this. There's no practicing when you just get off a plane.
She already fired me, that's fine.
I'm fired.
They're all fired. Let me tell you what they didn't tell you. In northern New Mexico, where my family has been for 400 years, every Hispanic family, irrespective of where your political leanings are, which is not consistent with what your registered party is, they still have pictures of John F. Kennedy right there next to Jesus, all right? In every single one of those households. These are democratic, valued households for a long time. The issues are about the economy, public safety, and the border. And we have not done the right organizing, nor have we talked about those policies in a meaningful way. And New Mexico has a completely different story to tell. Economic mobility, we're #1 in the country for wage growth. And while we still have a poverty index, the nation's largest poverty reduction in its history is in childhood poverty. We went from 50th to 23rd. It's never happened, and we're going to keep trending in that direction. We've added not 14,000 jobs, as this says. That's just our economic development type jobs where we give companies incentives. We've done more than 150,000 jobs for a state that's got 2 million people. We're 5th in GDP growth. You don't do that unless you double your population or unless you're meeting people, working families, where they are. We've doubled the working families tax credit. It's nearly $1 billion in relief. The number you see up there is in just just 1 year's effort. We also kept the child tax credit. We're the only state in America that did the work that the ACA wanted you to do, which means when the feds abandoned every American household, New Mexico stood up. We cover you and subsidize your premiums. So we don't lose folks. We're the second highest Medicaid state in America, 150% of poverty. We're creating trust funds for behavioral health, for Medicaid, for rural health care delivery. We're making stunning investments. And I didn't even go through the entire list, here's the biggest opportunity in New Mexico. We keep, as politicians, telling people, although we say we aren't telling them that, but we do, that everything is a binary choice. If you want truth and fairness, it's got to be Democrats, but if you're worried about jobs and if you're working in oil and gas, then you can't vote for a Democrat. That's just not true. New Mexico outpaced Texas in oil and gas production last year, and we have the lowest methane emissions of any state doing high energy production. Guess what else? All of the energy to power the entire eastern United States is in New Mexico. And what is it? It's solar, it's wind. The largest wind farm in America is in New Mexico. We're growing renewable energy jobs 2.5 times faster than the national average. Where is transmission happening? It's happening in New Mexico and in the West. We're #1 for geothermal. When you add solar and fusion, all right, where we are putting atoms together, more energy than ever. Oh, I'm in trouble. It is a stunning opportunity to talk about job growth, job security, union protections, trade investments, and the fact that people feel like America has left them behind, free childcare. And the wages aren't $15 an hour, they're $18 an hour at the floor. We pay for incentives to get you to 20, 25, and 30. No place in America is that happening. 64% increase in that sector. The rest of America, 7% decrease in those important investments that families need. And our college enrollment is unbelievable. We're showing that we can do social family-based policies, we can change the economic design, we can talk about public safety and the border, and we can talk about energy in a way that renews our commitment to democratic values and engages minority voters. New Mexico is the entire story, and we'd like to present that story in an early primary fashion so that we're getting candidates to organize these voters in a way that's meaningful for the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you to all of you for your presentation. We're now going to open it up for members for discussion. Please turn your name tents vertically in order to be recognized. And we're going to start with Henry.
Well, for a person who spent his entire organizing career thinking about the Latino community and mestizaje and the indigenous community, I just want to say there have been a lot of people who stood in this room talking about us, but you're the first group that actually brought our voices into the room, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
I do have an interesting question, I think, given the work that you've done and the progress that you've made in bringing about policies that do match democratic principles in this continuum of states that all have to hang together in the early primary season. Would you consider going last?
Yes.
It just seems to me like maybe, but that's a good answer. But you know, taking the things that you've been able to accomplish and allowing our candidates to relate to communities through them and use them as a national model makes some sense.
I completely agree, and we defer to this committee. You all are the deciders, and we'd be happy to participate in any way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Andre Triber.
Thank you, Andre Triber, Texas. And being from Texas is what this question is going to come from. So y'all mentioned on a slide that you were the only border state to apply, but we got through that slide in all of about 20 seconds. So I wanted to open it up to hear more about what it means to be the only state on the border. I'm sure y'all have a lot of shared frustrations. We do, hearing from people over 1,000 miles away about what it's like to be a border state. So I would just love to hear y'all talk more about what it means to be a border state, how border policy affects campaigns in your state, you know, what you would hope would come of it, having presidential campaigns have to come and campaign in border communities.
They're chickens. I actually bristle not at Texas, well, not for this reason. You need to stop emitting methane right at my border. I need to talk to your governor. Thank you, that guy. Not every state is a border state. This notion that we've allowed this messaging to be that every state is affected by border policies in the same way is false. And when we let a false narrative occur, it's a problem for the southwestern border states. Everyone in my state, including me, is interested in border security. Everyone in my state, and I believe in every border state, wants competent, trained, sufficient staff at the border and across the border to assist people in migrating to the United States. Everyone in our states is completely dedicated, bipartisan, although they won't do it in Congress because they're chickens, to do real immigration reform. There isn't anybody in my state, not a single Democrat really, that is talking about things like open borders, this national rhetoric that makes no sense. There isn't anyone in my state really that believes that those jobs are being taken by people who come over. We have to re-own the narrative at the border. There is a public safety issue, and in New Mexico in particular that's different from Texas, is the intersection between I-40 and I-25. In New Mexico, while we had a surge in many administrations, and that is a difficult aspect to manage, that's not the big issue with the public safety concern, which is fentanyl, which comes from everywhere. Across the border, China, Russia, you name it, it's coming over. It's that they can move it through larger, less complicated areas to cross, which is Arizona, and then it traffics in. And so people are tired, and they want a cohesive approach to public safety, border security, and fair support. Also, last thing, nobody in New Mexico, and I said it during the campaign, they don't want mass deportation. Nobody understood, voters. They didn't think it would really happen. Well, it is happening. And this indiscriminate, unjust, unconstitutional deportation efforts, while we have not been a target state, both parties are unhappy in this situation, and it's enough to get solid Republican voters to vote in a general election for a Democrat.
I just want to add one thing really quick. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham also signed a bill this year keeping ICE out of our polling locations, which is super, super important in our borderlands. And New Mexico was the first state in the nation to do that. So thank you, Governor.
David?
Thank you, David McDonald, Washington. During your presentation, you commented on the Native American community having a distinct media access or network, and I wonder if you could elaborate on that, both in terms of how is it distinct, and second, the extent to which access to that media network in New Mexico directly influences the access to information in the adjacent swing states where you had identified Native American votes were critical, including non-adjacent states such as Wisconsin, and whether that is essentially a media network that gets overlooked if you're not in a state that has a high Native American population like New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you for that question. Well, because we have the Navajo Nation, you have the Navajo Times, and you also have direct language radio stations that are within the primary region. So it's a direct way to be able to communicate with those voters, whereas on the Navajo Nation, we have individuals that are like 23% that only speak Navajo within their local community. So being able to speak politics to them in ways that otherwise the English language barrier would be more challenging, I think is incredibly important. The other thing that we've seen with our Pueblo community, specifically our 19 Pueblos, they all coordinate messaging at their local community level. So you would actually have individuals or candidates be able to use their local publications or their newsletters to be able to broadcast that message out to those key voters. The other part is most of our tribal nations, the language scenario is not in written text. So it has to be spoken verbally within community dialogue so that we can take democratic values, position it in a way where it's either in Tewa, Tiwa, Karasin, Navajo, the Apache languages, so that those individuals that are the JFK voters, the individuals that have been tied to that idea, understand why it's important that they turn out to vote. It's not that tribal members are not committed to the process. We just don't engage them. So that's where the media market really comes into play. The other part that the party has done so well is we've created a seat at the table for all of our tribal leaders. So when I was chair of the Native American Caucus, one of the things we did is we created a rule. So we created 14 key seats for tribal entities. That is included with Governor Janelle Roybal from Pewaukee Pueblo. We have Vice President Dwayne Duffy from Mescalero. We have Rochelle Montoya, the Vice President of the Navajo Nation. We have Joey Sanchez, the current chairman of the All Pueblo Council of Governors. They sit on our SEC, and because their voices are now elevated, we're not talking about a seat. They actually sit in it, and they help to determine where we move in policy and key issues that are most profound to the state's impact.
And how much does that bleed out into the swing states? It sounded a lot like the New Mexico organization, which was very impressive. But with those language specificities, I just wondered how much it bleeds out into the other states.
So the Navajo Times, as well as their local radio stations, have play within Colorado, Utah, and Arizona. So they're not just indicative to New Mexico. The other part is you have a coalition of Apache tribes, so that exact same messaging resonates to our Arizona tribes as well. So the one thing that I think a lot of people think that tribal nations are very isolated, but we talk amongst each other. And there's a reciprocity of information that goes back and forth between the tribal nations, and that's where the key difference is. When you start a foundational communication messaging in one area, it tends to spread like wildfire.
We're also the most robust state for consultations with tribes. So the messaging about policy, practice, voting, polling sites, solving challenges really occurs in New Mexico and then goes out to other governors. So they push Utah in particular and Arizona. It's a really good test. And we ought to be replicating that in the Democratic Party strongholds around the country for sovereign nations.
Thank you, Governor. Staff?
Stephanie Campaña in New Jersey. Thank you for your presentation. First and foremost, New Mexico fits always goes so hard. But I have the same question. Can you please share the average cost of rent for a one-bedroom in Albuquerque and Carlsbad?
1,200. I don't know Carlsbad, but Roswell, which is nearby, is 872. Albuquerque is 1,079.
Thank you.
And there's a difference between short-term rentals in the energy industry, which is an issue for voters, and long-term rentals. And New Mexico needs to do better. We're going to invest $750 million after leveraging in affordable housing. We're providing housing for nurses, health practitioners, and educators. We're also the only state that did native educator parity because the feds don't pay them enough, and we did a 38% increase. So we're doing all the things that we can to bridge these divides between the cost of living in rural areas, cost of living with energy dominant, and cost of living in urban areas.
Thank you. Jane?
Thank you, Chair. First, I just want to say, as the Democratic Party, we've often struggled to discuss energy and climate issues in a way that both protects property rights, sovereign rights, water, and also expands energy, because we obviously need to build energy. And New Mexico's done it. I really think you're the only state that has done both developing energy and making sure that we're putting money in the pockets of people whose land is impacted by the energy creation. So congratulations. And I do think it would elevate that discussion in a presidential primary. So thank you for lifting that up. For the chair and ED, this is probably a question more directed at you. Talk to us a little bit on how your partisan voter registration happens, or how voter registration happens in your state, and how, if you were in the early states, how that would help you build out your party infrastructure.
Well, I can speak a little bit to the voter registration. So we have automatic voter registration in New Mexico, and so more and more people are registering as nonpartisan with no party, because they're just getting registered, when they get a driver's license, et cetera. And so I will let you talk about the party piece, but there is, we are losing our share of the electorate. Democrats used to be a huge piece of the electorate, and as we're sort of getting these new people in, we really have work to do to organize to bring people into the Democratic Party.
I think for the second part of the answer, probably everyone would have a little bit of a different answer on what the Democratic Party needs to do with any infrastructure that this brings. But what I would say is, looking back to 2014, one of the issues that we had, we faced the same reality that Democrats across the country did, in terms of Republicans having an advantage that year. But in New Mexico, not to be mean to anyone, but we had a lot of uninteresting candidates that year, and we suffered losses down the ballot. And I think that one of the things that I'm looking at now is not where we are right now, but where we need to be in 10 years. And we need to be building that bench right now so that we can win tomorrow. And so in terms of what I'm thinking, I believe that we need to really increase our municipal and down-ballot infrastructure. We haven't had that. Our municipal races are nonpartisan. And the Secretary of State doesn't hold all of that information on the upcoming elections. So just this last year, we went through every single county, every single municipality, and looked to see what elections had happened, how frequent those elections happen, and we're going to use that information to start investing in recruiting candidates. We have to be building up our bench today if we want to win tomorrow.
And you didn't ask this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Down ballot is really where we build our bench in New Mexico, and we have more women and women of color elected in New Mexico than anywhere else in the country. We have the most female legislature.
Thank you.
We can't lose anyone. We should be winning by stunning margins, given the shape of this country and the issues that we're all battling every single day for the people that we love in our communities. Straight up. Should be no contest. But it is. If women, Democratic women, just show up and vote, we're good. We don't need any of the men. I want the men. I am greedy. Losing anyone, and that's been, I think, part of the Democratic's National Party branding problem. We focus on a group. We're very concerned. Me too. I had a really tough re-election. I lost Hispanic men. COVID and border issues did not help me in a policy debate about being returned to a job I love. It was tough. Now, given the policies and the issues and seeing what's happening at the national level, that's shifting. We can't just have tailwinds and call it good. What New Mexico wants to bring to the table is we can create our own tailwinds over and over and over again. If we're not so monolithic, if we figure out the energy and job issues, if you do real conservation work and you do real environmental work, the differences and the disparities aren't so stunning, and it causes everyone to reassociate with the democratic values that they believed in to start with.
Thank you, Governor. Donna?
I was sitting here with my amens hat on. I love a presentation where I don't have a lot of criticism. But Madam, I want to say to our Madam Leader, first of all, congratulations on your wedding anniversary. But you signed one of the most, I think, meaningful and purposeful Voting Rights Act a couple of years ago that strengthened voter protection and, of course, expanded and enshrined Native American voting rights. Will you be able to share this important piece of legislation, which also includes automatic voter registration, restore the rights of persons formerly incarcerated? Will you be able to share that information with other states so that more Democratic governors can institute that, given what's happened with the Voting Rights Act? That's number one. And number two, As you well know, the Trump administration is suing states across the country for failure to turn over their complete voter registration list. Has the Trump administration sued New Mexico over your voter data? And have you complied by turning over additional information? And secondly, I think your Secretary of State has also been involved in some litigation or some accusation that your voter registration lists are not clean enough. Your voter rolls are not clean enough. So my question is, how are you fighting back?
Ms. Brazil, it's so nice to see you again. This is 2 weekends in a row.
I know, you
People
keep
are
it
going
up.
to say we're dating.
Well,
First,
you have good taste too.
Yeah. I will share anything with anyone, anytime. Look, we think we have a lot of blueprints for democracy in New Mexico. Because if people can't go to work, if women can't make choices, if they can't make decisions that are fair about their families, they're not participating in our democracy. That hurts everyone, hurts Democrats. We'll do all of it. These voter protection laws were important to us because we're a majority state and we're so incredibly rural. It's easy to lose those opportunities for people who are just too far away or disenfranchised. It's also why we're investing in such a broad educational opportunity for everyone in New Mexico. So the answer to that is yes. I don't think that they have sued us. They've threatened. I mean, the president has said that, like we're like everyone, I think we were the most corrupt state. Otherwise, Republicans could win. It's clear to me he can't do math. We would never turn over those rolls. And I would guess that if I am unaware of a recent lawsuit, I don't think there's been one, it's because he's too busy responding to all of our lawsuits going in the other direction. It's not going to happen.
Thank you. Barry? Barry Goodman?
I don't know if it's just been asked or answered. Barry Goodman from Michigan, but I just wanted to know that if you made the early window, is there an impediment to moving your primary date to whatever date might be sought by the DNC?
I'm going to let the people who actually do all the work, I just do all the talking, talk about that. But look, I would assume that any state in our position making the pitch is going to have to make some foundational structural changes, including we probably have to have a legislative change, if not probably, absolutely. But we are well along the way to make sure that that happens. And I have total confidence, even though I won't be the governor. I also have a high degree of confidence we will have a Democratic governor, and that Democratic governor also is interested and well aware of our efforts today. So we think that we can put it all together pretty efficaciously, but if I'm missing something, I'll let one of these guys go.
No, I was just going to add, and also either way, whoever the Democratic governor is, they both have been chair of the party, so they're, we don't see issues there.
Thank you.
And just a few other points on that. So we would have to change the statute, but our letter of support includes both candidates for governor on the Democratic side, both candidates for Secretary of State on the Democratic side, House Speaker Javier Martinez, Senate Pro Tem Mimi Stewart. So we have broad support from the legislative body as well as those who are running for governor and Secretary of State.
Thank you. Yvette?
Yvette Lewis, Maryland. Sort of piggybacking on what Henry said about going last, one of the things that happens with these primaries is that they're springboards. How do you see your state, if you were to be in this window, where do you see this springboarding our presidential candidate? I have an idea, but I'm curious to hear what you think about how this could be used as a springboard across the country. Next steps.
Okay. Well, I've worked for 2 presidential primaries. I worked for Senator Sanders in 2016 and in 2020, and I've worked across the states. I think that, New Mexico is a state that is like no other. We have a population, the people of New Mexico are like no other. So in terms of what I see a candidate coming out of that who can actually effectively campaign to the people that are across this country that look like New Mexico. So I see it as a springboard and not just a talking point for We Won New Mexico, but that we can make the case to Hispanic voters, that we can make the case for rural voters. Like I said, you can't just campaign in one spot in New Mexico. You have to campaign the whole state. Go for it.
And lastly, but as important, and I might be a little point of personal privilege, but Henry and I have spoken about this a lot. We can't wait until October to be talking to Hispanic or Latino voters. And New Mexico is very unique because you have to be able to translate your messages to Hispanic voters, that's me, and the Latino voters, which is a whole different group of minority voters in the state. The earlier we do this, the more likely it is we don't have to then, after the fact, try to figure out what happened to Hispanic voters around the country. And I don't know why we keep doing that. But as long as I've been in politics, I'm a late bloomer. I didn't really start it until my mid-50s, but it's been the case every time. Do it earlier. Prepare earlier. Hold those voters. Keep those voters. That's going to make a huge difference. That's the stability that we need. It's not fair to the candidates that we're not doing it, quite frankly.
Maria?
Thank you. Governor Lujan, so great to see you here. Maria Cardona with DC. And to piggyback upon what you were just saying and on the comment about the bill that you signed, keeping ICE out of polling places, I think that is so critical. But as you know, there's been so much misinformation and disinformation into our Latino communities and immigrant communities and communities of color that the fear is already there. There's already been polling and focus groups done among Latino voters across the country. Many of them are already deciding not to go vote because it's not worth them putting themselves in danger or their families in danger. So I would love to hear a little bit about what you are doing to try to educate our community, let them know about this bill, let them know that there will be mechanisms to make sure that they are safe when they go vote, that their families will be safe, and that their vote will actually be counted.
Thank you so much for that question. I think we are doing a lot of things. One, making sure that ICE is not allowed anywhere near our polling locations so that they can't be intimidating, et cetera. I will also say that I know that our county clerk in Las Cruces, which is our county on the border, has a podcast where she every week goes on and talks about misinformation, and she's also in every high school in the county, talking to young voters, telling them that it's okay, making sure that she's working with police as well. Our border communities are very, very, very set up to deal with this and do deal with it very well. And I will add that Doña Ana County, Las Cruces, is a blue county as well. It is not in our Albuquerque media market. It is in the El Paso. Shout out to the El Paso contingent here today. But they do work very, very hard to make sure those messages are getting out and people feel safe and protected in our border communities.
Thank you.
And the legislature puts in millions of dollars, and I'll take credit for that. I made them put millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, into outreach and protection work, which includes lawyers. The issue really for a state like New Mexico is mixed status families, where the eligible voter won't go for fear of what occurs to the rest of the family. So making sure that everyone knows that we have the right protections in the right way, that it's all free, that it's available, that we're doing the outreach. And it has made a difference because we saw a stunning drop early in the Trump administration at hospital care, primary care, clinical care, schools, faith-based communities, church, all of it. That's beginning to come back. I would say it's still like it is in America. There's good reason to have that on shaky ground because none of us can do adequate protections if they're not going to be held accountable for indiscriminate deportations and actions. But I think that we have the right recipe for creating that confidence for those eligible family household voters, and I feel really good about that. It's not perfect. I don't think it can be perfect given that we have someone who doesn't follow the law.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Alicia?
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you, New Mexico, for a thorough presentation, and thank you for a diverse delegation. But one of my biggest frustrations with the 2024 election is that at the end, we blamed the folks that we didn't talk to in the beginning. So there was all this conversation about how Latino men didn't show up and conversation about how Black men didn't show up. And in listening to the entire presentation, I felt like the discussion about African Americans were sort of a drive-by. And so my question is, what type of outreach are you doing to African Americans?
Thank you very much for that question. I do want to say that New Mexico, we have had several Black elected leaders, including the vice chair of our party. We also have a Black state senator who is also running for lieutenant governor. And so we really do work hard to represent that community. I think there could obviously be more work done there. But we are working hard to organize in those communities. Those communities in our areas are predominantly urban, so they do get much more outreach than maybe some of our rural areas. We've had quite a few sort of elected officials and party people come out of that organizing. And so it's actually something that we're pretty proud of, but it is a smaller population in our state.
I disagree with Michelle. One of the most stunning communities that is diverse, that includes African American, Hispanic, Latino, and Asian representatives, Asian Americans, is in the oil patch. And so it's not just urban, which then again requires that rural investment. But probably the most effective opportunity here is our African American faith-based community is powerful in New Mexico, and my sense is they are powerful everywhere, and they are standing up for justice. It is a unique opportunity to do better there, because I agree with you. I take that personally when they tell me, you're responsible because you're a Hispanic governor, which, by the way, I'm the shortest governor in America and the only Hispanic governor in America. And I take both those things personally. And we have to talk to everyone. And this blame game doesn't do anything except disenfranchise people from the party. So thank you for that. And there's no question, there isn't a group that we couldn't organize better. I mean, I have complete faith in our Democratic Party, but Citizens United's made it hard for parties everywhere. They've made it hard for the DNC. That means that we have to do the organizing and field work better and differently than we have. We took it for granted when we didn't have those obstacles. You keep raising that issue because I think you're right. You're welcome.
Thank you. Shad?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think, when we're talking about rural voters, just as the chair of Colorado, Shad Mirab, the diversity of public lands and the conversation that comes from that is something that we think about a lot out west. And I'm just curious if you could speak to the different types of arguments that candidates could have about public lands and gun ownership and hunters' rights and that unique way that we talk about climate change. Is that something that you found in your own campaigns and as part of your messaging plan for Democrats, or is that something that has kind of fallen by the wayside with affordability taking so much prominence lately?
I don't know that it's by the wayside. I mean, we've done a lot of gun violence reform in the state, and as you know from being in the West, it's a tough issue in the West, but we have done some pretty stunning legislative work, but for a little moment, I think we could have actually had a ban on assault weapons in the state of New Mexico, which for those of us from the West is a really tough thing to do, because public safety, ranching, agriculture, and the recreational aspects for hunting and wildlife opportunities, frankly, requires that you, and if you're having a firearm, and if you're hunting bear or mountain lion, you need a rifle, and it needs to be able to shoot more than one bullet. So it's a needle that you have to thread. I think where New Mexicans all uniquely come together is we might debate about the public safety natures here, but I would say New Mexicans have embraced the fact that the number one issue, public health issue, is kids and guns in America. We lose more children to gun violence than we do anything else. I think New Mexicans have come to understand that, given that we have some public safety challenges in the state. And that helps, but at the same time, they've seen us really lean into public land and conservation protections. I mean, we have a land of enchantment fund that's got $350 million in it. We're buying up ranches so that there's public access to those. We're doing shared stewardship with sovereign nations so that everyone is engaged and involved. We continue to set up public lands opportunities. I think we're one of maybe only a couple of states that's got an outdoor equity fund, which takes kids, particularly low-income kids from minority households, and gets them in the great outdoors and teaches them hunting, fishing, firearm safety, all of it. That sort of sets of investments, I think, have made New Mexicans feel better about it's not a monolithic, you have to choose one and abandon the other. And it's another, I think, issue for Democrats with women. More women are buying firearms, but I will give you a little women's stat that I just read, so I haven't fact-checked it. That's what Dominic, he'll bark at me later, and my press, who's probably watching this live stream, is that women in greater numbers for first-time firearm owners get the right training for those firearms, which is, again, a really good shift in American policy about firearm ownership and public safety. So it's another opportunity for Democrats to get it right, particularly in the West.
Thanks, Governor.
And Chad, on that question, I don't pretend to have all of the answers on those issues, but our candidates need to have answers to those issues. And I think that the advantage that New Mexico brings is that you can't just win in an urban area. You have to have those discussions in the rural parts of the state. You have to have those conversations with the folks who live off of the public land. And so New Mexico brings that to the table, and those are issues that carry over into so many states, not just in the West, but across the country.
Well, thank you. We've touched on a lot of important issues and great presentation. And appreciate all of you, and especially you, Governor. Thank you.
Thank you. He is hilarious.
I just wanted to let you know that Lorraine is here.
Yeah. Well, while the governor is shaking hands, we will regroup a little bit, take a little. That is hilarious. Bye-bye. Bye. Well, before we get started with our next presentation, I get the great honor of introducing to some of our new members the person whose chair I took when I first assumed the co-chair's role. She's our former House Clerk. Lorraine Miller is with us today. And we stand up, Lorraine.
You know what? This morning I was cleaning out my garage and I picked up my phone to look at Politico and I saw a quote from Susan Swiker and Carol Fowler and I said, RBC in DC, I gotta go.
Well, we love having you here.
We got to have you here.
That's right. Thank you for joining us. So we're now ready to continue with our Southern applications. And from the South, the state of Tennessee, The state has applied to hold a pre-window state-run primary. At this time, I'd like to welcome Chair Campbell to the podium to begin the presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am Rachel Campbell. I'm the chair of the Tennessee Democratic Party. Thank you to the committee here today for the time, care, and seriousness you're bringing to this process. We recognize the gravity of the decisions before you and the role this committee plays in shaping not just the future of our party, but the ripple effects those decisions will have in states like Tennessee and all across this country. Now, we were going to try to ply y'all with the good Jack Daniels, but they've lost so many millions in tariffs that they couldn't afford to give it to us anymore. Well done. Tennessee is the home of Vice President Al Gore, Music City, Chattanooga, my home, the first national park city in America, and Memphis, where Dr. Martin Luther King spent his final days standing with striking sanitation workers in one of the defining labor and civil rights movements in this country. Tennessee has long helped shape the moral conscience of this country, and we're grateful for the opportunity to make our first bid and share our vision with you today. Along with our Executive Director, Brian Cordova, and Vice Chair Nathan Higdon, I'm honored to have with us here today my partners in this work, our Legislative Caucus Chairs, House Democratic Caucus Chairman John Ray Clemens, and Senator Democratic Caucus Chairwoman London Lamar. They led the fight against the recent racial redistricting in Memphis with strategic clarity, determination, and moral courage. I'm going to turn the program over now to our incredible Executive Director, Brian Cordova, who constantly reminds us that we only limit ourselves when we think too small about what Tennessee Democrats are capable of achieving. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for having us today. My name is Brian Cordova. I am the Executive Director of the Tennessee Democratic Party. And look, our pitch is pretty simple, right? We're one of the fastest growing states in the fastest growing region in the country. We are basically a microcosm of what the rest of this country looks like from a demographic standpoint, from a cultural standpoint. We're accessible, and I think that's something that is incredibly important for a lot of campaigns as they're starting out. And then, frankly, we're the gateway to the South. We border more states than any other state except for Missouri, with 8 states. So it's an opportunity for a lot of folks to get in front of a lot of people quickly. So, when we start talking about what we can do in the South, it's more than just a catchphrase for us, right? When Chairman Martin dedicated funding to states like us, we took that on not just as a recommendation, but a responsibility, that we have a responsibility to reorganize our state. And thanks to our chair and our vice chair and our many leaders in the Democratic Party, we reorganized all 95 counties for the first time in 20 plus years, right? So this gives us so much opportunity to truly take us to the next level, right? The challenges that we face are critical right now. The chair just mentioned what happened with the Calais decision. So, we know that the things that we are facing are massive because the Republicans basically set the rules, they're officiating the game, and frankly, they're making us play a person down at the same time. But while other people would generally look at us as a non-starter, this is a real opportunity for us to truly redefine what our party is and where we're going. As we said, since 2024, we're one of the fastest growing states in the fastest growing region in the country. We're getting younger, we're getting more diverse, and we're becoming this mirror of the nation both culturally and demographically. And this is the moment to strike, frankly. If we don't take this opportunity right now, I fear for the future of not just the state, but the region. The GOP has had complete control of our state for the last 16 years, from the governor's mansion to the state legislature to most of the members of Congress and the U.S. Senate. While the rest of the country's been living in this notion of what is going to happen in Project 2025, we've been dealing with it since 2016. We are the testing ground, and they look to us to be the first in line to try out whatever craziness that they want to put forward. And this ultimately leads to the fact that it highlights that Republicans cannot actually lead, and you see the results, and it builds in a jumping off point for all of our candidates to basically run on their record right in their face. So And I mean, ultimately, our state is built to be able to make a case to every single type of voter across the country, from Appalachian voters to a majority black city in Memphis, to the cultural hubs of Memphis and Nashville, to the rural voters who are New Deal Democrats who just forgot that we are the party for, not just for working people, but of working people. And that's our opportunity to truly take it back. And as you can see, our demographics are additive to this early state process. This isn't in contrast. We're not fighting against anyone. This is about adding to this process and making sure that we can have the most complete campaign and the most complete candidate going into the fall. So again, we're a fair and affordable marketplace, meaning we've got over 8 media markets in our state, 5 of which cover the entirety of it, with 3 partial ones. Each of them, or most of them, bleeding into other states. Competitive states like Virginia, like North Carolina, like Georgia, Chattanooga being one of the largest media markets in the state of Georgia as well. So investing in a campaign in Tennessee will have bleed over effect in the long term for the entire state and for the entire country and the region. We also have 3 grand divisions that are within a 3-hour drive of every corner of that grand division, with a major airport in each one, making not just the ability to do retail politics possible, but also making stops into other states not just advisable to campaigns, but possible, right? And then our ease of access to the ballot. You know, the nature of how our calendar is structured opens the door for candidates to build real statewide programming, and from there, it gives us the pathway and the runway to be able to test our candidates in a real and viable way early on. And again, part of this is thinking about us as a region, not just as a state. So with putting us here, we open the door to being a training center for other states like Alabama, like Mississippi, like Arkansas, places where you wouldn't historically think a presidential campaign will come and go, but that can be a centralizing point for folks to come, learn new tactics, take it back to their state, and then we're talking about long-term infrastructure across the entire region, not just in our state. Because for us, 2030 is our high noon. We have to win so that we can start taking back some of the power in our state, and we have a seat at the table. And I mean, finally, you know, we commit to being the most transparent partner with both campaigns and the DNC as you go through this process. You know, we didn't come here with any sort of tricks or things up our sleeves, as our chair cleverly said there. Though I'm sure after these meetings, you all would much rather have the Jack Daniels than me talking. But, you know, look, we have a strong case here, and I'm going to turn it over to our vice chair and our other leaders to talk through more of the specifics about each one of our regions. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. As a 7th generation East Tennessean, I know what it means to come from a place that has been treated as an extraction economy. Our timber, our labor, our land, our water, and our people have been taken from for generations, while too little has been reinvested. And let's be clear, when this country did invest in us in East Tennessee through the New Deal, through TVA, organized labor, and public works that treated rural people as worthy of dignity, East Tennessee helped build the modern South. Do not mistake Appalachia's neglect for inevitability. It was a choice, and investment can be a choice too. So this primary is not charity. It is not a favor. It is not Democrats throwing a few crumbs toward Appalachia and calling it strategy. This is an investment in rural working people. It is a commitment to generations of Appalachian organized labor. It is a statement that we are done letting rural folks be used, ignored, and written off because we matter. We've always mattered, even when no one acted like it. So I'm here to use my voice to end the extraction economy, politically, economically, and morally. To start pouring into the future our people have died working toward. And now, I would like to introduce a stalwart of the Democratic fight in Tennessee, our House Caucus Chair, Middle Tennessee native, State Representative John Ray Clemens.
Thank you, Dr. Higdon. Are we doing all right today? You guys ready? We have a tremendous opportunity ahead of us in a couple of years to turn this country back around, and it needs to start in the state of Tennessee. Our state was once great, but has failed for over a decade under Republican leadership. We have the opportunity to turn the tide right now with an important decision heading into the next presidential primary. My name is John Ray Clemens, or as some of my Republican colleagues across the aisle call me, the notorious JRC. But I've earned that moniker well because during my 4 years as the House Democratic Caucus Chairman, I've had to battle the expulsion of 3 of my members, and just recently we had to go through the gerrymandering process following the Calais decision. And I've been proud to lead the 23 other members of the House Democratic Caucus because of the hardest working people in the state of Tennessee who fight every single day to make working families' lives better. Because that's who we represent. We represent everyone, not just the select few like our colleagues. Middle Tennessee and Metro Nashville is the epicenter of every major issue that will decide the next presidential election. We all know these elections come down to message and issues. Nashville, Metro Nashville, and the entire region is a snapshot of the heartbeat of America. As Brian said, it's one of the fastest growing metro areas in the United States. We've got a booming economy, just like the rest of other parts of the country. But just like in other parts of the country, working families are being left behind because of failed Republican leadership. Now, I coach inner city baseball and have for about 14 seasons, investing in children. And the one with the messages I preach every season to my children is, every at-bat, every play is an opportunity. What are you going to do with that opportunity? So we have an opportunity here, like I said. An early presidential primary in Tennessee provides our party's candidates a testing ground, a unique opportunity to discuss the stark contrast between Democratic leadership and Republican leadership. In Tennessee, the GOP has enjoyed complete control of state government since 2011. Now, during that time, they doubled the state budget, but failed to invest any of that strong economic growth that had been produced under Democratic majorities and Governor Phil Bredesen in the previous decade. They failed to invest any of that growth and opportunity in our families and communities across the state of Tennessee. You know, our state has led the race to the bottom in every major issue of importance that will be discussed in the next presidential election. On the job front, our state has experienced, the state of Tennessee has experienced 0% job growth over the last 2 years. We're the healthcare capital of the United States in Nashville, yet we lead the nation in Tennessee in rural hospital closures per capita since 2014 because we, in Republicans' infinite wisdom, refuse to expand Medicaid, turning away tens of billions of dollars that could have been invested in rural communities across Tennessee. In Tennessee, women have to drive over 2 hours in some parts of our state just to get to an OB clinic because those clinics are closing down, because insurance companies are running our state rather than our state regulating the insurance industry. Now, we all know public education is the single best source of opportunity for every child. It's the single greatest investment. But Tennessee's among the lowest in country for per pupil spending. We spend about $12,000 per student compared to the national average of over $19,000. With regards to transportation and infrastructure investments, which facilitate economic growth, we have I-24. If any of you have ever been to Nashville and had the nightmare of driving up I-24, it's the 11th most congested roadway in the nation. And instead of investing in that and building public transit and public transportation, they're turning it into toll lanes. And agriculture, the seal of Tennessee has agriculture and commerce printed proudly on our state seal. But row crop farmers have lost $430 million in the last year and $730 million over the past 2 years. That is tragic. But those failing numbers Those Republican failures, while they've controlled everything and have all the blame on them, provide us with an opportunity to create the contrast our candidates need, to talk about tangible items, tangible issues with which people of this country can relate in every corner of this country, and they can talk about them right in our backyard, in that testing ground, and point to these specific issues of how Democratic leadership looks, how the Democratic future will look running this country. Because Nashville, Middle Tennessee's problems are not only our problems, they're America's problems. They're the next generation's problems. So I'll leave you with this. What are we going to do with this opportunity? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you to our House Caucus Chairman, JRC, for those powerful remarks and your leadership. I'm proud to stand behind you to lead our Democratic caucus in the Tennessee General Assembly. I want to thank the Tennessee Democratic Party and our chairwoman, Rachel Campbell, for inviting me to be here today and allow me to speak on behalf of West Tennessee. And thank you to the Democratic National Committee for hosting this important meeting today, for creating space for what is a critical conversation about the future of our party. And I want to especially thank our chairman, Ken Martin, for coming to Memphis this past weekend, for engaging with Democrats on the ground, and for recognizing what so many of us already know. Memphis and Tennessee are not afterthoughts. We are pivotal to the future of the Democratic Party and the future of this country. My name is London Lamar, and I stand before you as a mother and a state senator representing Memphis, Tennessee. I am the youngest woman, the youngest African American ever elected to the Tennessee Senate. And I serve as chairwoman of the Tennessee Senate Democratic Caucus. But I did not get here by myself. I stand on the grit, the work, the sacrifice, and the legacy of Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis is not just a city on the map. Memphis is one of the cultural hearts of this country. We gave America country music that changed the world. We gave America blues music that changed the world. We gave this country food, soul, creativity that has shaped generations. And most importantly, we are central to the civil rights movement and sitting on the Mississippi River, where Memphis remains one of the transportation and logistic hubs of this country. But our reach does not just stop at the Tennessee border and the Tennessee state line. Memphis sits at the edge of Mississippi and Arkansas and right nearby Missouri. Our influence moves across borders every single day through our workers, through our families, through our economy, our culture, and our politics. That is why moving Tennessee's presidential primary date up is so important. Tennessee sits at the center of the South. We border 8 states, which means our influence is not just local, not just statewide, but it's regional. What happens in Tennessee has the power to reach across the South and shape national momentum, because we all know the South is the last battleground of this nation, and if we win the South, we take the nation every single presidential election. And Memphis in particular represents the very people Democrats say we are fighting for: working families, Black voters, young people, communities demanding affordability, representation, justice, and opportunity. Memphis is one of the largest majority Black cities in America, and African American voters remain the backbone of the Democratic Party. If we are serious about building a winning national strategy, then we must be serious about investing in communities that have carried this party's election after every election after every election. Memphis represents that. Tennessee is not simply a red state. Tennessee is an underinvested state. Tennessee is a state where too many people have been told their voice does not matter. Tennessee is a state that's been told people that their vote doesn't matter. And our state has been written off before the races have even began. But when we invest, we organize. And when we organize, we energize. And when we energize Tennessee, we just do not awaken a state, we awaken a region. Moving Tennessee's primary date up will bring presidential candidates into our communities earlier. It will force them to speak directly to Southern voters, Black voters, rural voters, urban voters, working class voters, and young voters who deserve to be heard at the beginning of the process, not at the end. An investment in Tennessee is an investment in the South. An investment in Memphis and an investment in the backbone of this party. And an investment in this region is an investment of the future of our democracy. So today, I urge you to see Tennessee not as a state to overlook, but as a state to organize, to invest in, and believe in. Because if Democrats are serious about winning the future, then Tennessee must be a part of this strategy from the very beginning. So I ask that you consider moving Tennessee's primary date up. And with that, I say thank you, and I'm going to hand the floor back over to our Chairwoman Campbell. Thank you.
And thank you all so very much. And we're going to move to questions from the committee. Thank you for all your presentations. Any questions? Andre?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Andre Treiber from Texas. I had a couple questions about, I'll just call them election logistics. In y'all's application, you gave really detailed description of your early voting and absentee, but I had a question related to your voter registration deadlines, which weren't mentioned in there, so I wanted to hear about that. And then my other question is about reporting election results. The timeline that y'all mentioned is that final certification takes no longer than 45 days, which I understand is the formal process, but I wanted to know about the practical reality. You know, for an early state, for the momentum of the campaigns and everything, we really need to know the election results that night. So I was curious what the actual reality is of election night as well.
Yes, I'm going to let Brian talk about the voter registration piece of it, but we're really lucky in Tennessee that our election commissions have stayed relatively nonpartisan as much as they can be. And we get our results fairly quickly. We just had our primary for our counties, and there wasn't a race that wasn't called that night. So, I mean, they're fairly quickly, but I'll let Brian talk on the voter registration piece.
Yeah, I mean, historically, it's about 30 days before Election Day is when that window closes. And ultimately, we have a very nuanced approach to how voter registration needs to happen, right? So it comes back down to investment and a commitment to actually doing that work. And so the initial phase of setting up county parties in each of the 95 counties is the first step in actually making sure that that is possible and doable.
We also have digital voter registration
That's
as
right.
well, so it's so easy to register to vote in Tennessee. Incredibly easy.
Donna?
Thank you so much. First of all, I actually lived in Tennessee. I don't have the accent, but that's okay. I love Memphis, the birthplace of rock and roll and home of the blues. And by the time you all finish that barbecue and it comes down the great Mississippi River and we taste it in New Orleans, that's when we call it jazz. But 9 days after the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act, your legislature and governor, of course, passed a gerrymandered map that gave the Republicans all 9 of your congressional seats. I understand the NAACP, along with the ACLU, have filed a lawsuit. So if you have any update on that, it would be appreciated. Secondly, Tennessee has handed over its voter data, which included the names, date of birth, addresses, the 4 digits of people's Social Security number. So clearly the Trump administration, under the guise of election integrity, will be making some decisions on who should be purged, and I'm sure this will happen sooner rather than later. So if you can tell us about that process and how you all will step in to try to assist those voters who might be accidentally removed from the voter rolls, what is the process? Lastly, Tennessee has one of the highest disenfranchisement rates in the country. I think you in Florida, I was looking on my computer, but I know Florida and Tennessee, the level of disenfranchisement, especially black male voters, is just high. Like 1 out of 12 black men are disenfranchised. And that creates a problem for me to allow this process to go in a state that has so many flaws with regards to protecting voter rights and the ability of eligible citizens to cast their ballot. Lastly, I said lastly once, so here I go again. I'm Catholic, so you have to forgive me. 740,000 inactive voters, including 140 of them in Shelby County, were purged. This is before the governor may be working with the Trump administration. Can you tell us any reforms you're going through to help those voters get their registration status back in time for the next election in November? Thank you so much. And I love Tennessee. I lived there 2 years. It was a great experience. I'll go back, but I don't know how much the apartment because I lived in the house. Tipper Gore, hello.
Thank you. So I will answer as much of your questions as I can remember. I will start off with the first question around the update on the lawsuits, and I'm joined by my chairman of the House Caucus to kind of help me fill in. So far, there were several lawsuits filed. The TNDP filed a lawsuit. The NAACP filed a lawsuit. There were individuals who filed lawsuits. And unfortunately, over the last couple of days, all of those lawsuits failed. The congressional lines will remain in place. So unfortunately, we weren't Alabama or South Carolina and stopped it. Tennessee went forth with carving out Memphis in one of the most deliberate efforts of disenfranchisement that we've seen in modern history. And the people are angry about that, especially as a Memphian myself, who was right there on the floor screaming and hollering, putting up the biggest fight I could. We are here now. Since then, we have a great group of candidates in all districts running because what the Republicans made a mistake of is that they thought they were drawing 3 guaranteed red districts, but they actually made them more blue. And so Democrats are more organized than ever to take back our power. So they're thinking they get a 9-0, potentially they can have a 6-3 with 3 Democratic seats. But with you all's help as well, investing in what is happening in Tennessee, we can truly win those states. And we got great candidates running in all 3 congressional districts. To speak about the disenfranchisement, yes, I've seen, I sit on Senate Judiciary Committee, and I see every day while I'm in session how they have passed laws that predicate on our communities, especially black communities, and basically criminalize everything that you can think of from, it's almost a crime to walk down the street at this point in Tennessee. And they have used that as a way to disenfranchise voters, especially black men and black women are the second fastest growing disenfranchised group of people in Memphis and across Tennessee. But what we are doing is we are educating people. There are groups that are paying the fees for voter reinstatement because it's so expensive to get your voting rights back once you lose those. We have groups working and nonprofits working to help folks register to vote again. There are plenty of groups on the ground hosting mass voter registrations, despite the fact that you have to be registered to vote 30 days before an election. There is an increase in voter education that is going across the state around educating voters on how to get engaged, where to vote. I think we actually have an amazing early voting process. Our early voting process is 2 weeks. And you can go to any early voting location as long as it's within the county that you live in. And most of the elections are decided during early voting. So what does that mean for presidential candidates in this conversation? That means you give presidential candidates a longer runway to come into Tennessee and organize the region and excite people to get out and vote. And so having a 2-week runway is beneficial because they can also schedule being able to hit multiple states at one time without losing their presence in Tennessee. In addition, we are, as a Senate Democratic caucus, are running strong candidates in these districts that are competitive to then drive out votes for down ballot Democratic support. So there is a lot of efforts being implemented to curb some of the disenfranchisement. There are a lot of efforts around voter registration, and even though the courts upheld the decisions, we are still running. The election dates are still the same. The voter registration deadline is July 1st, and we, with your help, will win and bite back. And Tennessee is the capital of the South. And when we organize in Tennessee, we organize 8 other states touching us. And if we win the South and invest in Tennessee, we win this nation.
Frank Leone, D.C. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for the fighting that y'all are doing there in Tennessee. I know you're on the front lines, and it's a challenge. We have one of our requirements for determining if a state gets a waiver to go in the early window is efficiency, particularly the practical ability to schedule the primary. And my understanding is Tennessee would require legislation from the Republican legislature and the Republican governor to shift the date. And so my first question is, do you have any indication that that might happen? And the second point that really applies to Georgia and North Carolina as well is if the Republican state, if a state moves up under the Republican calendar, under Rule 17, they would lose a number of their delegates. And in Tennessee, they would go from 56 delegates to 9 delegates if they were able to, if they had to move up. And so have your discussions addressed the issue of the potential penalty that the Republicans would incur by accommodating a move to an earlier primary? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I can speak to the legislative component of that. I'll hand it over for the executive committee of our party to discuss the delegates issue. On the legislative side, you're right. The Republicans have a supermajority in both houses. We do have communications. Chairwoman Campbell has been communicating with Chairman Golden of the Republican Party of the state of Tennessee, who is in agreement about moving the primary date up. And so if he's able to work with his leadership as our chair has worked with our leadership, we will have bipartisan legislation that we can move through in as quickly as 3 weeks at the beginning of the legislative session to change that primary date. So effectively, if we put that law into effect upon enactment, it could go into effect as early as the end of January 2027, potentially early February, with ample time to prepare for a primary date. But if you don't mind, I do want to, I know she's left the room, but I wanted to follow up on the response to the last question really quickly with regard to the Calais decision and so forth. Look, the reality is in the state of Tennessee, Republicans can do whatever the hell they want. They control everything. They control state government. That's why this is an opportunity for change. So, you know, the best way to get cockroaches to scatter is to shine a light on them. And so if you're going to disenfranchise voters for over a decade, you're going to cut people off the voter roll, you're going to purge voters. What's the last thing you want? National attention. Now, our Secretary of State, Trey Hargett, has been doing this since 2011. Why is that? He's not popularly elected like most states. Our Secretary of State, who runs the coordinator of elections and the Department of Elections, is appointed by the legislature. So he just has to please the supermajority long enough to keep his job. And that's what he's been doing. That's why you have the voter purging. That's why you have the disenfranchisement. They've been pushing these rolls under these false narratives of voter fraud. But what we need to do, what we have the opportunity to do, what you have the opportunity to do, is shine a big-ass spotlight on what is happening in Tennessee. And that will end that and make the cockroaches scatter. You are the ones who are going to present that opportunity to us. We will then take advantage of it. That's what the infrastructure we're building, what we're fighting for in the legislature, will do. This organization has a tremendous opportunity to affect significant change in one of the most downtrodden states in the country under failed Republican leadership. And it starts with this presidential primary.
And to speak to the second question there, I mean, as a state, we're going to deal with whatever consequence comes at us, right? We have been in this fight for, you know, ever, it feels like. And so whatever this body decides, we will deal with. Whatever the leadership at the Republican Party does, we'll deal with. And we'll keep coming back stronger and harder. But this isn't just a dalliance for us. This is a mode of survival and a thing for our future, for our kids, for the grandkids, everybody. So that's it.
Steph?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Stephanie Campagna-Wheaton from New Jersey. Thank you for your presentation. I actually have two questions. The first is, can you please give me the average cost for a one-bedroom apartment or a house, there's one-bedroom houses, Donna, in Memphis and Nashville?
Yeah, so in a 1 to 2 bedroom apartment in the Nashville metro area is generally $1,400 to $1,600 a month.
And in Memphis, it's anywhere from $800 to $1,000, depending on the neighborhood. So affordable housing, again, is another one of these issues facing every community in this country that we can talk about and have an opportunity to discuss in an early presidential primary.
Thank you. My second question, I wish Rep. Lamar was still here. For those of you who don't know, we have a Black maternal mortality crisis in this country where Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than their counterparts, and Representative Lamar is someone who has been on the front lines of that. So I do want to make everyone aware that that is something that the women of Tennessee live with every single day. So my second question is specifically around abortion. I know that there is a ban. How do you folks deal with that, and how do you plan on protecting staff that go to Tennessee who might need one or want one?
Well, I mean, I think, and, go ahead and stand, but I think, much like many of the states that were affected by the trigger ban, the Republicans couldn't wait to get in there and go ahead and make it illegal for women to have abortions in Tennessee for really any reason. There's not much reason why you can't. We have a really, really strong relationship with Planned Parenthood, who does a lot of work to make sure that women and girls, whoever needs an abortion, has access to do it. We have funds that can pay for people to get the abortion should they need to travel for it. But yes, it's just like many states in the South and all across the country and red states everywhere, having an abortion in a place like Tennessee is more than difficult, it's dangerous. However, there are states that border us or the states nearby close enough where we can travel and we can take them. I have daughters that are 22 and 26, and it's a constant concern that I have as well, but I feel confident that should something happen, there are means and opportunity in Tennessee with our partner organizations like Planned Parenthood to make sure that people can get the care that they need.
Thank you. Yvette?
Yvette Lewis, Maryland. So, my husband is from Memphis. He went to Memphis Catholic High School. He was a cub reporter for the Commercial Appeal newspaper. So I know the area very well. My question for you, and I do miss the rendezvous. I know about the rendezvous. But my question for you is, if this were to happen, it's going to require a massive effort on your part to pull it off. Would you have the infrastructure in place to do that? Would you have the people and the resources that you need so that you can impact more than Memphis and Shelby County, and it would radiate across the state, and then springboard beyond Memphis, or Tennessee rather, after we leave your state?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why it's so incredible that we've been able to organize all 95 counties. We did that in March of last year and have sustained that effort and only grown. We have organized counties everywhere. We have a table that has different organizations that's constantly working across the state. We also have regularly done, particularly during gubernatorial and senatorial years, supporter housing for activists who come in or grassroots organizers who come in who need somewhere to stay. I housed two people from a coordinated campaign a few years ago in my own home. So we have people all over the state who that is the thing that they like to do during elections. They can't knock doors, so they house people who can. We are ready, even now, to start beginning more than we already have to build up. Look, in a place like Tennessee, the Democrats in Tennessee, there's more than you think that there are. And they are ready and just waiting for a reason to really get out here and get this done. We have a strong, strong infrastructure ready to go.
Thank you. I think that concludes our questions, and thank you so much, Tennessee, for traveling here.
Don't
and being
count
with
us out,
today.
y'all. We're in it.
Very great.
Thank you so much.
Good presentation. So we're now ready to take a recess for lunch. We will reconvene at 2:30, and we'll hear presentations from Virginia, Nevada, and South Carolina. With that, I'll entertain a motion to recess. Is there a second? All in favor, say aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. We're in recess to 2:30.
Great.
Right. Members, welcome back. Our recess has expired, and we will now continue with our business. The next application from the South is the Commonwealth of Virginia.
That's what it said.
The state has applied to hold a pre-window state-run primary. And at this time, I'd like to welcome Chair Bagby to the podium to begin their presentation.
Is Terry going first? Brought all his brothers out, the ones that are for me.
Well, good afternoon, everybody.
It looks like it may be
What
Chair
a great
McCall.
crowd. Let's hear it for the Democratic Party, huh? My name is Terry McAuliffe.
You approve this mess?
And Chris Bowling. And the greatest chair in the history of Virginia, my greatest appointment as governor, Susan Schlecker.
Hey.
I mean, think of that for a minute. I was our 72nd governor. I was born in New York, actually. They had a Yankee as the governor of Virginia. We didn't tell everybody that. But, I mean, when you go to bed tonight, think about this. Our first governor was Patrick Henry's. American Revolution, lit the match, give me liberty, give me death at St. John's Church. Our second governor, Thomas Jefferson. And then Terry McAuliffe. I mean, is this not a great country we live in? But and most important, forget about being the governor. I was chairman of the Democratic National Committee. And I look around the room, and David down there, I appointed you back 21 years ago, and many of you I worked with. Jim, you've been on the committee since, what, 86?
Yep.
God bless you. And first of all, thank you all for your great service. I'm here on behalf of the great Commonwealth of Virginia. We're here pitching to make sure that Virginia has an integral part in this process. This is personal to me. If you all remember who were with me, back when I became chair in 2001, I had my great CEO, Mignon Moore, who was there with me, and my great chief of staff, Leah Daughtry, was there with me. Is Maria Cardone here? She was my communications director. Elaine Kmark, a great Virginian, was there. Listen, it was after the Gore lost the election, or actually got the election stolen by the United States Supreme Court, if you remember back when we took office. And I said, you know, we got to rebuild. And we got to put our party in a much better shape. So we embarked upon a massive campaign at the party. I'm very proud we got our party out of debt for the first time in 36 years.
Can be done.
Since 1968 got us out. When I left office, no debt, $26 million in the bank, through the help of a lot of the people here, built the new headquarters, voter file, first national voter file in party history, helped the state parties, eliminated 27 million incorrect addresses that the state parties had, tried to get our party in great shape so we could compete. But one of the biggest tasks we took on was changing the calendar. For the first time in 30 years, we took a whack at fixing the calendar. We had great states in the early states, but when 90% of the African-American community votes for the Democratic nominee for president and 67% of the Hispanic community, we needed a map that was more diverse. Communities of color had an earlier say in that calendar, and we worked very closely. I'm very proud of the calendar we came up, worked with Carol and the late, great Don Fowler, our great chair of South Carolina, and we moved South Carolina up to the front of the line to recognize the significance and the importance of the African-American community. I worked with Debbie Dingell. We moved Michigan right up to the front, diverse state and very pro-labor state. We moved up New Mexico. We moved up Arizona, and it became a great calendar. Much more diverse calendar for the Democratic Party. Here we now are 25 years later, and we're looking at that again. And that's why we're here today. I think this is a huge opportunity for us as a party to do a calendar that is representative of our country and representative of the Democratic Party. I'm here for Virginia. We are a great state. We are a state of about 8.8 million people. And if you think the history, the trajectory of Virginia, we used to be a red state. In fact, when I ran for governor, there were 66 Republicans in the House of Delegates. Today, there are 64 Democrats in the House of Delegates. Republicans had a majority of the congressional delegation back in 2013. We now have a majority, and I think we're going to win 3 more this year, which is an exciting, yep, give that a great round of applause. Make Hakeem Jeffries our speaker. And I think you should also reward states that when they have power, they use power. It's not just talk for us in Virginia. I think in my days as governor, I had a very Republican legislature. I had the most vetoes of any governor in Virginia history. I vetoed every anti-gay bill, every anti-woman bill, every anti-labor bill. And I'm very proud I was never once could they override my vetoes. I'm the first governor in America to perform a gay marriage after the historic Supreme Court ruling. I leaned in for labor. I vetoed every single anti-woman bill, and NARAL always gave me the Brick Award of the Year to the politician who stood hardest and strongest for women's rights. I was very proud of that. And then we continued to make progress in our House and our Senate, move forward. My greatest accomplishment, I guess, as governor, we had a record amount of jobs created. Personal income went up 13.6%. We should look to states where we're increasing the income of the workers in that state. I just didn't talk about jobs, 225,000 new jobs. I talked about good, high-paying jobs. And we outpaced the country, which is important for the Democratic Party. We're raising people's wages. I also erased a horrible 1902 Jim Crow, Richmond, of course, capital of the Confederacy. They had a law that if you committed a felony, you never voted again for the rest of your life. Felony threshold in Virginia was $100. So you're a 17-year-old kid, you steal some sneakers, you never vote for the rest of your life. I thought that was wrong. So if you all remember April of 2016, I erased it. I used an executive authority and gave 206,000 people back the right to vote. The largest, it was the largest enfranchisement of voter rights in our country's history. And what did the Republicans do? They sued me, said I didn't have the authority. Now, I'm not going to lie to anybody here. I went to Georgetown Law School. I was a full-time student. I had a scholarship. I'm not going to lie to you. I never went to class. Not that I didn't want to go, it's just I was busy. I was traveling the country, I was working for Tip O'Neill, I was out and about. But I passed, I'm a member of a bar. I even knew with my little Georgetown law degree that that is not a constitutional theory. He can't do it because no governor's done it before, but that's what they said. Then they came back and said, oh, he has to do them individually. Oh, really? So I'm very proud, folks. I signed 206,000 individual petitions to give people back the right to vote. My point in all of this is we need to reward states that fight for the principles of the Democratic Party. They just don't talk about it. They get stuff done. We're rural, we're urban. We got Southwest Virginia, we used to be the coal mines. We have Southside Virginia, which used to be the textile mills. We got everything in Virginia. We're very diverse, and Chris is going to go through the exact numbers. The other thing I want to say about Virginia is we are very pro-military. And we have percentage-wise the most veterans active duty of any state in America. We have the largest naval base in the world in Virginia. Every aircraft carrier in the history of the United States Navy was built where? Boom, Newport News, Virginia. How do you like that? And our shipyard and the steel workers, and who is the first woman in the history to work there? Senator Louise Lucas. How do you like that? I like those apples, I'm telling you. We got it all in Virginia. I know you got great states, but who else can say that? Virginia. That's what we got for you, folks. So I don't get excited too often, but I am jacked up here. This is a huge opportunity for our country to do this. And the final thing I'd say is voting rights. We've led the country on that. Early vote, 45 days early vote. No excuse absentee ballot. Same-day voter registration. We got it all in Virginia, and our great senator is adding a lot more great things in. So we're the most we're the only southern state that truly protects a woman's right to choose of all the southern states. We are the most pro-union of all the southern states, and we still have a long way to go, but we have made great progress in Virginia. Pro-military. So folks, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. This is a great opportunity for the nominee who can come to Virginia, campaign in rural, urban. When you campaign in Virginia, you're reaching media markets in Kentucky and West Virginia, in Tennessee. You're getting Maryland, you're getting it all. I mean, we are the greatest bang for the buck. Let me now turn it over to the greatest state senator in the history of the Commonwealth of Virginia, my great friend, and the chair of the Democratic Party of the Commonwealth of Virginia, my great friend, Lamont Bagby. All yours, buddy. You're up.
He didn't leave much for me. These slides we have, he's went through them already. For 1 minute, I thought you were about to say the greatest party chair.
Well,
but you would never do that with Sweck right there. Good to see you all. As the governor explained, we have flipped a lot in a short period of time in what I think we all agree is a purple state, Virginia. We have, as he mentioned, when I got to the General Assembly in the House of Delegates, and he was the governor, he had 33 members in the House, which for us did not give him an opportunity to sustain his vetoes. And so I was a 34th vote. I came and saved him. And now to see that flipped a decade later to 64 to 36, where now they're trying to make sure that they can push back. But now, we'll get to that part later, we have a trifecta. So the fact that we've been able to flip the House and where I serve in the Senate to 21-19, razor thin, because Virginia, again, is purple. And we oftentimes start moving and thinking about Virginia as a blue state because we've had consecutive wins. But each of these elections have been tight. As you all have, I hope, followed in the news and saw this last constitutional amendment that we moved forward with, and the last slide said we fight and we're not afraid of a fight. That was a fight that we were willing to take on, but we also had to do the work because that was a razor-thin victory that we had, and it took all boots on the ground. And I want to thank many of you for making phone calls and knocking doors to help us get that done. Sorry that we also have some work to do on our Supreme Court, but that work will get done as well. We have not only flipped the House and the Senate, we also now have the majority of our congressional delegations, and we also have, and Mike is with us, we also have U.S. Senators Mark Warner and Tim Kaine, and we also have a trifecta, as we'll talk about a little bit in a moment. But as the governor mentioned, we have done a lot related to voting rights. And you all are familiar with the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We in Virginia saw fit in 2021 to do something of the same sort, to mirror what is to be in the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. What we then saw is, as we looked around the corner, there's going to be some challenges, possibly, with the feds and the Voting Rights Act. So what we did is detached ourselves from the federal legislation and from the federal regulations, and now we have took those provisions and put those only in our law, so that we're protecting the voting rights of Virginians, and it's not attached to whatever may happen on the federal level. The governor mentioned what we also did with expanding the window for voting. I'm waiting for Chris to. Virginia has elections every year, as you all know. We talk about it all the time, and you all are probably tired of hearing us talk about it. But that's often an opportunity for us to work that muscle. And so it prepares us for elections and primaries and so forth. And so as we look at the election that we had last year and the election before that, and looking at even the election for this year, that is really significantly preparing us for the 2028 election. As you all know, we have a trifecta with 21 members in the Senate, 64 members in the House out of 100, and the governor's mansion. We have held several presidential primaries in 2020 and 2024 that were standalone, and statewide leaders are prepared to support us, and that's going to be critical as we look to move that date up. And we have the support of not only our governor and our two legislative bodies, but we also have the support of our attorney general, who's going to be critical in making sure that we are not only able to move that up and protect whatever we do, but also it's going to be critical for the attorney general to work alongside the secretary of administration to make sure that we are protecting voters' ability to vote and at the ballot box. And now I'll turn it over to Chris Bowling, our executive director.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Hey, just want to take a couple minutes and talk to you sort of about Virginia as the purple state it is and how it matches our national party, which I think is incredibly important for any state that is looking to be sort of early in our process. So in Virginia, you sort of see on this slide, 56% of the Democratic Party nationally is white, non-Hispanic. In Virginia, it's a little higher at 58.4%. 18% is black, 20% in Virginia, 6% AAPI, again, just a little close to 2% higher in Virginia. Hispanic and Latino, 16% in the national party, a little under 12% in Virginia. And then two or more races in Native American is 4%, which almost is an exact match, right? One of the points that we want to make here that we think is incredibly important is like places that happen to match the party while also being purple states are important. One of the other things you see here, and that's out of 9 million residents, which is pretty significant, 10% of our residents are either veterans or active duty military, largely in the Hampton Roads region, but not solely in the Hampton Roads region. In Virginia is such a wonderful place because it's one of those places where like the voices of black women will be heard in Virginia. You will not get elected without support of black women who have been, will continue to be the backbone of our party. In Virginia, you have to do it in all regions of the Commonwealth as well. It's not like you go to one place and it's like, oh, I can check that box. Like, no, you actually have to go touch multiple regions in Virginia to do so. And then the biggest thing that I think one of the points that we've tried to make here today is like Virginia over a long period of time, it's been 25 years since Governor McAuliffe became chair here. In those 25 years since, you've seen this steady build of momentum of Virginia turning into a thing. We're very excited about having 64 seats in the House of Delegates. Before November of last year, that number was 51, right? We had a really good year last year because we had great candidates up and down the ballot, rural candidates, suburban candidates, urban candidates. We're all over the place. So we've built this momentum in multiple places, and it's the type of thing that we think honestly should be showcased because we think, one, we match the national party, two, we require you to do the types of things as candidates where you actually have to show up and campaign in a way that will get you support, like real support amongst folks, and you sort of sharpen that tool as you go out and become our nominee and go to other states. And then listen, like we're just really proud of this. Like we take on tough fights. So our chair talked about the constitutional amendment that was just on the ballot in April. What is sort of lost in the sauce because it's not as attractive because of what is happening nationally is like we have 3 additional constitutional amendments on the ballot in November with Senator Warner and with our congressional candidates. One to enshrine marriage equality, restoration of rights, and reproductive rights, right? We want to protect all citizens who want to get married regardless of who you want to get married to. As opposed to punishing somebody who stole a pair of sneakers for $100 when they were 17, like we want to enshrine that like you serve your time, you do your bid, you earn your rights back. You have the ability to do so. And then on reproductive rights, like we're proud to be the state in the South that is most most forward-looking on reproductive rights for women.
So
like
thank
all
you.
of those are on the ballot this November. Like these are things that are happening right now. These are the fights that we want to be in, that we want to take advantage of, and like incredibly proud of that. That is what it is to be in Virginia, and I'm going to give this over to Mike Henry.
And I'm going to say we have run out of presentation time, but we're turning now to questions and answers and discussion from the members, so you'll have a chance to say other things. Who has a question or a point of discussion? Frank?
Frank Leone, actually DC now. One of the criteria we're looking at is the ability of a state party to schedule a primary timely. And I understand you have a Democratic trifecta. You would need legislation changing your primary date from Super Tuesday to whatever date it is. Do you think you would be able to pass that legislation? And what might be the timing of enacting that new legislation?
Yes, given the vote of this body, we will pass that legislation this coming January. And we have the commitment, and I think you all should have letters from Senate Pro Tem Louise Lucas, Speaker Don Scott, and our governor all supporting, and so we will have no issue or no challenge with moving that up through legislation.
Okay, thank you. Steph?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Steph Campagnoli in New Jersey. Thank you so much for your presentation. Can you please tell me the average cost of rent for a one-bedroom in Richmond and in Blacksburg?
We're not prepared to answer that question. Now, that's the question that's all over Twitter, right? Chris?
Hey,
You are all welcome.
Thank you for the question. In Richmond, it is $1,600 for a one-bedroom. In Blacksburg, it's a little over $1,000 to $1,050. You're very welcome.
And Donna?
Jamie.
I'm sorry, excuse me, I got it out of order. Be right back. Jamie?
Thank you, Jamie Selzler, North Dakota. One of the things we're looking at is fairness and is the ability for all candidates to be able to make a play, and part of that is the cost in media markets. Obviously, the Northern Virginia market's expensive. Your application took an interesting approach, which is, yes, it's the most expensive, and that's why we should pick it, because it will force candidates to raise money and show who's good at raising money. Interesting take. If we have, 714 candidates, whatever we have running for president, it's a lot of money to go around that they have to raise. Walk through for us why you think it's valuable that candidates be forced to raise huge amounts of money for one state's primary.
First of all, thanks for your question. I'm Mike Henry with Tim Kaine's office. He brings his greetings, knows many of you. Look, I think Virginia, Northern Virginia is on the expensive side. Similarly, that's like that in other states. But what I really think we also have that's unique is we have great media markets that are very inexpensive, like Hampton Roads, Richmond, Roanoke. As we all know, digital communication is really a key part of anybody's campaign right now. So I think it's a very economical state, actually, to run a race in, and I have multiple times. When I look at other states that we are compared with, I think we're right up there. Now, as far as, concerns about raising money, I do think when candidates have the ability to raise money, that should also show strength. And, we have a great history in our party that it's not about expensive, people who can give lots of money. It's really about the average $5, $10, $15 contribution. And I think Virginia would just complement an already an amazing calendar that we have right now set up. But thanks for your question, and I'm happy to answer anything offline too.
Speaking of someone who's had his name on a ballot a lot, I think the TV is way overrated. It's not how you win elections. It's about grassroots activism. This is coming from someone who's raised a lot of money. But it's literally the people knocking on the doors, making those phone calls. That's how you win in Virginia, and that's one of the reasons why I think we're such a great state, we are activists in Virginia. We have elections every year. We never have a day off. So we're activists, and we're grassroots activists. And that's what's going to make a candidate for president or candidate for governor or whatever be successful. If you don't have the grassroots, I don't care how much money you have on DC TV, it's just not going to matter. And we have seen so many candidates with unlimited money come in third or fourth place. But I would make the argument it's because of who we are in elections every year. We believe in grassroots, and that's what, we're jacked up on elections. We do them every year. We're professionals at this. We engage. We care about the issues. And that's how the nominee is going to win Virginia, is by building the grassroots support. And I would just say this at the top, I should say, I spoke to Governor Spanberger this morning. She wishes she could be here. She conveys her best. Her daughter is graduating from high school right now. So that's otherwise. And let's give it for the first woman-elected governor in the history of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I mean, just one more thing you can say for Virginia. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Governor. And now I've got it right, Donna.
Thank you. And while you are applauding the Commonwealth of Virginia, also Virginia was the 38th state to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment. So thank you for that bit of history. I want to say to my friend for so many years, Terry, thank you also for being the chair of the Democratic National Committee that established the Voting Rights Institute in 2001, and for giving us not only the political but legal framework so that the Democratic Party had a very active voter protection operation that still exists today. And Maynard Jackson, of course, the former mayor of Atlanta, was your first chair. I was your second one, and Maria put out the press release just to give you might forget. All right. My question centers around some of the things that have happened, not only with regards to the Voting Rights Act, but in 2024, Governor Youngkin tried to scrub the voter rolls. This went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and I know that you all, while you were not able to reverse it, many non-citizens, as well as citizens, was caught up in that scheme to scrub the voter roll. Given the fact that Mr. Trump is trying to take over the state's ability to run their own election, are you currently facing any attempts by the Justice Department to sue your state for your voter registration rolls? Along the same line, the RNC is suing the state of Virginia for allowing voting rights to citizens who are born in the state but live abroad. I want to know the status of that. And finally, and maybe you could speak of this in terms of the legislature, with the SAVE Act stalled in the United States Senate, the Trump administration is pressing states to enact several of its key provisions, including the proof of citizenship. Is any attempt now to do that in the state of Virginia? Those are my three questions.
Well, if you don't mind, I think my response to that would probably be the same for all three of those. And that is, you talked about former Governor Youngkin scrubbing the voter roll and taking us out of ERIC. You didn't say that, I said it. But our governor has entered us back into ERIC, and we have an Attorney General in Jay Jones that is fully prepared to take on any efforts by Trump and the DOJ to come after us for a host of issues. And as you all know, we don't know what those issues might be. But we are fully prepared as a legislature to support the Attorney General, as the governor to support the Attorney General, to make sure that we are fighting back on whatever it is that they come up with. And we know that they will come up with something, and it will just not be Virginia. It will be multiple states that will be under attack. But I feel like we are fully prepared, and our Attorney General is gearing up for the fight to make sure that we protect access to the ballot. And again, the legislation that we have put forward that has passed both bodies and been signed by the governor strengthens our voting rights in Virginia. And I think it is a model for what could be with the U.S., with the federal government in strengthening access to, not only access to the ballot box, but protecting individuals at the ballot box. Our governor just put out an executive order to go a step further. We understand that ICE could be intimidating at the ballot box. And so our executive order, or her executive order, addresses that threat and making sure that individuals feel safe going to the ballot box. And so there's a host of attacks that could be pressed upon us, but I feel confident and I have felt good about how we have approached those challenges with our legislature working alongside our Attorney General and our Governor.
Just say in closing, as Vice Chair under the leadership of Tim Kaine, I also want to let you know, Mike, how proud I am of him and his service as well. So thank you.
And also, one last thing, I'm sorry. The Voting Rights Act also had a fund in it. And that fund is the dollars to help make sure that not only we're doing the right things related to making sure folks' voting rights are protected, but it also helps with funding the education for voters. And so if you go to our Department of Elections website, you will see multiple languages of instructions and helping individuals to make sure that they move throughout the process of voting.
Thank you. Luis.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. This is Luis Davila from Puerto Rico. I think Virginia certainly presents a compelling offer, compelling case of diverse constituency, as Governor mentioned, rural, military. But in recent times, I feel like the political gravity has shifted towards the Northern Virginia corridor. So my question to you would be, how does Virginia ensure that an early primary would reflect that broader political character of the Commonwealth, which I was mentioning earlier, rather than being disproportionately shaped by a nationalized media and the political ecosystem that I feel every day becomes more and more linked to DC?
Yeah, I think if you look, as we discussed, we talked about the 20 to 25 year window and how we have become more competitive over time. That competitiveness has not just been Northern Virginia. Northern Virginia is not purple. Northern Virginia is blue, has been blue. Where we found our success is in rural Virginia, and particularly in a locality that I'm from, right outside of Richmond, which is Henrico and Chesterfield. And then we also found success in places like Loudoun and Virginia Beach. That's where we have been able to get our gains. And that's why I think it makes sense for this presidential bid, because those are the places, if I were running for president, that I would go. I wouldn't necessarily focus on Northern Virginia as much as I would focus on testing myself in Black rural, in Loudoun, where it's super diverse, in Virginia Beach, where you have a population in Norfolk, where you have populations that are military, and then you have folks that are really well off. I think you have the opportunity across the Commonwealth of Virginia to test your strengths in different areas and into certain populations. And so, does that answer your question?
It kind of does, but that's what I worry, right? Like, you always hear that you have to take the Democratic Party out of DC. And then I feel like there will be some sort of interpretation that by focusing or somehow empowering this corridor, which
and again,
I mean, Loudoun is almost an extension of Fairfax, which is a suburb of DC today.
Well, Richmond, so going back, say 20 to 25 years, where I'm from, Henrico, and then there's Chesterfield and Virginia Beach, we were losing those. And so it's not just Northern Virginia that we're continuing to win. The reason why we are winning, and again, it's small margins. When you look at this referendum that we just had, that we won, we lose Henrico and Chesterfield, we lose a referendum. And so our wins and the voters are not just in Northern Virginia, they're across the Commonwealth of Virginia. And if you look at the map, and for some reason I was looking at primaries prior to this, primaries prior to 2024, and the maps are clear. You can see where people are, you can see where, and then you can associate it with your states. And you can say, hey, this rural area resembles this state, or this black community resembles this state. And you can see where folks could really come in a presidential bid to really test themselves.
Thank you.
There's just a quick point on this, because I think this is important. Mike, please correct me if I'm wrong. Bad statewide candidates in Virginia spend all of their time in Northern Virginia. That's what bad candidates do. And in all honesty, they lose. Good candidates spend like a fair amount of time in Northern Virginia. There are a ton of votes there. We should never act like there aren't. But like, if you don't make your way through the rest of the Crescent, or if you don't make your way to Charlottesville, which is outside of the Crescent, or you don't make your way to Roanoke, or even Wise County, like, you're gonna be a bad candidate in Virginia, and quite frankly, you're not going to win. Like, you will lose. Like, it's like the thing that concerns you is what bad candidates do, and quite frankly, that's a reason you should put us up there, because we will weed out bad candidates. If you come to Virginia and you say, I only want to spend my time in Fairfax and Arlington, you will lose. And like, any candidate watching this should like take that seriously. You will lose. You should go to Richmond, and you should go to Virginia Beach, and you should go to Norfolk, and you should go to Portsmouth. Quite frankly, at this point in time, if you come to Virginia and you don't go to Portsmouth, like, you're gonna lose, because Louise Lucas is not gonna be on your side. Like, that's a problem that you don't want. All right.
Thank you. All right, Maria?
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Terry, great to see you. Thank you for being here, my dear friend and former boss. I wanted to ask you, and you kind of mentioned this, and I love the way that Governor Spamberger, who, by the way, speaks perfect Spanish, and she uses it, and I'm very proud of that. She has also been very active in going up against ICE. We know that ICE is going to be, has been, and will continue to be weaponized against Latino and immigrant communities, especially during the election cycle. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about what you all are doing, not just to ensure that the Latino community and the immigrant community knows what the governor has done in terms of legislation to make sure that ICE is not allowed at the voting places, but there has already been a ton of misinformation and lies that have gone out to the Latino communities, and there's already a lot of fear. And so I think there needs to be a focused education campaign to let Latinos know that they can come out to vote, and that they're not going to be taken away by ICE, and that their family is not going to be targeted and taken away by ICE. So can you talk to me a little bit about what you all are doing to ensure that that kind of campaign and that kind of conversation with those communities is happening?
So aside from the legislation, that EO was yesterday.
Okay.
So that's fresh. But that's the whole point of the fund associated with the voting rights. That's that is in concert with the Secretary of Administration. That is under the Department of Elections, which again, the beautiful thing about Virginia now, not back 2 years ago, but the beautiful thing about Virginia now is that our Secretary of Administration falls under the governor, and those things in the Department of Elections fall under the governor. And so all those, as we update and we message into our, not only our Department of Elections website, but as we do our social media and whatever else communication, other communications, but education for voters, that is something that we will incorporate because we want to make sure that folks know all the things that are under the voting rights and the legislation. There's a ton of things that folks don't know that we just did this last session. For example, we talk about interfaith outreach. One of the things that we heard from particularly folks that worship on Sunday is they want, because You got Terry McCullough showing up to your church or your place of worship on Sunday saying, hey, go vote for this candidate. The best thing for them to do is to leave church before they go to brunch or go watch football, go vote. And so in 2020, I had legislation along with Senator Mamie Locke to make Sunday voting a thing in Virginia. That was successful, but it was a may. So we had some localities that took us up on it. Some of them didn't. Guess what? My locality didn't. And so what we did this past session is made that a shall. So now in Virginia, we have 2 Sundays before every election that voting on Sunday must happen. And so those are some of the things that we will have to make sure under this fund that we push out to make sure that individuals know about these options and know about their rights.
Great, thank you.
I give you just one quick point, sort of from staff side. Like, there are a couple benefits to Virginia having elections every year. Crazy good job security for me. I will take every single time. But there's also, like, again, they talked about building this muscle all the time. So, like, our C4 table, our campaigns, our internal caucus, D-Love at the party, some other organizations that may exist, constantly have to do this thing where they actually go talk to communities in person, through digital, in print, on TV. Like, they have to do it all the time. It's not an option. So the ability for us to stand up something that is able to give out communication in the way that you're talking about and the way that the chairman is talking about as well is easy because we literally do this every year, right? Like, just to give you an example, I might be a little off here, but we've had double-digit elections since November. Like, so from Election Day in 2025 until today, we've had double-digit elections in the Commonwealth. We do this all the time. So standing up an organization or communicating with voters in the way that you're talking about or non-voters, quite frankly, because we want to make them voters, is incredibly easy because we do it so often.
Thank you. All right, Indira?
Thank you. Thank you for the excellent presentation. It's wonderful to hear all of these achievements, but the biggest thing for me about Virginia is 2025 and the spectacular successes that you have seen and how you've moved to the farther left. Can you tell us how you built your coalitions with various groups like the African American groups, AAPI groups, Latino groups, and how did they contribute to your success? And what can candidates who are competing, or if you were to become a primary state, then early primary state, how can they take advantage of that, and what could they learn from that experience and apply to the rest of their campaigns?
Yeah, you remember a few minutes ago when we were answering the question about Northern Virginia, and I was like, this is what bad candidates do in Virginia. They do none of what you just described. So here's, again, benefit of us having elections every year. So first, on the part, I'm executive director of the party, so I want to talk about the party. I want to brag on my folks a little bit because I find them to be very special. Our caucuses in our party are active caucuses. They are not like, hey, we sort of exist here. So we start with this wonderful base of people who are a part of the party infrastructure itself, right? So we start there, we're able to do those. What we then do is working with them and then additionally working with our C4 table who sort of works parallel to those folks. Sometimes there's crossover, right? We're able to, every single year, build an AAPI 4. It's not the same people every year. The folks who love Tim Kaine, self-included, may not love Abigail Spanberger, right? But there's somebody else who absolutely loves Abigail Spanberger who might not love Tim Kaine, right? So we're able to engage people in every community. Pick one. Every single community, every single year, again, because you don't have the choice not to. So you sort of build this base infrastructure, and then doing it every year, you just keep growing. It's the same. It's like literally the same as building a muscle. So when it's like, I want to build an African Americans for a list, I want to talk to this faith-based community, I want to talk to this faith-based community, there's always a place to start. You're never building from scratch in Virginia because we've built so many relationships, again, because we do elections every single year. And competitive elections, to the chairman's point, and especially in some of the places that we're talking about, you build these competitive elections every year, you build this base. So once that base is established, you're just stacking on top of it every year. So you're never starting from scratch. And like that is a massive benefit to what we do here. You also just don't lose communication with the people. We don't just show up in an election year. They're all election years, right? We don't stop talking to, so our election day is in November like everybody else's. And it's like, oh, well, it's December. Okay, we'll take a break. Maybe everybody gets a break because you go through the holiday season. They go back into General Assembly session in the beginning of January. So the same people who you communicate with, who you've built that rapport with, now want to talk to you about legislation. They want to come on behalf of their organizations to do those things. So you communicate with them through the General Assembly session, which runs through the winter, and then you're back in the spring and it's time to run again. So you never stop building relationships. We work in a relationship business. Everyone builds relationships in Virginia because you don't have a choice not to. You have to, like, again, I cannot stress this enough. Bad candidates will get weeded out in Virginia. Go ahead, you got it.
I just want to point two things out. Chris mentioned, but I wanted to really stick. There's two things that I think we have strong, and that is strong caucuses and strong local committees. Supporting our local committees makes our job easier because when they feel that support, whether that is AAPI, Black community, even when I think about the rural community and supporting people like Rural Ground Game, it makes it easier for us to do our work and connect them with campaigns as opposed to us trying to be the one-stop shop. And so supporting them and making sure that they feel support, not only feel support, but they have not only financial support, but folks are like actually listening to them is where I think is most critical. And that is, it starts with our caucuses and our local committees.
Thank you. Yvette?
Yvette Lewis, Maryland. Virginia is the home to a lot of universities, but you're also the home to HBCUs. You know, you got the MEAC and the CIAA group there. And
I don't know about the MEAC. I'm not familiar with the CIAA.
oh, don't even start. Don't even start. Because you used to be CIAA, and then you became MEAC. And you also have, you're the home to Hampton University, which is in dispute as to whether it's the real HU as opposed to Howard University, but we'll get into that as well. But my question for you is, what are you doing to shore up our HBCUs? Because you know, they're targeting our students to keep them from voting. And I want to be sure that protections are in place to make sure, especially in early voting or any place where our students are voting, they are not intimidated in any way or they're kept from voting. And that's personal to me, to make sure that our young people can vote, because we can't say that we want young people in the party, but then we put these obstacles up that keep them from voting. So what are we doing to make sure that we take care of that?
So one of the main things we're doing is showing up at the universities. We had this passed during the referendum. We had Roland Martin did a couple rollouts. He did one at Norfolk State and one at Virginia State. All these questions were online and on Twitter. So thank you for throwing all these extra questions at me. But Roland came in and did outreach, and we did a nice event at Virginia State, and we did a nice event in Norfolk State. And those are some ways that we're actually going out and getting these folks engaged. And then we're getting other influencers to make sure that they're spending time and speaking to them on social media and so forth. But one of the things that I'm really proud of is the fact that also in this last election, it was the first time that Hampton has a polling place on campus. They had been asking for that. And so those are the things that I think are critical, is making sure that we are putting polling places on these campuses, particularly HBCUs, which in Virginia was unheard of. And so not only making sure we're reaching out to them, but also making it easier for them to vote. And I think you can't make it more easier than making it, put it in next door to their cafeteria.
Can I just one quick point about just another benefit of us being on these campuses beyond what the chairman said. One of the things that, again, elections every year, one of the things that happens in Virginia is we also, in all of those elections, build campus programs. So like there is a dedicated program for every statewide campaign in Virginia that we have staff on campuses, Virginia State, Norfolk State, Hampton, Real HU, Home by the Sea, ODU, VCU, like all of these campuses. So the number of staff who come through Virginia and get trained up really well because they spent time on these campuses actually talking to young voters in a real way. Like they don't just stay in Virginia, like they get out, they go other places, and like they're able to do the same thing because, again, we build those programs every single year.
And in these conversations, I hope that Black men are really focused on as well, because that's a demographic we have got to focus on. And our young Black men, I think with what's happening in the country now, we have a good story to tell.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'd like to make sure that young Black men are included in that conversation as well.
I used to be one of those.
I know how about that.
All right, thank you. Keith Umamoto.
Yes, Keith Umamoto from California. I look at our job as three numbers: 51 U.S. Senate, 218 House of Representatives, 270 Electoral College. From the South, we also look at, if we flip North Carolina from red to blue, makes a significant difference. When I go canvassing and I'm with the Spanish-speaking canvasser, we split our list. The Spanish-speaking person goes to the Latino doors, and I go to the Asian doors, and it makes a huge difference on flipping. And when I was in Adam Gray's curing, did the same thing. Now, the nexus to this is with Virginia. Let's assume that you're in a double-digit advantage on the presidential. Is your infrastructure going to be able to, because of doing the early primary, you're going to help us flip North Carolina, as well as ensuring we get those numbers, 50, and we actually need more than 51 if our U.S. senators vote the way they've been doing. We probably need more like 53 to 55 to ensure we achieve our agenda in the U.S. Senate. But similarly, the 218's just a baseline for House, that we really need more than 218. So how is having Virginia going early going to help us to achieve those numbers?
So I first can't believe I'm gonna do this. Usually would have taken this anyway. Not a double-digit presidential state. We aren't. Average in the last four is 6.3. I am happy to take credit as the state director that year for the largest Democratic presidential victory in Virginia. It was 10. Like it was like exactly 10. It was not 10 in 2024. I would love for it to be 10 again, but like that's not the reality of where we are. Like that's why we, in all honesty, that's why we keep talking about us as like a purple state. It is not this guaranteed Democratic victory. Like we could absolutely do things, and like it get really, really difficult in Virginia. Republicans spend money in Virginia on presidential races, right? They spend real money there, which means we have to spend real money there, and it's a thing. So, but to your larger question, the point that I would make is this. Again, I broken record, but it's the truth. We do it every single year. We have incredibly sophisticated voters at this point. There is no better place to actually build that muscle of what you have to do. If you want to learn how to talk to suburban voters in any part of the country, go to Chesterfield County. Immediately, go to Chesterfield. You want to, You want to learn how to talk to black rural voters? Go to Danville. Go there. Like, it will train you to go and do this anywhere. So if you want to think about Virginia as a place that is not just a great example of like how to go speak to these voters in a real way, it is also, which we should take a ton of credit for, a place that is very easy to teach staff how to have these conversations outside of Virginia. You have every opportunity to bring more. You should want more staff talking to voters in Virginia than not, because those staffers always leave and go other places and do amazing jobs. If you don't believe me, I would implore you to go look at your last statewide campaign and figure out how many of those folks worked a statewide race in Virginia sometime in the 4 years before they came to you. I guarantee you it's like 50%. Because we do it every year. In the years where nobody else has races, we have huge races. Last year's governor's campaign is probably 300 staff. You should want staff from other places to come to Virginia, work, talk to voters in all types of places. And if they do, they will leave Virginia and go to other places and be better at it. They will leave Virginia and go to North Carolina. You can leave Henrico County or Arlington City, and you can go to Charlotte, and you can do an amazing job because of what you learned in those places. And like, that is beyond just talking to voters, which is like a real thing. The way staff is trained and the way you have to work in Virginia is a massive reason you should want Virginia early in this process.
Thank you, and I'm going to thank.
I want to close with,
I'm going to thank you.
We truly are
closing, right?
a purple state. You know, Trump has skewed the numbers. I mean, Trump has been in the mid-30s in Virginia now for 10 years. So we understand that. And Trump will not be on the ballot in 28. So we're not going to take anything for granted. But the most important thing I want to leave you with, and you've heard it 1,000 times about how we take elections, and I really believe it's your responsibility in the rules and bylaws, you have to build a calendar where the candidates for president are going to be put through the fire. Virginia is a state that when people come in and campaign, it is a very sophisticated electorate. You know, our folks are so upset, the Doge cuts and everything else that's going on in this country, it's hit Virginia harder than any state. Maryland's right behind us. But I promise you, if you put Virginia early in that calendar, they are going to put every presidential candidate through the toughest set of questions. You're going to have to answer military questions, urban questions, rural questions. And if you can't do that, you're not going to be successful. That's what we want as our nominee in 2028, and we have the ability to do that.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you to all of you from Virginia. That concludes our discussion on Virginia, and we really appreciate the time and work that you all put into this presentation.
Thank you. So before we get started with Nevada, I think they want to bring out some bags, so we're going to give them time to do that, and then we will start the clock. Cristobal, did you have a question? He's ready, he's ready. Oh, where are they?
We want him to be the first question.
Huh?
We want him to be the first question.
Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. Well, did y'all do y'all have bags y'all want to bring out or something? Okay.
They don't get to pre-plant their questions.
Yeah, well, they did already. We're getting ready to move to our next state. Can the members take their seats, please? We will now hear from the other applicant in the Western region, Nevada. The state has applied to hold a pre-window state-run primary. At this time, I'd like to welcome Chair Monroe Marino to the podium to begin the presentation to the committee.
Well, good afternoon, Democrats. How are you guys doing?
Good.
I know it's been a long 2 days. I appreciate you all being here and your attention. Thank you to the committee and to our co-chairs, Moore and Roosevelt, for giving Nevada the opportunity to make the case of why we should be first in the nation. I am Danielle Monroe Moreno, chair of the Nevada State Democratic Party, and with me here today are some of the hardest working and most dedicated Nevadans you will ever meet. As the DNC's new Rules and Bylaws Committee, one of the most crucial decisions you will make is determining the order of our party's nominating calendar. The state's chosen to make up the early window in the Democrats' presidential primary calendar matters. But most important decision ahead of the 2028 will be which state goes first. So to kick it off today, we're going to play a short video that tells the story of Nevada, and then I'll turn it over to the former chair of the CBC, my friend and congressman of Nevada's 4th District, Stephen Horsford. You can go ahead and roll the video.
No matter where you were born or which state you call home, if you're a Democrat, you believe a few simple truths.
That our country works best
when it works for everyone. That lifting people up starts with bringing people in.
And the more voices we inspire, the more we win.
Harry Reid believed that our party would be strongest if the presidential journey began in Nevada.
A state that truly looks like America.
A place with small towns and big cities.
With families who've been here for generations.
And families who are just writing their first chapter.
The 3rd most diverse state in the nation.
Con el quinto porcentaje más alto de Latinos.
And 40% growth in the Black
and AAPI communities.
A place shaped by hard work, built by unions.
The most working class state of all the battlegrounds.
A state where women lead at the highest levels.
Including both U.S. senators
and a majority of state legislators.
A place that makes participating in our democracy easier.
Where you can vote early.
Vote by mail.
And even register to vote on Election Day.
So everyone, from working parents to hourly workers,
can make their voices heard. Nevada is a battleground and a bellwether.
A purple state that prepares leaders to compete on the national stage. Small enough to campaign door to door. Affordable enough for new voices to be heard.
And where long shots get a real shot.
If you can build a winning coalition in the Silver State,
you can build a winning coalition anywhere.
For a party that looks like America, works like America,
and loves like America.
Nevada is where Democrats will turn the page on the national nightmare called Donald Trump.
But that next chapter won't write itself.
The pen is in your hand.
Will you choose a state that reflects our nation?
Where every candidate has a chance to make their case.
Where voting is easy and communication is affordable.
A true must-win battleground state. The simple answer is yes.
If you choose Nevada.
It's up to you.
Nevada.
Not Nevada, it's Nevada.
Nevada.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Congressman Stephen Horsford, and as the immediate past chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, it's an honor to be here before the Rules Committee. Nevada is the only state to meet all the criteria that has been set forth by the RBC. That criteria was established not as a checklist for qualifying states, but to create a calendar that helps us win in 2028. Let's start with rigor. Nevada sets up a presidential candidate with the ability to win nationally. We are diverse and we are working class. Nevada is the 3rd most diverse state in the nation. Our electorate represents the coalition that it will take to win national elections. Latino, Black, AA, NHPI, Native American, multiracial, young and white communities all call Nevada home. We have a significant LGBTQ+ community, and we are home to thousands of military families and veterans that make up nearly 10% of our population. Of the battleground states, Nevada has the highest percentage of working class adults that make up 70% of our electorate. Nevada is a union-strong state with 15% vote share of union members and their families. We are also a state where small businesses employ over 90% of our workforce. But when we talk about our diversity, we're not talking about a checking of the box. We're really talking about what the coalition is that Democrats need to rebuild in order to win the White House. Now, we saw shifts among Latino voters towards Trump in 2024. Now, with Latinos and working class voters moving away from Trump, Nevada is the only battleground state that can truly help Democrats craft an economic affirmative message strong enough to win them back, not just in Nevada, but all across the country. Nevada is also the fastest growing AA-NHPI community in the country, another critical group of swing voters that shifted 5 points to the right in '24. We need both high support and turnout among Black voters in order to win, and with the right message, and we can earn it. Nevada has seen 40% growth in our Black population, which is at 10%, and we are continuing to do that through early engagement where it works. Nevada has the highest concentration of non-college voters of all the presidential battlegrounds. Demonstrating an ability to persuade and mobilize a multiracial working class electorate in our state helps a presidential candidate win across both the blue wall and Sunbelt states, and it expands the map in places like Texas. Nevada is where candidates learn whether their coalition can scale nationally. It's how, honestly, I won my district, one that is both rural and urban, racially diverse, working class, where union members live and work, and where small businesses, many of them women and minority-owned, thrive. And Nevada isn't just racially diverse. We represent a geographical diversity with our 2 large urban centers in Washoe and Clark counties and sprawling rural and frontier communities that make up the state's 15 counties. Nevada rewards candidates who can appeal to an all economic and educational levels. Elevating a union-strong, diverse, and highly competitive battleground state will lay the foundation to help Democrats win back the trust of working-class voters and voters of color. We are the working class. We are the coalition Democrats must win in order to win America, and we represent the future of our party. Now, I will turn it over to Ivana Kinsella, Culinary Union's former political director, former state senator in Nevada, and a White House staffer, to talk about how Nevada meets the fairness standard.
Thank you, Congressman. Nevada is a small and inexpensive state, and Democrats there have a long history of grassroots organizing and competitive primary elections. With a population of just over 3 million, it's a place where any candidate can test their message and compete for early momentum without breaking their bank account. And it's because Nevada is an accessible state. We have 2 major media markets that cover about 90% of the state's population. And that means it's a place where presidential contenders can meet face-to-face with voters and where retail politics and strong organizing really can make the difference. The majority of Democratic voters live in 2 major counties, Washoe County in the north, Clark County in the south. And we're fortunate that both are highly accessible due to airlines that come through and connections to airport hubs and cities across the country. But accessibility doesn't mean easy. We've never shied away from the fact that it takes hard work to win in Nevada. It's exactly why early investment ultimately pays off. Candidates can't expect to come here in the fall of an election year or just run TV ads and win. Successful candidates will need to run statewide organizing efforts that work in the diverse neighborhoods of metropolitan Clark County, that organize battleground precincts in places like Washoe County, that win in places like Carson City, where our state employees are now union members, and that make inroads in our rural communities. Nevada's expansive rural counties are made up of small mining towns and are places where people like cattle ranchers and farmers live. Those are voters that we can win in Nevada and across the country with the right message and organizing. And Nevada Democrats, we know how to win. I know you've heard of the Reid machine. Its successors have eked out victories in some of the closest margins, working alongside our union sisters and brothers with issue advocacy organizations and with volunteers. We've known that grassroots organizing is in our blood. Nevada's been first in the West since 2008. And that means that we've been planning and executing caucuses for multiple competitive presidential primaries. And we've also turned out voters in our first state-run primary in 2024. Democrats passed legislation in 2021 that changed Nevada from a caucus state to a state-run primary. And that means our state party is now able to focus our resources on registering and activating voters and volunteers year-round through the general election. And we have a record of winning. Since 2008, we have won most every statewide election in Nevada. And that includes re-electing Senator Harry Reid in 2010, a midterm election that national and local pundits didn't believe Democrats would win, and we did. It was the first campaign I worked on, and it's where I started my Nevada journey, something I'm really proud of. And this November, all eyes are going to be on Nevada. We have the opportunity to take out a vulnerable incumbent governor, Republican governor, and elect the state's first Black governor in what will undoubtedly be one of the closest gubernatorial contests in the country. I'll now turn it over to Nevada's Secretary of State and the chairman of the Democratic Association of Secretaries of State, my friend Cisco Aguilar, who will talk about efficient, fair, secure, and accessible elections.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ivana. As Democrats, our values lie in ensuring all Americans have access to make their voices heard. It's core to who we are as a party, and ensuring safe and secure elections have been my priority as Nevada's Secretary of State. With universal vote by mail, 7 days of in-person early voting, county-wide election day vote centers, automatic voter registration, same-day registration, and a ballot cure process, Nevada has some of the most progressive voter access laws in the country. So we can ensure that all voters, no matter where they work or what hours they keep, can have access to the ballot box. And we've already seen these expansion efforts pay off. In 2024, we had the 4th highest youth vote turnout in the country, and Native American voter participation increased by 30%. And I'm proud of the fact that our state has been nationally recognized for our efficient election administration. In the 2024 MIT Rankings of Elections Performance Index, Nevada was named 2nd in the nation. And we continue to adapt to meet voters where they are. As Nevada's voting preferences have shifted from in-person early voting to voting by mail, changes have been adapted to expedite tabulation and reporting of votes at the county level. County election offices are now able to begin counting mail ballot and drop box ballots beginning 15 days prior to Election Day. And we've done so without having to sacrifice or jeopardize our accessible elections. After hosting our first presidential preference primary in 2024, after moving from a party-run caucus to a state-run primary, turnout broke all-time records, even during a non-competitive year. We continue to make voting in Nevada secure and accessible for all, because we know that more voices heard, the stronger our party will be. And to close it out, I'll turn it over to Rebecca Lamb, former aide to Senator Harry Reid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and hello, Democrats. Nevada not only meets all of the criteria, but it really meets the moment.
Selecting Nevada as Democrats' first nominating contest is the most strategic decision for our party and for our future success. The state that goes first matters. We all know it does. It fundamentally shapes the start of the primary and how candidates spend their time and their resources in the off year. It creates momentum and it sets the tone and the message for the contests that follow. It elevates candidates, and some others it does not. That's why it's so important that the state that goes first looks like America, is a battleground, and represents the coalition that Democrats must rebuild to win nationally. As a diverse, working-class, battleground state, Nevada is best poised to nominate a candidate who can win the general election. As Congressman Horsford outlined, the coalition it takes to win in Nevada is the exact coalition it takes to win 270 across the battlegrounds in the popular vote. Lessons here will prepare candidates for the presidential battlegrounds and for the general election. If we want to win in the future, we must also recognize that the definition of swing voters is changing. Yes, we must win over moderate and independent voters who determine outcomes of elections. That's as true in Nevada as it's true anywhere in a state that has a plurality of nonpartisan voters. But we also need to recognize that lower propensity, lower information voters have a growing influence on presidential election outcomes. Look, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when we first came into the calendar, the more of these voters that voted, the better our chances. That's not true today. A significant portion of Donald Trump's margin of victory came from the support of voters who participated in 2024 but did not participate in 2020. And Nevada had the highest percentage of first-time voters in 2024 at 21%. They tend to be younger, diverse, and working class. These are new swing voters, and they are up for grabs. Nevada tests a candidate's ability to persuade and turn out these swing voters and our base, to craft a working-class economic message, build a multiracial coalition, engage union voters, and run an effective organizing campaign. No other state can prepare you the way we can for a general election. Look, I'm here today, we're here today, because we want to win the presidential election in 2028, and we know you do too. 2028 may be our best opportunity to reimagine the calendar. The early calendar is first and foremost about selecting a nominee who can win the White House. Nevada is where that test should begin, and now is the moment. The party that Harry Reid built and still exists today is a year-round organization that operates in off years to grow engagement in must-win communities, to register Democrats, and to hire and train staff who are prepared to work on competitive campaigns, something we've been doing for decades. We have a solid track record and proven ability to host a successful first-in-the-nation nominating contest. We have a deep understanding and respect for the magnitude of hosting a first-in-the-nation contest. We are ready, and we respectfully ask for your vote, not only to keep us in the early calendar and in the early window, but to put Nevada first. I want to thank you again. We all want to thank you for this tremendous opportunity to be with you today, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. And Congressman, welcome back to a committee you're also familiar with. Our co-chair reminded us that you served with him, so thank you. I'm not sure that gives you an unfair advantage, but he is familiar with the committee. So we'll now open up the floor for questions from the members. Cristobal.
Thank you. Great presentation. Cristobal Alex of Washington, D.C., but from El Paso, Texas, originally. And when I was a kid, my parents would drive all the way from El Paso with the family on our vacations to Las Vegas. Not Disneyland for me, but I guess for the parents, it was Disneyland. We loved it. It was an annual trip that we made. And then later in life, I did my politics. I cut my teeth there, working with Ivana and others, advocacy campaigns, presidentials, including the last Democratic nominee in a primary that won and then went to the White House, Joe Biden. And in my time in Nevada, I learned the importance of coalition building. You talked about that today. And it's hard to think of a better place where you have Latino, Native American communities, AAPI, working folks, really sort of the entire gamut. And if you want to win there, you've got to build coalitions. And you did a great job talking about it today. I want you to dig a little bit deeper, because in the last presidential election, we took some steps backwards when it comes to coalition building, and it cost us the White House. And we simply can't have that happen again. So based on your experience in the coalition building, presidential elections, early state already, how does a Nevada First primary best position us, our eventual nominee, to take back the White House?
Thank you. I think I'll start with this question, but then I'm going to turn it over to my friend, Congressman Horsford, as well, in case I miss anything. But I want to thank you for that question, because it's really the question I think we should be asking. And it's one of the questions that you actually asked as a group after the RFPs went in. And in your packet, there is a memo that essentially answers some of these questions, but let me take a few minutes and answer it here as well. Let's look at the moment we're in following the 2024 election. I'll tee off that statement. You know, even marginal losses among working class voters, Latinos, AA, NHPI, African American, men, low propensity voters, it all contributed to our loss, and it is a coalition. Nevada really does represent the coalition, that very coalition, that if we can build those margins back, we can win the White House. Nevada is really a case study in how white non-college and working class voters have trended away from Democrats, right? They've trended away from Democrats nationally. We've seen that happen in Nevada. We need to be able to have an economic message that wins them back, hard stop, across the country. At the same time, diversity has increased in Nevada by 8 points, faster than the national average since 2008. So let's talk about what that coalition is, because there's been a lot of discussion about how Latinos have moved away a little bit from Democrats, but even those marginal moves makes a huge difference in a coalition state, and it makes a huge difference across the country. So not only do we have a vibrant Latino population, it's 29% of our population. Our AAPI community is 10% of our population. African Americans represent 10% of our population. And it's really how we've continued to win in very, very tight elections is this coalition building. The other piece that I would just say is these low propensity voters, they are the swing voter. And this is a group of voters that reflect the multiracial coalition that we're talking about. The other thing that I would just say is that presidential elections are often determined by economic messaging and economics, right? The economy. And there isn't a state in the country that gets hurt worse when there's a national economic decline than Nevada. I mean, I can't tell you, they call it the Trump slump in Nevada right now, because when people stop coming to this country, when they stop having the money to be able to travel, Nevada gets hurt worse than anywhere in the state. A friend of mine used to say that, you know, when America gets cold, Nevada gets the flu. So there's not a better place to pressure test an economic message that can work across the working class. I would also just say that the infrastructure that a campaign builds in Nevada for the primary is the campaign infrastructure that they will need for the general. I think I'll turn it over to Stephen.
Thank you, Rebecca. Just to add, first and foremost, I'm one of the 30 most competitive House districts in the country as a frontline member in a battleground state. I have won my re-elections because of the coalition that you referenced. My district actually has 37% Latino vote population, whereas our statewide population, Latino population, is 29%. Every group matters to winning in Nevada. It's not about pitting one group over another, it's about investing in every group. And that is the multiracial working class coalition that Democrats must win. This is not about one state. This is about the future of our country. Who leads it? And after everything that we've been through in this current administration, people are ready for a change. But we have to be able to battle test that message. You have to battle test it with the coalition that ultimately will decide which candidate is best prepared. And Nevada, we reflect the diversity, Latino, Black, AA, NHPI, Native American, white working class. It's not about putting rural over urban, it's about moving all of those voters forward. Finally, I just want to say that it's incredibly important that our economic message is centered on working people. And with one of the largest percentages of labor electorate of any of the battlegrounds, you have the ability to make sure from tipped workers to service workers to building trades, from the carpenters to the IBW, that every one of those unions feel bought in and invested in that message as well. And that means candidates getting out into the labor halls, at work sites, back of the house at the properties. That ultimately is what it's going to take to win. That is the future of our party. That is bigger than any one state. That is about putting people over politics at a time when our politics are broken. Terrence Woodbury does some research about the different segmentation of the Black voters, and I want to touch on this for a moment, and I know many of you are aware of this. Yes, we have to bring out our civil rights and legacy voters who show up, particularly Black women who have held this party down. But we also have to reach the rightfully cynical, those who have turned off from this party because they feel like our message hasn't reached them. I think that's true of Latino voters, men in particular, and so having an ability for that coalition to be heard, to have their voices be a part of testing our candidates and our message will ultimately put us in the winning position.
Thank you very much. Roxanne, we have a lot of questions in queue, so I will ask our members to make sure they're precise, and I'll ask our presenters to be as precise. Thank you.
And I'll be quick because the congressman actually just answered my question, so I'll just make mine a thank you. I just wanted to thank you all. I can't count the amount of times that you said the word union or the phrase working class, and what you just pinpointed. I'm glad that this is being recorded. What you just said is exactly what working class and union members want to hear, and you laid out specific examples of the type of engagement that would happen in Nevada with union people. So I just want to thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Indira?
Again, thank you for a wonderful presentation, and I'm definitely very impressed with how, you guys are very grounded in your approach and how you talked about your state and your efforts. That being said, my question regarding voter registration, if Nevada were to go to be the first state, how does that contribute to increasing your voter registration?
So prior to 2024, when Nevada held the caucuses for the presidential nomination, the ability to same-day registration, Democratic voters contributed to a significant Democratic voter registration edge. In 2008, we registered 30,000 new Democrats in just 45 minutes before our caucuses began. We went on to register a total of 100,000 new Democrats in 2008 that led to a 12-point Obama win and a sweep down ballot. We know that 2028 will be a competitive primary. That alone will create a moment of increased enthusiasm in Nevada. And Nevada has the ability to capitalize on that moment through same-day voter registration. We're a state where a plurality of our voters don't identify with either one of the majority parties. So a viable presidential candidate will also have the opportunity, and it's an incentive, to craft a message that resonates with independent and nonpartisan voters from the earliest stages of their campaigns. With the shift from a caucus to a primary and with more voters able to participate, Nevada Democrats are ready to leverage the enthusiasm of a competitive Democratic presidential preference primary to register new Democrats. And that will help candidates up and down the ballot, because although we're here to talk about the presidential, we can't forget those down ballot candidates, because that helps boost who's going out to vote at the presidential level as well.
Andre T.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and the initial's very helpful. Andre Schreiber from Texas. Y'all have appeared in the early window before now several times, but now the big part of your push is to appear first. And that, of course, comes with a brighter spotlight, increased demands from your state. Y'all have already talked about a little bit about modernizing your election system, moving from caucus to primary, but I would just like to hear more about the kind of preparations that y'all make to be ready to host with that kind of increased demand that you would be under.
I can tag in here. Nevada's special for many reasons that we've shared, but one of them that I want to really emphasize is the way that our state party engages year-round with an ecosystem of unions, of organizing entities, and of volunteers who are active truly 365 days a year. And we're a 24/7 state, so why not throw that in there too? And I want to talk specifically about what that looks like, because it's not just engaging with other Democrats. It's really engaging with the community. Organizing in Nevada is true community organizing. And us being ready means that Democrats are showing up in community today. We are at the swap meet, making sure that we're engaging with Latino voters. We're at churches. We are in our community every day. And sometimes that looks like being active on social media. Sometimes that looks like being in person. But the engagement is ongoing in big and small ways. And it puts us in a position to make sure that we're not starting from scratch. We have a long history of not just turning out strong caucuses, going all the way back to 2008. We also have a strong history of winning in elections, and we continue that work as a springboard long after the election is over to ensure that we are prepared cycle after cycle to win up and down the ballot. And I'm confident that if given the opportunity to go first, not only would that infrastructure be there to support all the candidates as they come through our state, but it would also allow for candidates to prepare themselves to go forward in the contest by engaging with volunteers and seasoned staffers who are prepared to join them down the contest going forward. Yeah.
Andre W.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andre Washington from the great state of Ohio. Thank you for that presentation. I'm going to be short and sweet because I was just going to echo what Roxanne said. You answered my question. I'm a proud ASME union member. And I just want to say thank you because I wrote down that Nevada is a strong union state at 15%. So I just want to say thank you for engaging. And the question I was going to ask is about union brothers and sisters engaged in the party, but you've answered that already. But if I can make a statement, if you have any more of this Nevada chocolate, please give it to my two sisters because they keep trying to swipe mine. And Madam Chair, may I file a grievance against my sisters to my right, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Wendy.
Thank you, and thank y'all for your presentation. I had a couple of quick questions. Are you saying it's all vote by mail, and then you can decide to do early vote or election day? And if it's a large amount of vote by mail, what is the timing on that? Does everything have to be in by 7 o'clock on election night, or do we have several days of waiting for mail to come back in terms of knowing who the quote-unquote winners would be on election day?
So Nevada, obviously, we have universal mail ballot for the entire state. We have vote centers, which will have 7 days of early voting prior to election day. Then we'd have election day polling locations. In response to the question about tabulation and information release, over the last 3 years, Nevada has invested over $30 million into its election infrastructure. We invested in a top-down voter registration system. So now all 17 counties are on the same system, and I am getting data in real time from a voter registration perspective, but also on in-person turnout. Actually, you go to nvsos.gov/vivid. You can see the turnout right now that is happening in our primary election. You can see ballots, number of ballots sent, the number of ballots accepted, the number of ballots processed, the number of ballots rejected, the number of ballots that need signature care. Again, this public information is about transparency and building trust in the process. We have invested in machines in some of our biggest counties. I can get really nerdy here, but Clark County just purchased its second Agilis machine to help process mail ballots quicker and faster. The fact we've gone to ballot marking devices for a voter registration or for a voting experience where a voter gets an actual paper ballot in their hands has decreased the amount of time it takes us to actually tabulate in-person votes. Now going back to mail, in the 24 election, and I'm going to talk about the general, and the general is much more complicated than a presidential primary election. But I want to judge us by the fact that I want to look at the hardest election to manage and get that information to you. Less than 1.8% of mail ballots arrive after Election Day. That's about 57,000 ballots in Clark County. 95% of that 57,000 are within 24 hours. So it's in the hands and possessions. The Clark County and Washoe County clerks had 98% of all ballots in their possession election night. In the 24 general, they got to a 90% processing rate. 70% was the rate in 22. So the fact that we were able to close that gap, we still have a bottleneck of 98% because they weren't able to get those ballots processed because those were all mailed ballots received on Election Day at polling locations in a drop box. We had a single pickup at the end of the day. Those ballots sat in those boxes until somebody at the end of the day came to pick them up. We are now doing multiple pickups throughout the day. We will have technology in 28 to tell us how many mail ballots are in drop boxes at every single polling location throughout Clark County. So if we see a polling location with high turnout, we will send somebody there, pick them up, and begin that processing. In Nevada, we can begin processing mail ballots 15 days before the election. So, thank you. I could talk about this much longer. Thank you.
No, that was a very thorough answer. Thank you. Also, sounds like you have party registration, same day you can change it. And then is the presidential preference primary open or closed?
It's a closed primary, but it is, as you indicated, same-day registration. And with 7 days of early vote, you can walk in, you can change your registration there. You won't have obviously received a mail ballot. Only registered Democrats will get the mail ballots. When we talk about universal in a primary, that's what that means. But the 7 days of early vote, you can change your registration any of those days, and you can change it on Election Day as well.
Keith?
Yes, Keith Yamamoto from California. I guess this is a good opportunity to say thank you to all the states that helped us pass Proposition 50, including when we had our Western Regional meeting in Las Vegas before the November election, where we probably had up to, 100 phone bankers to help us pass Prop 50 and hopefully flip 5 congressional seats. The other thing I wanted to ask is more of a quirky question, but having Reno been my home every other year for a couple days from Sacramento, California, where our labor folks do our canvassing, there was a mention to the effect of the ninth, I think it was Ninth Island. Can you address that?
Yeah, Hawaii.
So downtown Las Vegas is in my congressional district, the California Hotel. We're known as the Ninth Island because we have the ninth highest population of Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders who live in Las Vegas, in southern Nevada. And again, it's part of the growing segment of the AAPH community. And the fact that we have so much diversity within those communities as well. The language translation and access is also a big part of what our state has invested in so that people are receiving that information in the language that they request.
So mail ballots are printed in 3 languages in Nevada, Clark County. One is English, 2 is Spanish, and 3 is Filipino. 50% of all Latinos request a Spanish ballot. And I think that speaks to what our ability is. But if anybody shows up at a polling location not speaking one of those 3 languages, we try to put interpreters in communities where there's a high population of a second language. But also, 2, we have phone systems available to those voters to be able to get what they need in their native language.
Thank you. Donna?
First of all, it's good to see our former colleague, Congressman here. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time, and I can't talk about how much I miss and love Harry Reid. He was truly one of the greatest, and we thank him always for his help in passing the Affordable Care Act. Mr. Secretary of State, you've been sued by the Justice Department, I understand, because you're not giving up your unredacted voter rolls. What's the status of that case? Secondly, and anyone can answer this question, Nevada, you all have come under several cyber attacks recently, statewide, including MGM. I'm not telling y'all about my history of gambling, and the University of Nevada, Clark County. So what lessons would you give us on how you're improving your cyber infrastructure prior to this election? And lastly, any updates or lessons you can give other secretaries of state on improving their overall voter system to restore confidence and trust in our systems? Thank you.
Thank you. And this is a great question. Yes, Nevada suffered one of the most significant cyber attacks of a state government in August. However, we had been focused in the Secretary of State with our modernization, innovation, and transparency efforts to build one of the most secure systems in the entire country. Bringing all 17 counties onto one system was critical for that cybersecurity perspective. When that cyber attack hit, the Secretary of State's office could have run the election without the voter knowing there was an interruption because our systems were air-gapped, they were secured. We have vendors that are some of the most significant vendors in the country. We know Nevada is a battleground state. We know foreign adversaries want to know what's happening in Nevada because what is happening in Nevada is going to happen in the rest of the country. So I have to make sure those systems are secure, they are protected. And one thing Harry Reid and my former employer, Andre Agassi, always said is, if you want to get something done, you have to do it yourself. And knowing that cybersecurity was critical to the trust of the overall process, we had to build our own cybersecurity. Yes, we continue to work with CISA, but thankfully we started prior to this administration because if we had waited, we had been in significant jeopardy with that cyber attack had we not done what we did prior to what we did. Going back to the personal data and personal information of voters, I immediately said, no way are we going to hand this information over. The DOJ sent us that demand letter. We said, no, thank you. Here's the public file. We are not going to give you voter information as it relates to any voter. And it was really interesting. Right after that occurred, I had an opportunity to speak to a Republican group in Carson City. And I said, this is not a political issue. This is about the security of voter information. This is about your personal security of electronic information. And after that, they stood up and clapped, which made me realize this is not a partisan issue. This is a personal issue that people want to know the person who is in charge of their information is going to protect them. They can sue me all day long. 3 states that have decisions already come down have been in favor of the state who has protected that information. I assume Nevada will be in the same position as that case goes to a hearing. Yes, we've been sued significantly a lot. As chair of the Democratic Association of Secretaries of State, it's my job to make sure other secretaries are ready to go. They are on top of these issues. We are coordinating to make sure that we are responding in a way that is pragmatic, but is building confidence to ensure that we continue to get voters to participate in the processes. It's a multi-pronged approach. One is making sure we have legal ready to go. We have more lawyers on the team now than I think major law firms, but that's okay. We have to have a communications process. That communication process is tested to communicate directly to the average voter. We as secretaries cannot communicate in legalese. We have to communicate in practical information. Then it's actually the ground game. What are we doing on the ground to make sure voters know that they are safe and protected?
Thank you. Frank?
Frank Leone, D.C. A couple of procedural questions. First, to follow up on Wendy's point, I mean, I appreciate you guys' effort to make voting easy and mail-in ballots, but especially for the first state in the process, it's important to have timely results. And am I correct that in 2024, it actually took about 4 days for the Associated Press to declare Donald Trump as the winner of the Nevada election? And what are the steps that you're taking? Will that speed up that process so voters have answers sooner? And secondly, you currently have a primary day scheduled for February 1, 2028. Are there any plans to change that date?
Again, going from 70% to 90% of ballots processed in the general election, which is much more complicated than a presidential primary election. I am confident, based on the changes we are making now, the investments we've made in the overall system, the investments we've made in technology, and the remodernization of election centers at the county level, both especially in Washoe and Clark. My goal for this general election is to get to 94%, and I'm confident we can do that, which then tells me that we will be able to do what we need to do election night for a presidential primary. The Associated Press may have been one of the latest media outlets to call the election, but election night, there were some major media outlets who did actually call the race as soon as I released the results at about 11 p.m. on the general election evening. So,
Thank you. David?
I'm sorry, I had a second question about.
Yeah, there's a second
thank
question.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry.
Apologize.
Yes, no problem. Let me, our statute already sets us up for success in a first in the nation contest. We are, by statute, we have a February 1st. It's actually the first Tuesday in February, and in 2028, that is February 1st. We fully anticipate having a trifecta back this cycle when we elect Aaron Ford as the next governor. So we will have the ability to change that if we need to. Short of that, we do have ongoing communication and relationships with the Republican Party, and we can make adjustments. We believe we can make those adjustments.
Thank you. David?
Thank you. David McDonald, Washington. Yesterday, Iowa put up a map visually that showed where the early states were in the last cycle, and it kind of brought home something for me. I want to find out if it's a real effect, but it kind of looks like from the map, we start the early campaign up in the cold northeast someplace, and then we take an interruption and we go for a short period to the west, and then we all pack up and we go back east, and it's kind of a zigzag thing. And I'm wondering if that causes any real disruption in the logistics of the campaigns for those of you in the early states and in the flow of the narrative that is coming out, as opposed to what you're asking for, which is starting in the West, focusing on the West and the coalition, and then moving into the rest and broader areas of the country. If there's an effect, there may not be. It may just be an optical illusion, but it did catch my eye.
Last cycle, all of the early states outside of Nevada were in the Eastern time zone. And presidential elections are obviously not won in one region of the country. It's why the RBC 20 years ago made a bold decision to add Nevada and South Carolina to make sure that candidates were campaigning all across the country. It is one of the arguments, it is one of the reasons that I do think Nevada first makes a lot of sense. Because not only do we have the coalition that is required to win the White House, but it does matter who goes first. It does matter in terms of the time spent, the momentum, the message, all of those components. And starting in the West and moving east does make a lot of sense logically. And you know, I think you'd have to ask the presidential candidates about the distance and the difficulty. You know, the reality here is that we can't have a candidate for the East Coast. It's not what candidates are running for as president of the East Coast. They're running for president of the U.S. So I do think that having Nevada first does allow for a smoother transition for those candidates instead of zigzagging across the country. And I think it's really important that we continue to have that regional representation.
Shad?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
So I asked New Mexico a similar question, but just as a fellow Westerner, Shad Murab from Colorado. The outdoor spaces out west define so much of how we talk about issues, and I think a candidate is going to learn so much about how to talk to a broad spread of the West, but also the country. I would love just to hear about the unique way that Nevada has identified talking about public lands, outdoor spaces, and the things that come along with it, like gun ownership or wildfires, and what you think a candidate will learn about how to talk about these issues in Arizona and other Western states that will be critical to the map moving forward.
Thank you for the question. So my congressional district is 50,000 square miles. It's literally the size of the state of Alabama. And just yesterday, I was in Lincoln County, Pioche, in fact, which is 1,000 residents in that community doing a ribbon cutting for a new housing project that we secured funding for. And from public lands to water to renewable energy, which is a big issue, particularly for our building trades, and the need to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, to cattlemen and agriculture, to defense. 4 military installations are located in my congressional district as well. And so the point is, it's that diversity. It's not just demographic diversity, it's geographic diversity. And not every rural community is the same. This is what past presidential candidates learned when they came to Nevada and invested in every corner of Nevada, is what you do in Elko is not the same as what you do in Pahrump, it's not the same as what you do in Tonopah. You have to really get out, meet the people where they are. And we have unions represented throughout all those communities. And if you're a Democrat in rural Nevada, you are a strong Democrat. But there's also a lot of nonpartisans and independents who, again, are open to our message, our affirmative message on the economy. And I think having that ability to talk about all those issues, from land use to renewable energy, to not leaving or ignoring rural America, which is not only important to Nevada. This is something that Congresswoman Debbie Dingell and I confront all the time in the House, is we have to reach out to every corner of this country. That is offered to you in the state of Nevada.
Thank you. Maria?
Thank you all. Maria Cardona, D.C., Washington, D.C. I've worked with, I think, all of you at some way, shape, or form, and the presentation has been terrific, so congratulations. The question I have for you is, if you are to go first, Nevada has an amazing history of knowing how to reach out to Latinos, communicate with Latinos, and it is a critical population. Right now, our community is in the spotlight, and we have a target on our backs. So you all know that probably better than anyone. My question is, the Trump administration has already said that they are going to send ICE to polling places. That's highly illegal, as we all know. They don't care about that. There has been a lot of misinformation and disinformation out in the communities already, and a lot of Latinos have already said that they are very fearful of even coming out to vote because of what they might do to them, their families, et cetera. Can you talk to me a little bit about what you all are planning to do to make sure not just that the community understands that it is illegal for ICE to go to polling places, but that the communication and the information gets to these communities so that they feel safe, that they understand that they will be able to go vote safely, and that their vote will be counted?
I can't tell you how much I appreciate this question, because it's one of the things that we are already learning. Obviously, it's something that's happening nationally, but even in the Latino focus groups that we've been in Nevada, this continues to be a question. And it's interesting because, in a state like Nevada, we haven't had the ICE I don't want to call it, but the ICE raids, the sort of that level of fear, but it doesn't mean that the community itself isn't fearful. Because what's happening for us is that because Joe Lombardo is working with the administration, what happens is folks get swept up into jails and into centers, and then they're deported from there. And so there is a level of fear, and we are concerned, obviously, about ICE agents coming. I will just say, and I'm going to brag on my friends in public office here, Aaron Ford as our Attorney General and Cisco as our Secretary of State have been very aggressive in fighting the Trump administration at every step of the way when they start to interfere with elections, and on everything else, frankly. I mean, Aaron Ford has been fighting this Trump administration in and out every issue, it feels, because Nevada has been under attack. So I do think it is something that we are highly cognizant of. We work very, very closely with groups on the ground, both groups that are coming in, like Somos Votantes, and we're working very closely with the groups that are already on the ground on voter education campaigns to make sure that we are doing, first of all, everything administratively that we can do to keep them out of polling locations and not there, but then also making sure that Latino voters know all of the ways that they can vote, including voting by mail, right? Including taking your mail ballot and dropping it into a drop box. So you can rest assured that this is something that we're highly focused on and will continue to be.
Can I just add one other thing to that? With the state party, we got involved in this early, right? It's not just our Latino community in Nevada, it's also our African immigrant community in Nevada that's afraid. So what we've been doing is definitely going where people are, not asking them to come to us. So we're going to barbershops, to beauty shops. We're in people's living rooms, having house parties, having conversations with those community organizations about, combating that misinformation with the right information and letting people know that they're not in this alone, that they have us as their elected officials and the state party with them. But we're also hosting, get out to vote events. So if you're afraid to go and cast your ballot by yourself, we will go with you. What I've been doing with the congressman for the last few years is we'll do a get out to vote party, and we all go together. So if they're going to take one of us, they're going to take all of us. So.
Steph, I think this is our last question.
Hi, Steph Campaña-Wheaton from New Jersey. Thank you for your presentation. I do want to give a quick shout out to the young woman that was featured in your video. That is Maria Nieto Horta. She is the secretary of the Young Democrats of America. I have the honor of serving with her. She is the first ever DACA recipient to serve on the national organization. So shout out, Maria. But as made famous on Twitter, if I may ask, what is the average rent for a one-bedroom in, I said, Reno and Jackpot, Nevada?
So the average rent for a one-bedroom in Reno is approximately $1,500. In Las Vegas, it's around about $1,288. But in Jackpot, you can actually rent a one-bedroom for about $400.
Wow.
Then there's the
Well, well, that went over well. So this concludes our presentation for Nevada. Thank you so much. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, Secretary of State. Thank you all for presenting. And I'll turn it back over to Jim.
Thank you, Mignon. We have now heard presentations from, counted, 11 states. Our final applicant presenting before the committee is the state of South Carolina. The state has applied to hold a pre-window state-run primary. At this time, I would like to welcome Chair Spain and the South Carolina delegation to the podium to begin their presentation. Chair Spain, once you have passed out your materials, you will have 15 minutes to present.
It's from the straw reeds in like the low country, like flowers.
Oh, okay. Very lovely.
What
It's
is-
not, you can't eat it, no.
Oh,
Okay.
can't eat it. Oh. Disappointing.
Can we have one? Carol, hey, Carol, you want to come back?
Inviting Lorraine to dinner? It's very appropriate, I think, yeah. Would you be my designee and co-invite?
I can ask.
Thank you.
Well,
We're just,
I'm going to the restroom, so can you make sure it's not typo?
we're still working on, we may be moving dinner up to earlier.
Thank you.
Not much earlier.
I guess I live in South Carolina.
Right.
Here you go, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you.
Lisa, when we put this on your seat.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. Are you representing South Carolina too? Oh, that's nice. That's very nice.
Helping them out.
That's right.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Did you get your rose? Yeah, it's not
I did,
candy
thank
or-
you.
or popcorn or.
I got my palmetto
I
rose.
have a set of roses sitting on my. No, not these, but I'm gonna make this one as a part of it, though. Oh, these are.
Carol.
This is coffee.
I stopped here on that one pager. Here. Okay, I stopped. So Andy didn't.
She's not here.
Oh, okay. Even better. Save a tree.
Very good.
Can I turn your mic on for a second? Either you need anything.
Chair Spain, welcome to the committee, not that you weren't here already. And you have 15 minutes for your group to present, and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much. Thank y'all so much for giving us this opportunity to present. We want to start our presentation off. I want to introduce our first vice chair, who is also a state representative and the assistant minority leader. He's going to start our presentation off with talking about just the fight that we've been in the Deep South. Roger Kirby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know y'all are tired. I've been sitting back there just kind of watching, but it's nice to be with you. I'm State Representative Roger Kirby. We have been through hell over the past 2.5 weeks in South Carolina, and I just want to tell you a minute about what's happened there. Sine die for South Carolina is slated for May 15th. We had on Wednesday, May 14th, the President of the United States called the Speaker of the House, called the Chair, President of the Senate, and we found ourselves in a redistricting debate that nobody saw coming at the 12th hour. Mind you, our early voting for our statewide primaries started on Tuesday of this week. The South Carolina House and the Senate were presented a new congressional map statewide from Washington, D.C. that was drawn, y'all remember this name, Adam Kincaid. Adam Kincaid of the National Republican Redistricting Trust. If you're in a state, particularly in a southern state, that's going to be prone to this mid-cycle redistricting, chances are probably real good that Adam Kincaid is going to be your man. Let me tell you what he did. He came into our judiciary hearing to present his map. He took 15 minutes, put it on the board, by video, mind you. He was not there in person. After he finished his 10 minutes, it was time for questions, and he said, by the way, I've got a hard stop at 10 o'clock. Guess what? It was 9:56. Not one member of judiciary even got to ask him a question, a salient question about this map. It went from bad to worse. This map, then we got into a situation where we had sine die on Thursday at 5. The governor of the state, at the behest of the president, called us back into session on Friday morning. We began Friday morning now, not 2 weeks ago, debating changing our congressional districts for the stated purpose of having 7 Republican representatives. Right now, we have 6 Republican representatives, and we also have what I would consider to be one of the most important figures in Congress, Congressman Jim Clyburn, who represents the South Carolina 6th. I was with Congressman Clyburn when the news came down about this. We were at a Martin Luther King 60-year anniversary for Flood the Ballot Box in Kingstree, South Carolina, small rural area that I represent. I'm a rural representative, you could say, in South Carolina. You know what his comment was, and I'll never forget it. It was nothing about him. He said, protect the process. The process. So when we got back into the House, we began devising how our fight would look. And we made our fight all about the process. And I'll tell you what else. The Republican supermajority House changed the rules on the second day of debate. We had 600 amendments lined up. They were all taken off the desk with a rule that had never been used in the South Carolina House. We went through the following day and a half of debate. It was timed out. The House passed this map, which no South Carolinian had drawn. It was based on 2020 census data. There were even precincts in this map that didn't exist. But because the President of the United States blew his whistle for all of everybody to go to work and make this happen, we found ourselves there. The Senate was scheduled to come in this would have been last Wednesday, when we finished our deliberations. They came in, they began their debates on Thursday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the Senate debated. Guess what? Sunday and Monday was Memorial Day. Because of procedural rules in the Senate, they couldn't go any further. They had to wait to come back on Tuesday, which was the opening day of our early voting season. South Carolina Democrats put out a clarion call to Democrats across the state of South Carolina to flood the polls, just like Martin Luther King came to Kingstree, South Carolina 60 years ago to do. Let me tell you what the result of that was. Early voting began Tuesday, 2 days ago, in South Carolina. At the end of the day, on Tuesday, there were over 56,000 recorded votes on the first day of our early voting. The record was in a 2024 presidential primary where there were 20,000 votes recorded. We overshot the state record on a daily participation in early voting by over twice. South Carolinians, South Carolina Democrats, 82% of those votes were South Carolinian Democrats flooding the polls. It worked. When the Senate came in and saw the number of votes that were being recorded on the day that they were scheduled to take the vote to pass this, we had 12 Republican senators say, no mas. We've had enough. We handed Trump his ass in a basket on Tuesday. But guess what? It's not over. They're coming back. Congressman Clyburn is the first black congressman for the state of South Carolina in the past 95 years, the only one since Reconstruction. These efforts after Calais that you're seeing across the whole Southeast are designed to take away black representation. You can call it what you want to, but that's exactly what's happening. So the fight is on. This is not the time for you, the DNC, to take away South Carolina's first in-nation primary. It's just not. That's what I got to say. God bless y'all for sitting through my speech and sitting through all of these other ones. It's good to see y'all. I'm honored to be here. I can't wait to go back home and tell my wife and mother that I got to testify in front of Miss Donna Brazile. It's great to see y'all. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Roger. So I'm going to run through our slides really quick. The first slide, the fight for the democracy runs through the South, and so does the White House. This presentation is not about South Carolina keeping a place on the calendar. It's about whether the Democratic Party understands what the fight for democracy actually is. South Carolina is not asking for nostalgia. South Carolina is making a strategic case. The road to the White House runs through voters Democrats cannot afford to lose. This is not a routine calendar debate. Republicans are not debating theory. They're moving in real time to weaken voting rights, redraw maps, dilute black political power, and change the rules when they don't like the voters' choices. Here's a recent example, and Roger just gave you guys that, so I won't talk through that again. But I also want to, oh, my signal went out here. I also want to remind you guys that South Carolina picks winners. This is not luck. South Carolina voters understand coalition politics. South Carolina Democrats have consistently identified nominees who could build broad coalitions like Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden. Unlike any other early state, we have consistently identified and supported the party's eventual nominee. No early state has a better track record. The point is not that South Carolina voters are perfect. The point is that they're pragmatic because they look like the coalition the Democratic Party needs. South Carolina voters are proxies for Democratic voters across the country. Black voters, working voters, rural voters, seniors, faith leaders, veterans, students, we run the gamut. Let's talk about our flexibility. South Carolina Democratic Party is unique because we're not dependent on a Republican legislature, a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State, or a court fight to set the Democratic presidential primary date. That date is set by the South Carolina Democratic Party's Executive Committee, and which I am the chair of that committee. And we normally set our date on a Saturday to ensure that our voters have all day to vote. South Carolina voters do not register by party. The state has open primaries, and the voters choose which primary they want to participate in. We also have online voter registration, which all you need is a valid South Carolina license from the DMV to register online. And let me put a finer point on this. South Carolina gives the DNC certainty. No legislative hostage-taking, no governor veto, no unnecessary chaos. We are ready to lead now. Here's why geography matters. South Carolina is big enough to test candidates and small enough for voters to actually meet them. Candidates can reach all 46 counties without needing a billionaire's budget. This rewards organizing, stamina, and message discipline. It's no secret that the potential 2028 candidates are already testing the waters in some states. We have 46 counties in South Carolina, and our voters in 20 of those counties have already had the opportunity to meet potential 2028 hopefuls. Black voters have a voice. Black voters are not a constituency to thank after the nomination is settled. They should help shape the nomination from the beginning. If Black voters are the backbone of the Democratic Party, then the calendar should reflect that, not just speeches. No, my pages, sorry. So to talk a little bit about our media market, candidates prefer South Carolina because we have an inexpensive media market. They don't have to have, millions of dollars to get on our media. We still use radio. They can use constituency radio, and that kind of lowers the financial barrier to entry in South Carolina when you start with South Carolina. And South Carolina isn't cheap because we're insignificant. South Carolina is affordable because democracy here is still accessible. Candidates truly get tested in South Carolina. Candidates must campaign everywhere. Our voters live everywhere. We have no big major metropolises where Black voters are. You've got to go all over the state to talk to Democrats. You've got to go all over the state to talk to Black voters. And let's be honest, the current calendar has not been truly tested, stress test. 2024 was contested, but it was not competitive. It was not a competitive test. There was no wide open nomination field. There was no campaign events. It was all left on the state parties to make this happen. And of course, South Carolina shows up and we did the heavy lifting. The South is the future, not the past. The South is where we see population growth, economic growth, demographic change, and the front line of democracy. South Carolina remains the nation's fastest growing state, and the National Party should organize where the country is growing and not retreat from it. This year, South Carolina Democrats had a historic candidate recruitment effort. We recruited candidates in all 124 state house seats, all 7 congressional districts, and all 7 constitutional offices. And this effort will ensure that every voter everywhere has an election to go to. And this past Tuesday, as Roger already said, we broke more records with turnout. And like he said, that 56,000 number, 45,000 of those votes cast were Democrats. So that's a huge deal for South Carolina. And when voters saw democracy under attack, they showed up. And that's the South Carolina story. And if Democrats wanted long-term national majorities, we cannot write off the Deep South and then act surprised when the math does not work. This is bigger than one state. This decision is bigger than South Carolina. It's about whether the Democratic Party will stand with the voters who have stood with the party through everything. Will Democrats meet this moment by supporting the communities on the front lines of defending democracy? Or will the Democratic Party tell their most faithful voters they no longer deserve to lead the primary process? And I want to close with this. It's been said by this committee, by multiple members on this committee, that this calendar is about our candidates, and it's about setting our candidates up for success. We often hear conversations about whether South Carolina is competitive in a general election, but respectfully, I think that misses the purpose of a presidential primary. A primary is not supposed to test whether a state will vote Democratic in November. A primary is supposed to test whether a candidate can organize, build trust, raise money, connect with voters, can build the broad coalition they need to win nationally. That is what South Carolina tests better than almost everywhere else in the country. If general election competitiveness alone becomes the standard for early states, then we are no longer building a nominating process around Democratic voters and Democratic coalition building. We are building it around the Electoral College math, and those are two very different things. The truth is, some of the most loyal Democrats in America live in states where Democrats do not always win statewide. Those voters still deserve a meaningful voice in choosing the nominee of this party. In fact, I would argue they deserve even more respect because they continue organizing, they continue voting and fighting for democracy without the benefit of constant national attention or investment. South Carolina is not valuable because it's easy to reign for Democrats. South Carolina is valuable because it battle tests whether candidates can compete for every voter in every community under real political conditions. That is what national campaigns must ultimately do if they want to govern and win. And if the Democratic Party truly believes in expanding the map, strengthening the coalition, and rebuilding long-term power in the South, then we should not move away from the very voters helping lead the fight. And finally, I will put my presidential campaign staffer hat on for just one moment. If we are truly trying to set Democratic candidates up for success, then the early state process must remain accessible. Not every candidate enters the presidential race with the same advantages. Some candidates will be sitting governors, some will hold federal office, some will begin the race with national profiles, massive donor networks, and built-in media attention. Others will not. But if the Democratic Party ever wants to see another Jimmy Carter, another Barack Obama, another Bernie Sanders, another Pete Buttigieg, then the early state window must allow candidates the opportunity to actually compete. Candidates should have enough time to campaign meaningfully in every state. They should be able to travel the state efficiently, meet voters face-to-face, organize in communities large and small, and communicate broadly with voters without required unlimited financial resources. That is exactly what South Carolina allows. If the process becomes too expensive, too media-driven, or too geographically overwhelming, then we are no longer testing candidates or their ability to build coalitions. We are testing who can afford to run. And respectfully, that is not what the Democratic primary should become. South Carolina still rewards candidates willing to do the work, and that is exactly the kind of test this party should want. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Sabine. Members, the floor is now open for questions and discussion. Please turn your name tents vertically in order to be recognized.
I know y'all are tired.
That's
and
all right.
Bishop would
Andre
probably
T.
agree with the scripture, the last shall be first in the nation.
That sounds very biblical.
Bishop, is that correct?
I need to check the translation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who did he call?
Andre?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Madam Chair. You've been really responsive to the questions I've had for you before this, about demographics and first versus early. So I want to thank you for all that. But I did tell you that this was one that I would want to ask publicly on the record. So it's about y'all's filing fee and the system related to that. So in your application, it states that the filing fee is $20,000 per candidate, and that the Republicans tend to raise it, but y'all do the minimum required amount. You did mention that you found some legal ways to reduce that burden. I would like to hear some more about that, because 20,000 is a bit of a chunk of change. And then just logistically, since y'all control the date of your election as well, what's the how far ahead is the deadline to pay that filing fee to appear on the ballot as well? Thank you.
Well, the filing period, when people file, will be set by this committee and by some negotiation, as I remember, between this committee and the state party. We have to have filing early enough for instance, overseas ballots, that kind of thing. So it depends on the date of the primary, but and the filing fee is due when candidates come to file. I volunteered to answer this question because that filing fee exists from when I was state chair. Prior to that time, South Carolina if we had a primary or a caucus, the state party had to do it. For the 2008 primary, we worked with the Republican Party to get the state party, to get the legislature to agree to pay for our primary, which is a gracious blessing. When you do that before, if you do it legally and comply with the Voting Rights Act and everything, it's an enormous burden on the party. So, but in order to get the Republicans in the legislature to support having the state pay for the primary, they demanded that there be a filing fee from the candidates. We asked that the filing fee fall on the party rather than the candidates, so that when we go to the state and say, here's our list of candidates to go on the ballot, we are required to give them $20,000 for each of those candidates. Now, for all the years before today, when we get our delegate selection plan approved by this committee, you have granted a waiver to us in order to be able to raise the money from the candidates to do that. Now, we work with those candidates. A presidential candidate, $20,000 is nothing. But for the state party, if we have 8 or 10 candidates, that's quite significant. But candidates have been willing to do things like help us out by buying a package that includes tables at all our dinners, or that sort of thing. So we will work with them. We don't want to be an unfair burden on presidential candidates. And one more thing I will add, there are always a lot of just random candidates who we never heard of them. This guy from Bishopville, South Carolina, decided to run for president. Well, we're on the hook for $20,000 for him if he comes to file. Or you know, somebody, Stephen Colbert, tried to run in South Carolina, so that we would have been on the hook for $20,000 for him. So it's an item that we have to negotiate with all of you, and that we have to negotiate with our candidates. It's a burden the party is not able to get rid of until we take over the legislature again.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, David McDonald, Washington. I want to come back a little bit to the narrative issue. The early state windows are not so much about getting delegates. Historically, they've been small states, retail, with not necessarily many delegates. But what they really are about is what are the messages we're sending to the nation? What's the start of the campaign? Who are the messengers? What's the focus? And in that context, the fact that South Carolina is a historically red state is not necessarily that relevant, it seems to me. The question is, if you're up first, what messages get focused on in the campaign, and how does that resonate in other states because of where people have to campaign, what they have to talk about? How does it filter over, and what does it put into the environment that later resonates and echoes as we repeat it, moving through the narrative and broaden out to the general? So if you could kind of comment on how things communicate out from South Carolina into other states, formally and informally, I would appreciate it.
If I understand your question, David, you know, when South Carolina goes first, the Deep South goes first, right? That is one of the messages that we have been sharing since we have been elevated to this status, and not just the Deep South, the uninvested South, and that was before the attacks on black political power, and also rural voters and black voters. Like that's the message that we have led with for the last 3 years since I've been in office. And I think more importantly, like I said, South Carolina Democrats are the same as Democrats across the country mostly, right? And we serve as proxies for these folks. So the issues that we elevate are not going to be too far from what Democrats might want in Nevada. We all want a livable wage. Like we all want to be able to take care of our kids and have health care. Like those issues transcend the states. And I'm not sure if I answered your question right. I was trying to follow it.
My wife says the same thing a lot of times when I ask her something, if she responds at all. But sorry, you partially answered it, but you emphasized the Deep South, and that is not historically, or not in recent history, where we get most of our electoral votes. So I'm actually curious about how the issues, particularly with people of color outside the urban cities, may resonate into other areas where we need to get swing votes that are not necessarily high-density urban population centers, where we get Democratic votes, but we don't get the last inch, the last mile that gets us over the top for the electoral votes.
Well, I'll say this too, David. Like when candidates are campaigning in South Carolina, they're getting battle tested. They're testing their messages. And I believe like that is why we continue to pick the winner, because we've talked to these candidates, right? And they test their messages on our actual voters, which resonate across the country because they end up becoming the nominee. And I think that in order for us to get the electoral college math back on our side, we've got, I think that's more than, an early state conversation, but it's about over-investing.
Thank you. All right,
I
Barry?
feel like I missed it, but David's so smart.
Barry Goodman from Michigan. Great sitting near you and Carol and soaking in all the past stories and making us all better Democrats. I didn't ask the question in Nevada if everybody wants to be first.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying first. Assuming that you're not first, are you still interested in an early window?
Listen, yeah, we're good partners.
Okay.
We're not here to say if we're first, we're taking our bike and we're going home. We're going to accept the ruling of this committee. But right now, we are the first in the nation presidential primary state, and so we try to conduct ourselves as such. But yes, we will accept the ruling of this body.
Thank you.
Reluctantly.
Thank you. Donna?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, I want to thank the committee for such a very important conversation we've had over the last 2 days. I may not know the cost of an apartment, but I do know the cost of a house in Columbia.
Yeah.
And the reason why I know the cost of a house is because in the aftermath of a very destructive storm, 2 storms actually, that destroyed my beloved hometown and my state in the Gulf, my brother found himself alone with his wife and 2 boys to come up to my house. And although I was eagerly awaiting my brother's arrival, he stopped in South Carolina. And there, Jim Clyburn and Don Fowler gave him refuge. South Carolina has been their home since 2005. Wow. For me, when we put this state in the calendar, it wasn't just about electoral votes. Some of you have the pleasure of being from California with all those electoral votes, New York, Illinois. But for me, it's about home. And the good people of South Carolina is home. So whether you're from South Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, Louisiana, it's Arkansas, you're home. and you represent our value system. You see all of us, not just those who have always been at the table, those who still needed to get to the table, you see them as well. So I thank you. So my question, and I have to tell you, at 2:20, somebody must have known my question for South Carolina. At 2:20 p.m. today, you all entered a memorandum with the government, with the federal government, that you will provide only the data that's public. You will not provide the private information of the voters in your beloved state. It will be encrypted, and the federal government cannot share it with any other agencies or any parts of the government. So I want to applaud you all for that. But I was in South Carolina this weekend along with Leah and others, and I heard that call, and I was looking for it. I have a brother, he's number 8, I'm number 3. I have never heard my brother, other than tell me what I should, quote unquote, eat or not drink, I've never had my brother preach to me about voting early. And he said he was voting early, along with his wife and his 2 sons. So I want to thank you all for showing that democracy means participation, for showing that democracy is more than just having the electoral votes, but it's having the courage to go where people don't go, to sit with people who normally don't get sat with, and to understand that their pain, whether it's in the rural areas or in urban centers, their pain is our pain. So thank you. I have no other questions because it seemed like your governor finally made some damn sense. And I want to say once again to you, Carol, and Don, who's not here, but I love him. I will always love Don Fowler. Thank you for not just taking care of my family, but all the families that you all have taken care of. And my heart will always be for South Carolina. So you know where I stand. I should have recused myself. But I love you, South Carolina. And I love you, South.
You make me teary-eyed, Donna, but I want to, because I was prepared to answer a question that you asked earlier today, I'm going to answer it anyway. About voter protection and voter intimidation and that kind of thing. I heard the New Mexico governor and somebody else talk about their recent action to keep ICE out of polling places. Well, we don't expect ICE in polling places to be a big issue in South Carolina, but in the 1960s, when black people began voting in South Carolina, voter intimidation in polling places was an enormous issue, and South Carolina passed a law at that time to keep law enforcement out of polling places. No sheriffs, ICE, anybody can come into our polling places because that law is still in effect. And it was not immigrant voters who inspired that law. It was black voters, and over time we've needed it. But so it will still apply this year, even though you didn't ask me, Donna.
Thank you. All right, Wendy.
Thank you, Wendy Davis from Georgia. Quick question. It seems clear that y'all can move the date any place you want, and the Republicans can have a separate date?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you.
That's Steph. Steph?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steph Campagna-Wheaton, New Jersey. Thank you so much for your presentation. It'd be really funny if I asked something different today.
Oh my gosh, I'm so ready. I got to read on my phone. I have the answer because I just could not commit it to memory.
All right, give me rent for Charleston and Florence if you have it.
Charleston is between 1,400 and 2,000, and our representative represents Florence. I didn't look for Florence, so I didn't think you were going to look for it.
Yeah, I have a real estate company as well. What's the question?
What is the average rent for a one-bedroom
in
Florence? Yes, sir.
Probably around $950 to $1,050.
Thank you so much.
I can get you several of them.
It seems like a great place to visit.
And
but
you didn't ask about Columbia, but in Columbia they stay at my house and Crystal's house. We don't know what to charge.
I've been told Carol's a great cook, so I think you guys should take it up.
Having concluded the real estate portion of the meeting, Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I will stay away from answering the question from the Book of Daughtry, whether the first shall be last and the last shall be first in the nation. But Chair Spain and everyone, I want to thank you all for such a thoughtful presentation. And I know this has been asked before, but not in this presentation. Madam Chair, if you could talk a little bit, because I think how I've seen it at least play out in South Carolina, especially over the course of your tenure, but especially over the last few weeks at the very least. If you could talk a little bit about how this position in the calendar has played into growing the party for you all, and how you could see potentially expanding that growth if you were in that window again.
So one thing I will say, and I've been saying it, like I mentioned in my presentation, that we had historic candidate recruitment. We have 124 state house seats in South Carolina, and we recruited a Democrat for every last one of them. That's right. There were places where there hadn't been a Democrat that run in 40 years. But I say this because it's been because of the 2028, well, people who have national profiles who have come into the state. We have made a conscious effort not to take them to Charleston, not to take them to Greenville, not to take them to Columbia. We took them to our ruralest, reddest places, and what we saw were Democrats coming out of the woodworks. The people we had, rural Democrats we have not seen in years. And when it became time for us to start recruiting candidates, we had people we could go to. Like, we have breathed new life into a lot of our counties. So we have used that we've used it for voter engagement. And we use it all around the state, every county, every voter. We've been trying to do that since last June, July. So that's really one of the main things that we've done, is just to make sure that we're using their star power to engage our voters at every level.
Thank you. Indira?
Thank you. I'm Indira De Guerrilla from Colorado. Thank you for a wonderful presentation and your speech. Mine is a very generic question. Since 2024, we've seen a big shift in youth vote and the questions that they're asking, how they're engaged and invested about their own future. They're setting the stage for us, essentially, right? And so I want to know how South Carolina Democratic electorate will help with candidates, help them understand the priorities and concerns of younger voters heading into the general elections.
I mean, we've got our young Democrats who are very, very, very active, and we're very supportive of their efforts. But we've also been recruiting young people. Who better to talk about their issues from the microphone than young people? Earlier last year, we elected one of the youngest members we've ever had over in one of the ruralest, blackest counties that we have over in Lee County. Keyshawn Scott was 24 years old when he got elected to the South Carolina State Legislature. So we've not just been trying to engage them, we've been trying to recruit them to run for office as well.
Thank you. Frank?
Yeah, Frank Leon, DC. A couple of procedural questions. The Democratic and Republican primaries can be on different days. I don't think you have any party registration. How do you keep somebody from voting in both primaries? And or we can, and then I'll reserve for my second question.
If you come and vote on in the Democratic primary, and then you come back to vote in the Republican primary, the poll manager has the same list, and she will say to you, Frank, you're trying to cheat. You cannot vote in this primary because you voted in the other one. And I've seen that happen at my polling place. So you just can't do it. You have to, the election commission that runs our elections monitors that and prevents it from happening.
Okay, thanks. In your submission, you noted the chair has the ability to place ballot measures on the Democratic primary ballot, providing a rare opportunity to engage voters directly and assess grassroots Democratic support for policy ideas. Have you ever put policy questions on the presidential primary ballot? And is that something you would consider doing? Because it seems it might somehow skew the results too.
We have the ability to do that. The Republican Party always does that. I don't believe we have. It may have been done in a state primary some years back, but we like to just keep it clean.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that too. What you was talking about with the Republican Party, what they actually do in South Carolina is, like, for instance, a lot of these things that are floated down here through Project 2025, those will appear on these ballots a year or even two earlier, just so that they can gauge public, where is our public here? And that's the way they do it. That's kind of, we see that. It's crazy stuff sometimes, but yes, they're doing it, we don't.
All right, I think we have concluded all the questions and discussion. Was anyone else that I didn't call on? No. All right. Well, thank you all very much, and thank you
so much
for your excellent
Thank you.
presentation. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah. So before we move on, I want to extend a thank you to each of the states who submitted their application. It is very clear that every state put an immense amount of care and effort into their presentation, and I think we should give them all a big round of applause. I'd also like to thank the staff for their preparation for this meeting. They often get overlooked in these meetings, but they've put a lot of work into preparing these great books for Jim and I, and all of the information that you all received. So I'd like to thank Will and Sham and the Secretary's Office and the Party Affairs Office for everything that they do as well. This is the conclusion of our business for today. April, are you okay with the time? Okay, good. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., where we will continue drafting the 2028 delegate selection rules. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to recess. Second. All in favor say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. And thank you all. And thank you to the committee. The questions have been absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure the states learned a lot just from your questions.
Madam Chair, just also wanted to say happy birthday to Barry while we're here, since we said it for Gary yesterday. So happy birthday, Barry.
Happy birthday, Barry. Dinner is across the hall.